Industry and Empire. From 1750 to the present day. E. J. Hobsbawm. This edition revised and updated with Chris Wrigley. Preface. This book will certainly be read by some who wish to pass one or other of the numerous examinations in economic and social history which face students today, and I naturally hope that it will help them to do so. However, it is not designed simply as a textbook, nor can it be used very profitably as a book of reference. It attempts to describe and account for Britain's rise as the first industrial power, its decline from the temporary domination of the pioneer, its rather special relationship with the rest of the world, and some of the effects of all these on the life of the people in this country. All these matters should be of interest to any intelligent citizen, and I have therefore tried to write in as non-technical a way as possible and to assume no prior knowledge of any of the social sciences in the reader. This does not mean that the questions asked, and I hope answered, here in ordinary prose could not be reformulated in the more technical language of the various disciplines. However, I have assumed an elementary knowledge of the outlines of British history since 1750. It would be helpful if readers who happen not to know what the Napoleonic Wars were, or are ignorant of names such as Peel and Gladstone, were prepared to find out on their own. Since neither the questions nor the answers about British economic and social history are universally agreed upon, I am unable to say that this book represents the consensus of scholars. It is pleasant to observe that British economic and social history of the past 200 years is now a subject in which research is intense and discussion lively and sometimes passionate, but of course this makes the task of the historian who wishes to give a general interpretation of the entire period much more difficult. Part of the difficulty is due to the curious situation of economic history which, as a specialized field of inquiry, serves both the needs of historians and of economists, whose paths, or at least whose needs, have increasingly diverged. Economics has become an increasingly specialized mathematical discipline. Since the first publication of this book, a branch of economic history known by such names as New Economic History or Cliometrics, which essentially uses technically sophisticated quantification to verify or falsify the propositions of economic theory as they apply to economic history, has become much more prominent. At the same time, the development of an ill-defined but increasingly large field of social history has pulled a part of the subject matter of economic history, as traditionally practiced, in a different direction, while new and important fields, such as women's history, have emerged in the same general area, but with more specialized interests. Since the 1960s, economic history has also been increasingly observed, with skepticism, by researchers interested less in what happened and why than in how people, and notably current historians, construct their theories about it. Fortunately, most people interested in economic history believe that it raises questions which require answers, but each of these fields is preoccupied by particular questions to which it gives particular answers. So readers might as well be clear about what questions are asked and, hopefully, answered in this book. The authors assume that the central theme of the economic history of the modern world is that of the development and transformations of the capitalist world economy. Britain was both the first industrial nation and, from the 18th century until the early 20th, the central pillar in the construction of the world economy. Why this was so, what Britain's relations were with the world of empire and economic dependency, how the country was affected both by its pioneer achievements and by the rise of other and more modern industrial powers, these are some of the questions industry and empire is concerned with. Whether the answers given in this book will prove to be true is uncertain, though naturally I hope they will. Whether they make sense and a coherent whole is something which readers must judge for themselves. An author who revises a book first published almost a third of a century ago must ask himself whether the interests of the reader at the end of the century are so different from the ones originally envisaged that the book no longer addresses them. When Industry and Empire was written, economic historians were preoccupied by the problems of economic development and industrialization. They still are, though in a different manner. They were also preoccupied, under the impact of the great movements of the decolonization, by the sharp and growing cleavage between the developed and the underdeveloped or emergent world outside Europe, which still lacked both the name and the reality of the next, newly industrialized countries. They still are, though in a different manner. The problem of the decline of Britain and Britain's role in the world economy is a major theme of the book, and is still a matter of pressing concern. Industry and empire therefore still has something of relevance to say to readers of the new millennium. This is a work of synthesis, rather than of original research, and therefore rests on the labors of a great many other scholars. Even its judgments are sometimes those of others. To acknowledge all my debts fully would require an elaborate and bulky apparatus of references and, although an act of courtesy to my colleagues, would be of little value to ordinary readers. I have therefore confined references on the whole to sources of direct quotations and occasionally of facts taken from fairly recondite sources. Nor have I attempted to give full references where, as in some parts of the book, I have relied on primary sources and not secondary works. The guide to further reading and the bibliographical notes attached to each chapter mention some of the works on which I have drawn. These guides do not constitute a proper bibliography. One final word of warning. Economic history is essentially quantitative, and therefore uses statistics a good deal. However, figures have limitations which are not often understood by laymen and sometimes neglected by specialists who, since they need them, accept them with fewer questions than they might. So it is worth listing a few. There can be no statistics unless someone has first done the counting. In history often nobody has until relatively recently. For instance, there are no figures for coal output before 1854, no adequate figures for unemployment before 1921. In such cases we have no statistics but only informed estimates, or more or less wild guesses. The best we can expect is orders of magnitude. However much we may want to get more out of such figures, we may be unable to. Nobody can build a bridge carrying heavy trucks out of a few rotten planks. Statistics collected for any purpose have a margin of error, and the earlier they have been collected, the less reliable they are. All statistics are answers to specific and extremely narrow questions, and if they are used to answer other questions, whether in their crude form or after more or less sophisticated manipulation, they must be treated with extreme caution. In other words, readers must learn to beware of the apparent solidity and hardness of tables of historical statistics, especially when presented naked without the elaborate wrapping of description with which the skilled statistician surrounds them. They are essential. They allow us to express certain things with great conciseness and, for some of us, vividness. But they are not necessarily more reliable than the approximations of prose. The ones I have used come largely from that admirable compendium, Mitchell and Dean's Abstract of British Historical Statistics, and its successor, B.R. Mitchell's British Historical Statistics. The original manuscript of this book was read by Kenneth Beryl, who eliminated some errors but is not responsible for those that remain. As the original text ended, for practical purposes, with the advent of the Labour government of 1964, though occasionally glancing beyond it, a new chapter has been added by Professor Chris Wrigley to bring the history of economic events up to date from the 1960s to the 1990s. He has also updated some of the statistics, the notes, and the guide to further reading. I have written an entirely new conclusion. The rest of the text has been modified in varying degrees, to eliminate statements which are no longer true, to take account of more recent research and the wisdom of hindsight, and to make at least a nominal attempt to fill the most inexcusable gap in the first edition, the total failure to pay attention to women. I am grateful to Penguin Books and an army of unknown readers for keeping this book in print without a break since 1968 and for giving me, with the help of Chris Wrigley, the opportunity to take it into the 21st century. EFH. London, 1998. Introduction. The Industrial Revolution marks the most fundamental transformation of human life in the history of the world recorded in written documents. For a brief period it coincided with the history of a single country, Great Britain. An entire world economy was thus built on, or rather around, Britain, and this country therefore temporarily rose to a position of global influence and power unparalleled by any state of its relative size before or since, and unlikely to be paralleled by any state in the foreseeable future. There was a moment in the world's history when Britain can be described, if we are not too pedantic, as its only workshop, its only massive importer and exporter, its only carrier, its only imperialist, almost its only foreign investor, and for that reason its only naval power and the only one which had a genuine world policy. Much of this monopoly was simply due to the loneliness of the pioneer, monarch of all he surveys because of the absence of any other surveyors. When other countries industrialized, it ended automatically, though the apparatus of world economic transfers constructed by, and in terms of, Britain remained indispensable to the rest of the world for a while longer. Nevertheless, for most of the world the British era of industrialization was merely a phase, the initial, or an early phase, of contemporary history. For Britain it was obviously much more than this. We have been profoundly marked by the experience of our economic and social pioneering and remain marked by it to this day. This unique historical situation of Britain is the subject of this book. Economists and economic historians have discussed the characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages of being an industrial pioneer at great length and with different conclusions, depending mainly on whether they have tried to explain why undeveloped economies today fail to catch up with developed ones, or why early industrial starters, and most notably Britain, allow themselves to be outdistanced by later ones. The advantages of making an industrial revolution in the 18th and early 19th centuries were great, and we shall consider some of them in the chapters discussing this period. The disadvantages, for instance, a rather archaic technology and business structure which may become too deeply embedded to be readily abandoned, or even modified, are likely to emerge at a later stage, in Britain between the 1860s and the end of the 19th century. They will also be briefly considered in the chapters on that period. The view taken in this book is that the relative decline of Britain is, broadly speaking, due to its early and long-sustained start as an industrial power. Nevertheless, this factor must not be analyzed in isolation. What is at least equally important is the peculiar, indeed the unique, position of this country in the world economy, which was partly the cause of our early success and which was reinforced by it. We were, or we increasingly became, the agency of economic interchange between the advanced and the backward, the industrial and the primary producing, the metropolitan and the colonial or quasi-colonial regions of the world. Perhaps because it was so largely built round Britain, the world economy of 19th century capitalism developed as a single system of free flows, in which the international transfers of capital and commodities passed largely through British hands and institutions, in British ships between the continents, and were calculated in terms of the pound sterling. And because Britain began with the immense advantages of being indispensable to underdeveloped regions, either because they needed us or because they were not allowed to do without us, and indispensable also to the systems of trade and payments of the developed world, Britain always had a line of retreat open when the challenge of other economies became too pressing. We could retreat further into both empire and free trade, into our monopoly of as yet undeveloped regions, which in itself helped to keep them unindustrialized, and into our functions as the hub of the world's trading, shipping, and financial transactions. We did not have to compete but could evade. And our ability to evade helped to perpetuate the archaic and increasingly obsolete industrial and social structure of the pioneer age. The single liberal world economy, theoretically self-regulating, but in fact requiring the semi-automatic switchboard of Britain, collapsed between the wars. The political system which corresponded to it, and in which a limited number of Western capitalist states held the monopoly of industry, of military force and of political control in the undeveloped world, also began to collapse after the Russian Revolution of 1917, and very much more rapidly after the Second World War. Other industrial economies found it easier to adjust themselves to this collapse, for the 19th century liberal economy had been merely an episode in their development. Indeed, their emergence was one reason for its eventual breakdown. Britain found itself much more profoundly affected. It was no longer essential to the world. Indeed, in the 19th century sense there was no longer a single world to be essential to. What new base for its economy could be found? Unsystematically, often unintentionally, the country did indeed adjust itself, changing rapidly from an unusually small scale and uncontrolled into an unusually monopolist and state-controlled economy, from relying on export-based basic industries to home market-based ones, and, rather more slowly, from older technologies and forms of industrial organization to newer ones. Yet the great question remained unanswered: how would such a national economy fit into the world economy of the 21st century? For that economy had not only reduced the status of Britain dramatically from the third largest national economy, as it still was in 1960, to the sixth in 1995, but it also reduced the economic role of all but the most enormous nation-states. What was to be the future of Britain in the supranational economic unit of the European Union, and in the transnational or frontier-crossing global economy which seemed to become ever more dominant from the 1970s? Social historians have discussed the peculiarities due to Britain's pioneer start less often than economists. Yet they are very marked. For Britain combines, as everyone knows, two at first sight incompatible phenomena. Its social and political institutions and practices maintain a remarkable, if superficial, continuity with the pre-industrial past, symbolized by all those things which, by their very rarity in the modern world, attract the foreign sightseer and a fortunately increasing amount of foreign tourist currency, Queen and Lords, the ceremonials of long obsolete or archaic institutions and the rest. At the same time this is in many respects the country which has broken most radically with all previous ages of human history, the peasantry most completely eliminated, the proportion of men and women earning their living purely by wage, or salaried, labor higher than anywhere else, urbanization earlier and probably greater than elsewhere. Consequently this is also the country in which class divisions were, at least until recently, more simplified than elsewhere, as indeed were regional divisions. For in spite of the usual existence of a fairly large number of levels of income, status, and snobbery, most people in fact tend to work on the assumption that there are only two classes which count, namely the working class and the middle class, and the British two-party system reflected this duality to a considerable extent until the late 1990s, when the numerical decline of the manual working class and the rise of a large and mainly poor minority of the permanently non-employed, caused all major parties to focus their attention on the middle class. Both phenomena are evidently connected with Britain's early economic start, though their roots go back, at least in part, to a period before the one dealt with in this book. How drastically the formal political and social institutions of a country are transformed in the process of turning it into an industrial and capitalist state depends on three factors: on the flexibility, adaptability, or the resistance of its old institutions, on the urgency of the actual need for transformation, and on the risks inherent in the great revolutions, which are the normal ways in which they come about. In Britain the resistance to capitalist development had ceased to be effective by the end of the 17th century. The very aristocracy was, by continental standards, almost a form of bourgeoisie, and two revolutions had taught the monarchy to be adaptable. Since Britain actually became the model of industrial capitalism and world economic empire, the argument that British capitalism would somehow have been more wholeheartedly capitalist if it had not found the old institutions more willing to adapt to it, for instance, if Oliver Cromwell's republic had proved to be lasting, is implausible. Oddly enough it has, for opposing political reasons, been put forward both by a section of the extreme left and the extreme free market right. As we shall see, the technical problems of industrialization were unusually easy, and the extra costs and inefficiencies of handling them with obsolete institutional equipment, and especially a grossly obsolete legal system, were easily tolerable. And when the mechanism of peaceful adjustment worked worst, and the need for radical change seemed most urgent, as in the first half of the 19th century, the risks of revolution were also unusually great, just because if it got out of control it looked like turning into a revolution of the new working class. No British government could rely, like all 19th century French, German or American governments, on mobilizing the political forces of country against city, of vast masses of peasants and small shopkeepers or other petits bourgeois against a minority, often a scattered and localized minority, of proletarians. The first industrial power of the world was also the one in which the manual working class was numerically dominant. To keep social tensions low, to prevent the dissensions among sectors of the ruling classes from getting out of hand, was not merely advisable, but seemed essential. It also happened, with brief exceptions, to be quite practicable. Britain thus developed the characteristic combination of a revolutionary social base and, at least at one moment, the period of militant economic liberalism, a sweeping triumph of doctrinaire ideology, with an apparently traditionalist and slow-changing institutional superstructure. The immense barrier of power and profit built up in the 19th century protected the country against those political and economic catastrophes which might have forced radical changes upon it. We were never defeated in war, still less destroyed. Even the impact of the greatest non-political cataclysm of the 20th century, the Great Slump of 1929-33, was not as sudden, acute, and general as in other countries, including the USA. The status quo was sometimes shaken, but never utterly disrupted. We have so far suffered erosion, but not collapse. And whenever crises threatened to become unmanageable, the penalties of allowing them to get out of hand were always present in the minds of the country's rulers. Until the era of Mrs. Thatcher, who discovered that parts of the manual working class, already on the way to losing its majority status, could also be politically attracted to conservatism, there had hardly been a moment when the politically decisive section of rulers forgot the fundamental political fact of modern Britain, namely that this country could not be run in flat defiance of its working class majority, and that it could always afford the modest cost of conciliating a crucial section of this majority. By the standards of other leading industrial countries, hardly any blood has been shed in Britain, as distinct from colonies or dependencies, in defense of the political and economic system for more than a century. This evasion of drastic confrontations, this preference for sticking old labels on new bottles, should not be confused with the absence of change. In terms both of social structure and of political institutions, the changes since 1750 have been profound, and at certain moments both rapid and spectacular. They have been concealed both by the taste of moderate reformers for advertising negligible modifications of the past as peaceful or silent revolutions of all respectable opinion for disguising major changes as additions to precedent, and by the very striking traditionalism and conservatism of so many British institutions. This traditionalism is real, but the word itself covers two quite distinct phenomena. The first of these is the preference for maintaining the form of old institutions with a profoundly changed content, indeed in many cases the creation of a pseudo-tradition and a pseudo-customary legitimacy for quite new institutions. The functions of the monarchy today have very little in common with those of the monarchy in 1750, while the public schools as we now know them barely existed before the middle of the 19th century, and their incrustation of tradition is almost entirely Victorian. The second, however, is the marked tendency for once revolutionary innovations to acquire the patina of their own tradition by the length of their existence. Since Britain was the first industrial capitalist country, and was for long one in which changes were comparatively sluggish, it has provided ample opportunities for such industrialized traditionalism. What passes for British conservatism is, ideologically, the laissez-faire liberalism which triumphed between 1820 and 1850, and except formally, this is also the content of the age-old and customary common law, at all events in the field of property and contract. So far as the content of their decisions is concerned, most British judges should be wearing top hats and mutton chop whiskers rather than full-bottomed wigs. So far as the way of life of the British middle classes is concerned, its most characteristic aspect, the suburban house and garden, merely goes back to the first phase of industrialization, when their ancestors began to move out from the smoke and fog of the polluted town centers to the hills and commons beyond. So far as the working class is concerned, as we shall see. What is called its traditional way of life is if anything more recent still. It is hardly found complete anywhere before the 1880s. And the traditional mode of life of the professional intellectual, garden suburb, country cottage, intellectual weekly and all, is more recent still, since that class itself hardly existed as a self-conscious group before the Edwardian period. Tradition in this sense is not a serious obstacle to change. Often it is merely a British way of giving a label to any moderately enduring facts, especially at the moment when these facts are themselves beginning to change. After they have been changed for a generation, they will in turn be called traditional. I do not wish to deny the autonomous power of accumulated and fossilized institutions and habits to act as a brake upon change. Up to a point they have this power, though it is counteracted, at least potentially, by that other ingrained British tradition, which is never to resist irresistible changes, but to absorb them as quickly and quietly as possible. What passes for the power of conservatism or traditionalism is often something quite different: vested interest and the absence of sufficient pressure. Britain is in itself no more traditionalist than other countries, less so in, say, social habits than the French, much less so in the official inflexibility of obsolete institutions, such as an 18th-century constitution, than the USA. It has so far merely been more conservative, because the vested interest in the past has been unusually strong, more complacent, because more protected, and perhaps also more unwilling to try new paths for its economy, because no new paths seem to lead to half so inviting a prospect as the old ones. These may now be impassable, but other roads do not appear very passable either. This book is about the history of Britain. However, as even the past few pages will have made clear, an insular history of Britain, and there have been too many such, is quite inadequate. In the first place, Britain developed as an essential part of a global economy, and more particularly as the center of that vast formal or informal empire on which its fortunes have so largely rested. To write about this country without also saying something about the West Indies and India, about Argentina and Australia, is unreal. Nevertheless, since I am not here writing the history of the world economy or of its British imperial sector, my references to the outside world must be marginal. We shall see in later chapters what Britain's relations to it were, how Britain was affected by changes in it, and occasionally, in a brief phrase or two, how dependence on Britain affected those parts of it which belonged directly to the British satellite or colonial system, for instance, how the industrialization of Lancashire prolonged and developed slavery in America, or how some of the burdens of British economic crisis could be passed on to the primary producing countries for whose exports we, or for that matter other industrialized countries, were the only outlet. But the purpose of such remarks is simply to remind the reader constantly of the interrelations between Britain and the rest of the world, without which our history cannot be understood. It is no more. However, another kind of international reference cannot be avoided either. The history of British industrial society is a particular case, the first and at times the most important, of the general phenomena of industrialization under capitalism, and if we take an even broader view, of the general phenomenon of any industrialization. Inevitably we must ask how typical of this phenomenon the British example is, or in more practical terms, for the world today consists of countries trying to industrialize rapidly, what other countries can learn from the British experience? The answer is that they can learn much in principle, but rather little in actual practice. The very priority of British development makes this country's case in most respects unique and unparalleled. No other country had to make its industrial revolution virtually alone, unable to benefit from the existence of an already established industrial sector of the world economy, to draw on its resources of experience, skill, or capital. Both the extremes to which, for instance, British social development was pushed, for example the virtual elimination of the peasantry and the small-scale artisan producers, and the highly peculiar pattern of British economic relations with the undeveloped world may well be largely due to this situation. Conversely, the fact that Britain made its industrial revolution in the 18th century, and was reasonably well prepared for making it, minimized certain problems which have been acute in later industrializers, or in those which faced a greater initial leap from backwardness to economic advance. The technology with which developing countries must operate today is more complex and expensive than that with which Britain made its industrial revolution. The forms of economic organization are different. The political context is different. The history of Britain is therefore not a model for the economic development of the world today. If we seek any reasons for studying and analyzing it, other than the automatic interest which the past, and especially past greatness, holds for many people, we shall find only two very convincing ones. Britain's past since the Industrial Revolution still lies heavily on the present, and the practical solution of the actual problems of our economy and society therefore require us to understand something about it. More generally, the record of the earliest, the longest-lived industrial and capitalist power cannot but throw light on the development of industrialization as a phenomenon in the history of the world. For the planner, the social engineer, the applied economist, in so far as he does not concentrate his attention on British problems, this country is merely one case study, and for 20th century purposes not the most interesting or relevant. For the historian of human progress from the caveman to the wielders of atomic power and the cosmic travelers, it is of unique interest. No change in human life since the invention of agriculture, metallurgy, and towns in the New Stone Age has been so profound as the coming of industrialization. It came, inevitably and temporarily, in the form of a capitalist economy and society, and it was probably also inevitable that it should come in the form of a single liberal world economy depending for a time on a single leading pioneer country. That country was Britain, and as such it stands alone in history. 1. Britain, Indiana, 17501. What the contemporary observer sees is not necessarily the truth, but the historian neglects it at his peril. Britain, or rather England, in the 18th century was a much observed country, and if we are to grasp what has happened to it since the Industrial Revolution, we may as well begin by trying to see it through the eyes of its numerous and studious foreign visitors, always anxious to learn, generally to admire, and with ample leisure to pay attention to their surroundings. By modern standards they needed it. The traveler who landed around 1750 at Dover or Harwich after an unpredictable and often lengthy crossing, say 30-odd hours from Holland, would be well advised to rest the night in one of the expensive, but remarkably comfortable, English inns which invariably impressed him very favorably. He would travel perhaps 50 miles by coach the next day, and, after another night's rest at Rochester or Chelmsford, would enter London in the middle of the next day. Travel at this rate required leisure. The alternative for the poor man walking or coastal shipping, was cheaper and slower, or cheaper but unpredictable. Within a few years the new rapid mail coaches might get him from London to Portsmouth between morning and nightfall, from London to Edinburgh in 62 hours, but in 1750 he would still have to reckon on 10 to 12 days for the latter journey. He would immediately be struck by the greenness, tidiness, the apparent prosperity of the countryside, and by the apparent comfort of the peasantry. The whole of this country, wrote the Hanoverian Count Kielmansegg in 1761 of Essex, is not unlike a well-kept garden, too, and he spoke for most other tourists. Since the usual English tour confined itself to the south and middle parts of England, this impression was not quite accurate, but the contrast with most parts of the continent was real enough. The tourist would then, equally invariably, be deeply impressed by the immense size of London, and quite rightly, for with something like 750,000 inhabitants it was by far the largest city in Christendom, perhaps twice the size of its nearest rival, Paris. It was certainly not beautiful. It might even strike the foreigner as gloomy. After having seen Italy, observed the Abbé Le Blanc in 1747, you will see nothing in the buildings of London that will give you much pleasure. The city is really wonderful only for its bigness. But he, like all others, was struck with the beauties of the country, the care taken to improve lands, the richness of the pastures, the numerous flocks that cover them, and the air of plenty and cleanliness that reigns in the smallest villages. 3. Nor was it a clean or well-lit city, though rather better in this respect than centers of industry like Birmingham, where the people seem so entirely engrossed by their business within doors that they care very little what sort of an appearance is made without. The streets are neither paved nor lighted. 4. There were no other English cities which could even faintly compare with London, though the ports and commercial or manufacturing centers of the provinces were, unlike in the 17th century, expanding rapidly and visibly prospering. No other English town had 50,000 inhabitants. Few of them would be worth the non-commercial visitor's attention, though if in 1750 he had gone to Liverpool, which the London stagecoach had not yet reached, he would doubtless have been impressed with the bustle of that fast-rising port, based, like Bristol and Glasgow, largely on the trade in slaves and colonial products, sugar, tea, tobacco, and increasingly cotton. 18th century port cities prided themselves on their solid and new harbor installations, and on the provincial elegance of their public buildings, forming, as the visitor would approvingly note, a pleasing epitome of the metropolis. 5. Their less elegant inhabitants might see more of the tough brutality of the waterside, filled with taverns and prostitutes for the seamen flush off the ships, or about to be shanghaied by labor contractors or by His Majesty's press gang for the navy. Ships and overseas trade were, as everyone knew, the lifeblood of Britain, the navy its most powerful weapon. Around the middle of the 18th century the country owned perhaps 6,000 mercantile ships of perhaps 500,000 tons, several times the size of the French mercantile marine, its main rival. They formed perhaps 1/10 of all capital fixed investments, other than real estate, in 1700, while their 100,000 seamen were almost the largest group of non-agricultural workers. In the middle of the 18th century the foreign tourist would probably pay rather less attention to manufactures and mines, though already impressed with the quality, though not the taste, of British workmanship, and aware of the ingenuity which so strikingly supplemented its hard work and industry. The British were already famous for machines which, as the Abbé Leblanc noted, really multiply men by lessening their work. Thus in the coal pits of Newcastle, a single person can, by means of an engine equally surprising and simple, raise 500 tons of water to the height of 180 feet. 6. The steam engine, in its primitive form, was already present. Whether the British gift for using inventions was due to their own inventiveness, or to their capacity to use other people's innovations, was a matter of argument. Probably the latter, thought the sagacious Wendeborn of Berlin, who traveled the country in the 1780s, when industry was already the object of very much more interest. Still, as with most tourists, the word manufactured brought into his mind chiefly such cities as Birmingham, with its variety of small metal goods, Sheffield, with its admirable cutlery, the potteries of Staffordshire, and the woolen industry, widely distributed throughout the countryside of East Anglia, the West Country and Yorkshire, but not associated with towns of any large size except the decaying Norwich. This was, after all, the basic and traditional manufacture of Britain. He barely mentioned Lancashire, and that only in passing. For if the farming and manufactures were prosperous and expanding, they were clearly, in the eyes of foreigners, much less important than trade. England was, after all, the nation of shopkeepers, and the merchant rather than the industrialist was its most characteristic citizen. It must be owned, said the Abbé Leblanc, that the natural productions of the country do not, at most, amount to a fourth part of her riches, the rest she owes to her colonies, and the industry of her inhabitants who, by the transportation and exchange of the riches of other countries continually augment their own. 7. The commerce of the British was, by the standards of the 18th century world, a very remarkable phenomenon. It was both businesslike and warlike, as Voltaire observed, in the 1720s, when his letters from England set the fashion for admiring foreign reportage of these islands. More than this, it was closely linked with the unique political system of Britain, in which kings were subordinate to Parliament. British historians rightly remind us that Parliament was controlled by an oligarchy of landowning aristocrats rather than by what was not yet called the middle classes. Yet, by continental standards, What unaristocratic nobles! How strangely, how ridiculously, thought the Abbé Leblanc, inclined to ape their inferiors, at London masters dress like their valets, and duchesses copy after chambermaids. How remote in spirit from the aristocratic ostentation of really noble societies. One does not find the English set up for making a figure, either in their clothes or equipages. One sees their household furniture as plain as sumptuary laws could prescribe it, and if the tables of the English are not remarkable for their frugality, they are at least so for their plainness. 8. The whole British system was based, unlike that of less go-ahead and certainly less prosperous countries, on a government concerned for the needs of what the Abbé Coyer called the honest middle class, that precious portion of nations. 9 Commerce, wrote Voltaire, which has enriched the citizens of England has helped to make them free, and that liberty in turn has expanded commerce. This is the foundation of the greatness of the state. 10. Britain then struck the foreign visitor chiefly as a rich country, and one rich primarily because of its trade and enterprise, as a powerful and formidable state, but one whose power rested chiefly on that most commercially based and trade-minded weapon, a navy, as a state of unusual liberty and tolerance, both of which were yet again closely linked with trade and the middle class. Though perhaps deficient in the aristocratic graces of life, in wit, and in joie de vivre, and given to religious and other eccentricities, it was unquestionably the most flourishing and progressive of economies, and one which more than held its own in science and literature, not to mention technology. Its common people, insular, conceited, competent, brutal and given to riot, appeared to be well fed and prosperous, by the modest standards which were then applied to the poor. Its institutions were stable, in spite of the remarkable weakness of the apparatus for maintaining public order, or for planning and administering the country's economic affairs. For those who wished to put their own countries on the road to economic progress, there was clearly a lesson in this visible success of a nation based essentially on private enterprise. Meditate on this, cried the Abbé Coyer in 1779, O you, who still support a system of regulations and exclusive privilege. 11 As he observed that even roads and canals were constructed and maintained by the profit motive. Economic and technical progress, private enterprise, and what we would now call liberalism, all these were evident. Yet nobody expected the imminent transformation of the country by an industrial revolution, not even travelers who visited Britain in the early 1780s, when we know that it had already started. Few expected its imminent population explosion, which was about to raise the English and Welsh population from perhaps 6.5 millions in 1750 to over 9 millions in 1801, and to 16 millions by 1841. In the middle of the 18th century, and even some decades later, men were still arguing whether the British population was rising or stagnant. By the end of the century, Malthus was already assuming as a matter of course that it was growing much too fast. If we look back on 1750, we shall no doubt see many things which were overlooked by contemporaries, not obvious to them, or on the contrary too obvious for remark, but we shall not find ourselves in fundamental disagreement. We shall note, above all, that England, Wales and large parts of Scotland were still somewhat different. Compare chapter 15, was already a monetary and market economy on a national scale. A nation of shopkeepers implies a nation of producers for sale on the market, not to mention a nation of customers. In the cities this was natural enough, for a close and self-sufficient economy is impossible in towns above a certain size, and Britain was, economically, lucky enough to possess the greatest of all Western cities, and consequently the largest of all concentrated markets for goods, in London, which by the middle of the century contained perhaps 15% of the English population and whose insatiable demand for food and fuel transformed agriculture all over the south and east, drew regular supplies by land and river from even the remoter parts of Wales and the north, and stimulated the coal mines of Newcastle. Regional price variations in non-perishable and easily transportable foodstuffs like cheese were already small. What is more important, England no longer paid the heaviest penalty of self-sufficient local and regional economies, famine. Dearth, common enough on the continent, hardly forgotten in lowland Scotland, was no longer a serious problem, though bad harvests still brought sharp rises in the cost of living and consequent rioting over large parts of the country, as in 1740 to 1757 and 1767. What was already so startling about the British countryside was the absence of a peasantry in the continental sense. It was not merely that the growth of a market economy had already seriously undermined local and regional self-sufficiency, and enmeshed even the village in a web of cash sales and purchases, though this was, by contemporary standards, obvious enough. The growing use of such entirely imported commodities as tea, sugar, and tobacco measures not only the expansion of overseas trade, but the commercialization of rural life. By the middle of the century about 0.6 pounds of tea was legally imported per head of the population, plus a considerable amount smuggled in, and already there was evidence that the drink was not uncommon in the countryside, even among labourers, or more precisely, their wives and daughters. The British, thought Wendeborn, consumed 3 times as much tea as the rest of Europe put together. It was also that the owner-occupying small cultivator, living substantially on the produce of his family-worked holding, was becoming notably less common than in other countries, except in the backward Celtic fringe and a few other areas, mainly of the north and west. The century since the restoration of 1660 had seen a major concentration of land ownership in the hands of a limited class of very large landlords, at the expense both of the lesser gentry and the peasants. We have no reliable figures, but it is clear that by 1750 the characteristic structure of English land ownership was already discernible, a few thousand landowners, leasing out their land to some tens of thousands of tenant farmers, who in turn operated it with the labor of some hundreds of thousands of farm laborers, servants, or dwarf holders who hired themselves out for much of their time. This fact in itself implied a very substantial system of cash incomes and cash sales. What is more, a good deal, perhaps most, of the industries and manufactures of Britain were rural, the typical worker being some kind of village artisan or small holder in his cottage, increasingly specializing in the manufacture of some product, mainly cloth, hosiery, and a variety of metal goods, and thus by degrees turning from small peasant or craftsman into wage laborer. Increasingly, villages in which men spent their spare time or seasons weaving, knitting, or mining, tended to become industrial villages of full-time weavers, knitters, or miners, and eventually some, but by no means all, developed into industrial towns. Or more likely, the little market centers whence merchants issued to buy up the village products, or to distribute, put out, the raw material and rent out the looms or frames to the cottage workers, became towns, filled with workshops or primitive manufactories to prepare and perhaps finish the material and goods distributed to and collected from the scattered out workers. The nature of such a system of rural domestic or putting out industry spread it widely throughout the countryside, and tightened the meshes of the web of cash transactions which spread over it. For every village which specialized in manufactures, every rural area which became an industrial village area, like the Black Country, the mining regions, and most of the textile regions, implied some other zone which specialized in selling it the food it no longer produced. This wide scattering of industry throughout the countryside had 2 linked and important consequences. It gave the politically decisive classes of landlords a direct interest in the mines which happened to lie under their lands, and from which, unlike on the continent, they rather than the king drew royalties, and the manufactures in their villages. The very marked interest of the local nobility and gentry in such investments as canals and turnpike roads was due not merely to the hope of opening wider markets to local agricultural produce, but to the anticipated advantages of better and cheaper transport for local mines and manufactures. But in 1750 these improvements in inland transport had hardly begun. Turnpike trusts were still being set up at the rate of less than 10 a year. Between 1750 and 1770 they appeared at the rate of over 40 a year, and canals hardly began at all until 1760. The second consequence was that manufacturing interests could already determine government policy, unlike in the other great commercial country, the Netherlands, where the interests of the merchant were supreme. and this in spite of the modest wealth and influence of the budding industrialists. Thus it was estimated that in 1760 the poorest class of merchants earned as much as the richest class of master manufacturers, the wealthiest earned on average 3 times as much, and that even the top stratum of the much more modest tradesmen earned twice the income of the equivalent stratum of master manufacturers. The figures are guesswork, but they indicate the relative standing of commerce and industry in contemporary opinion. In every respect trade seemed to be more lucrative, more important, more prestigious than manufactures, especially overseas trade. Yet when it came to choosing between the interests of commerce, which lay in freedom to import, export and re-export, and those of industry, which at this stage lay, as usual, in protecting the British home market against the foreigner and capturing the export market for British products, the domestic producer prevailed, for the merchant could mobilize only London and a few ports in his interest, the manufacturer the political interests of large stretches of the country and of government. The matter was decided at the end of the 17th century, when the textile makers, relying on the traditional importance of woolen cloth to British government finance, secured the prohibition of foreign calicoes. British industry could grow up, by and large, in a protected home market until strong enough to demand free entry into other people's markets, that is free trade. Yet neither industry nor commerce could have flourished but for the unusual political circumstances which so rightly impressed the foreigners. Nominally, England was not a bourgeois state. It was an oligarchy of landed aristocrats, headed by a tight, self-perpetuating peerage of some 200 persons, a system of powerful rich cousinage under the aegis of the ducal heads of the great Whig families, Russells, Cavendishes, Fitzwilliams, Pelhams, and the rest. Who could compare to them in wealth? Joseph Massey in 1760 estimated the incomes of 10 noble families at £20,000 a year, of 20 at £10,000, and another 120 at £6,000 to £8,000, or more than 10 times what the richest class of merchants was supposed to earn. Who could compare with them in influence in a political system which gave any duke or earl who chose to exercise it almost automatic high office, and an automatic block of relatives, clients, and supporters in both houses of Parliament, and which made the exercise of the least political rights dependent on the ownership of landed property, which was increasingly hard to come by for those who did not already own estates? Yet, as the foreigners saw much more clearly than we may do, the grandees of Britain were not a nobility comparable to the feudal and absolutist hierarchies of the continent. They were a post-revolutionary elite, the heirs of the Roundheads. Honor, bravery, elegance, and largesse, the virtues of a feudal or court aristocracy, no longer dominated their lives. A medium-sized German funker might have a larger train of servants and domestic dependants than the Duke of Bedford himself. Their parliaments and governments made war and peace for profit, colonies, and markets, and in order to stamp on commercial competitors. When a genuine relic of an older era erupted into England, like Charles Edward Stuart, the young pretender in 1745, with his army of loyal, but strictly uncommercial Highlanders, the distance between Whig England, however aristocratic, and more archaic societies became obvious. The Whig grandees, though not so much the lesser Tory country squires, knew quite well that the power of the country, and their own, rested on a readiness to make money militantly and commercially. It so happened that in 1750 not a great deal of money was yet to be made in industry. When it was, they would have no great difficulty in adjusting themselves to the situation. Yet, if we placed ourselves in the Britain of 1750 without the wisdom of hindsight, would we have predicted the imminent industrial revolution? Almost certainly not. We should, like the foreign visitors, have been struck by the essentially bourgeois, commercial, nature of the country. We should have admired its economic dynamism and progress, perhaps its aggressive expansionism, and we might have been impressed with the remarkable results of its multifarious and hardly controlled private entrepreneurs. We would have predicted an increasingly prosperous and powerful future for it. But would we have expected its transformation, still less the ensuing transformation of the world? Would we have expected that in less than a century the son of a master manufacturer, and one who in 1750 was only just abandoning the countryside of his yeoman ancestors to settle in a smallish Lancashire town, would be Prime Minister of Britain? We would not. Would we have expected the quiescent England of 1750 to be rent by radicalism, Jacobinism, Chartism, socialism? Looking back, we can see that no other country was as well prepared for the Industrial Revolution. But we must still see why in fact it burst out in the last decades of the 18th century, with results which, for good or ill, have become irreversible. 2. Origin of the Industrial Revolution. 1. The problem of the origin of the Industrial Revolution is not an easy one, but it is made even more difficult if we fail to clarify it. So it is as well to begin with a little clarification. First, the Industrial Revolution is not merely an acceleration of economic growth, but an acceleration of growth because of, and through, economic and social transformation. The early observers, who concentrated their attention on the qualitatively new ways of producing, the machines, the factory system and the rest, had the right instinct, though they sometimes followed it too uncritically. It was not Birmingham, a city which produced a great deal more in 1850 than in 1750, but essentially in the old way, which made contemporaries speak of an industrial revolution, but Manchester, a city which produced more in a more obviously revolutionary manner. In the late 18th century this economic and social transformation took place in and through a capitalist economy. As we know from the 20th century, this is not the only form industrial revolution can take, though it was the earliest and probably, in the 18th century, the only practicable one. Capitalist industrialization requires in some ways a rather different analysis from non-capitalist, because we must explain why the pursuit of private profit led to technological transformation, and it is by no means obvious that it automatically does so. In other ways, doubtless, capitalist industrialization can be treated as a special case of a more general phenomenon, but it is not clear to what extent this is helpful to the historian of the British Industrial Revolution. Second, the British Revolution was the first in history. This does not mean that it started from zero, or that earlier phases of rapid industrial and technological development cannot be found. Nevertheless, none of these initiated the characteristic modern phase of history, self-sustained economic growth by means of perpetual technological revolution and social transformation. Being the first, it is therefore also in crucial respects unlike all subsequent industrial revolutions. It cannot be explained primarily, or to any extent, in terms of outside factors such as, for instance, the imitation of more advanced techniques, the import of capital, the impact of an already industrialized world economy. Subsequent revolutions could use the British experience, example, and resources. Britain could use those of other countries only to a very limited and minor extent. At the same time, as we have seen, the British Revolution was preceded by at least 200 years of fairly continuous economic development, which laid its foundations. Unlike, say, 19th or 20th century Russia, Britain entered industrialization prepared and not virtually unprepared. However, the Industrial Revolution cannot be explained in purely British terms, for this country formed part of a wider economy, which we may call the European economy or the world economy of the European maritime states. It was part of a larger network of economic relationships, which included several advanced areas, some of which were also areas of potential or aspiring industrialization, and areas of dependent economy, as well as the margins of foreign economies not yet substantially involved with Europe. These dependent economies consisted partly of formal colonies, as in the Americas, or points of trade and domination, as in the Orient, partly of regions which were to some extent economically specialized in response to the demands of the advanced areas, as in some parts of Eastern Europe. The advanced world was linked to the dependent world by a certain division of economic activity, a relatively urbanized area on one hand, zones producing and largely exporting agricultural products or raw materials on the other. These relations may be described as a system of economic flows, of trade, of international payments, of capital transfers, of migration, and so on. The European economy had shown marked signs of expansion and dynamic development for several centuries, though it had also experienced major economic setbacks or shifts, notably in the 14th to 15th and 17th centuries. Nevertheless, it is important to observe that it also tended to be divided, at least from the 16th century, into independent and competing politico-economic units, territorial states, like Britain and France, each with its own economic and social structure, and containing within itself advanced and backward or dependent sectors and regions. By the 16th century it was fairly obvious that, if industrial revolution occurred anywhere in the world, it would be somewhere within the European economy. Why this was so cannot be discussed here, for the question belongs to an earlier era of history than the one with which this book is concerned. However, it was not clear which of the competing units would turn out to be the first to industrialize. The problem of the origins of the Industrial Revolution which concerns us here is, essentially, why it was Britain which became the first workshop of the world. A second and connected question is why this breakthrough occurred towards the end of the 18th century and not before or after. Before setting about the answer, which remains a matter of debate and uncertainty, it may be useful to eliminate a number of explanations or pseudo-explanations which have long been current, and are still sometimes maintained. Most of them leave more unexplained than they elucidate. This is true of theories which attempt to account for the Industrial Revolution in terms of climate, geography, biological change in the population or other exogenous factors. If, as has been held, the stimulus for the revolution came from, say, the unusually long period of good harvests in the earlier 18th century, then we have to explain why similar periods before this date, and they have occurred from time to time throughout history, had not similar consequences. If Britain's ample reserves of coal explain her priority, then we may well wonder why her comparatively scant natural supplies of most other industrial raw materials, for example iron ore, did not hamper her just as much, or alternatively why the great Silesian coal fields did not produce an equally early industrial start. If the moist climate of Lancashire is to explain the concentration of the cotton industry there, then we ought to ask why the many other equally damp regions of the British Isles did not also attract or hold it. And so on. Climatic factors, geography, the distribution of natural resources operate not on their own, but only within a given economic, social, and institutional framework. This is true even of the strongest of such factors, ease of access to the sea or to good rivers, that is to the cheapest and most practicable, indeed for bulk goods the only economic form of transport in the pre-industrial age. It is almost inconceivable that a totally landlocked region should have pioneered the modern industrial revolution, though such regions are rarer than one thinks. Nevertheless, even here non-geographic factors must not be neglected. The Hebrides have more access to the sea than most of Yorkshire. The problem of population is somewhat different, for its movements may be explained by exogenous factors, by the changes in human society, or by a combination of both. We shall consider it further below. At present we need note merely that purely exogenous explanations are not at present widely held by historians, and are not accepted in this book. Explanations of the Industrial Revolution by historic accidents ought also to be rejected. The mere fact of overseas discovery in the 15th and 16th centuries does not account for industrialization, and neither does the scientific revolution of the 17th. Neither can explain why the Industrial Revolution occurred at the end of the 18th century and not, let us say, at the end of the 17th, when both the European knowledge of the outer world and scientific technology were potentially quite adequate for the sort of industrialization which developed eventually. Nor can the Protestant Reformation be made responsible for it, either directly or via some special capitalist spirit or other change of economic attitude induced by Protestantism, not even for why it occurred in Britain and not in France. The Reformation occurred more than 2 centuries before the Industrial Revolution. By no means all areas which converted to Protestantism became pioneers of industrial revolution, and, To take an obvious example, the parts of the Netherlands which remained Catholic, Belgium, industrialized before the part which became Protestant, Holland. Lastly, purely political factors must also be rejected. In the second half of the 18th century, practically all governments in Europe wanted to industrialize, but only the British succeeded. Conversely, British governments from 1660 on were firmly committed to policies favoring the pursuit of profit above other aims, but the Industrial Revolution did not occur until more than a century later. To reject such factors as simple, exclusive, or even primary explanations is not, of course, to deny them any importance. That would be foolish. It is merely to establish relative scales of importance, and incidentally to clarify some of the problems of countries setting about their industrialization today, insofar as they are comparable. The main preconditions for industrialization were already present in 18th century Britain, or could be easily brought into being. By the standards generally applied to underdeveloped countries today, England was not underdeveloped, though parts of Scotland and Wales were, and Ireland certainly was. The economic, social, and ideological links which immobilize most pre-industrial people in traditional situations and occupations were already weak, and could be easily severed. To take the most obvious example, by 1750 it is, as we have seen already, doubtful whether we can any longer speak of a land-holding peasantry in large parts of England, and it is certain that we can no longer speak of subsistence agriculture. Hence there were no major obstacles to the transfer of men from non-industrial to industrial pursuits. The country had accumulated and was of sufficient size to permit investment in the necessary, but before the railways not very costly, equipment for economic transformation. Enough of it was concentrated in the hands of men willing to invest in economic progress, while relatively little was in the hands of men likely to divert resources to alternative, and economically less desirable, uses, such as mere display. There was neither a relative nor an absolute shortage of capital. The country was not merely a market economy, one in which the bulk of goods and services outside the family are bought and sold, but in many respects it formed a single national market. And it possessed an extensive and fairly highly developed manufacturing sector and an even more highly developed commercial apparatus. What is more, problems which are acute in modern underdeveloped countries setting about their industrialization were mild in 18th century Britain. As we have seen, transport and communications were comparatively easy and cheap, since no part of Britain is further than 70 miles from the sea, and even less from some navigable waterway. The technological problems of the early Industrial Revolution were fairly simple. They required no class of men with specialized scientific qualifications, but merely a sufficiency of men with ordinary literacy, familiarity with simple mechanical devices and the working of metals, practical experience and initiative. The centuries since 1500 had certainly provided such a supply. Most of the new technical inventions and productive establishments could be started economically on a small scale, and expanded piecemeal by successive addition. That is to say, they required little initial investment, and their expansion could be financed out of accumulated profits. Industrial development was within the capacities of a multiplicity of small entrepreneurs and skilled traditional artisans. No 20th century country setting about industrialization has, or can have, anything like these advantages. This does not mean that there were no obstacles in the path of British industrialization, but only that they were easy to overcome because the fundamental social and economic conditions for it already existed, because the 18th century type of industrialization was comparatively cheap and simple, and because the country was sufficiently wealthy and flourishing to be untroubled by inefficiencies which might have crippled less fortunate economies. Perhaps only so lucky an industrial power as this could have ever afforded that distrust of logic and planning, even private planning, that faith in the capacity to muddle through, which became so characteristic of Britain in the 19th century. We shall see below how some of the difficulties of growth were overcome. The important thing to note at the outset is that they were never crucial. The question about the origin of the Industrial Revolution which concerns us here is not, therefore, how the material for the economic explosion was accumulated, but how it was ignited, and we may add, what stopped the first explosion from fizzling out after an impressive initial bang? But was a special mechanism necessary at all? Was it not inevitable that a sufficiently long period of accumulating explosive material would, sooner or later, somehow, somewhere, produce spontaneous combustion? Perhaps so. Nevertheless, it is the somehow and somewhere which must be explained, all the more so as the way in which an economy of private enterprise brings about industrial revolution raises a number of puzzles. We know that in fact it did so in some parts of the world, but we also know that it failed to do so in other parts, and took a rather long time doing so even in Western Europe. The puzzle lies in the relationship between making profit and technological innovation. It is often assumed that an economy of private enterprise has an automatic bias towards innovation, but this is not so. It has a bias only towards profit. It will revolutionize manufactures only if greater profits are to be made in this way than otherwise. But in pre-industrial societies this is hardly ever the case. The available and prospective market, and it is the market which determines what a businessman produces, consists of the rich, who require luxury goods in small quantities, but with a high profit margin per sale, and the poor, who, if they are in the market economy at all, and do not produce their own consumer goods domestically or locally, have little money, are unaccustomed to novelties and suspicious of them, unwilling to consume standardized products and may not even be concentrated in cities or accessible to national manufacturers. What is more, though a market for the middling sort of people could develop in the prosperous 18th century, the true mass market is not likely to grow very much more rapidly than the relatively slow rate of population increase. It will make more sense to dress princesses in haute couture models than to speculate on the chances of capturing peasants' daughters for artificial silk stockings. The sound businessman, if he has any choice, will produce very expensive jeweled timepieces for aristocrats rather than cheap wrist watches, and the more expensive the process of launching revolutionary cheap goods, the more he will hesitate to risk his money in it. A French millionaire in the mid-19th century, operating in a country in which the conditions for modern industrialism were relatively poor, expressed this admirably. "There are three ways of losing your money," said the great Rothschild: women, gambling, and engineers. "The first two are pleasanter, but the last is much the most certain too." Nobody could accuse a Rothschild of not knowing the best way to the biggest profits. In a non-industrialized country it was not through industry. Industrialization changes all this, by enabling production, within certain limits, to expand its own markets, if not actually to create them. When Henry Ford produced his Model T, he also produced what had not existed before, namely a vast number of customers for a cheap, standardized and simple automobile. Of course his enterprise was no longer as wildly speculative as it seemed. A century of industrialization had already demonstrated that mass production of cheap goods can multiply their markets, accustomed men to buy better goods than their fathers had bought and to discover needs which their fathers had not dreamed of. The point is that before the Industrial Revolution, or in countries not yet transformed by it, Henry Ford would not have been an economic pioneer, but a crank, inviting bankruptcy. How then did conditions come about in 18th century Britain which led businessmen nevertheless to revolutionize production? How did entrepreneurs come to see before them, not the modest if solid expansion of demand which could be filled in the traditional manner, or by a little extension and improvement of the old ways, but the rapid and limitless expansion which required revolution? A small, simple, and cheap revolution by our standards, but nevertheless a revolution, a leap into the dark. There are two schools of thought about this question. One emphasizes chiefly the domestic market, which was clearly by far the largest outlet for the country's products, the other stresses the foreign or export market, which was equally clearly, far more dynamic and expandable. The right answer is probably that both were essential in different ways, as was a third, and often neglected factor, government. The domestic market, large and expanding as it was, could grow in only four important ways, three of which were not likely to be exceptionally rapid. There could be growth of population, which creates more consumers, and, of course, producers, a transfer of people from non-monetary to monetary incomes, which creates more customers, an increase of income per head, which creates better customers, and a substitution of industrially produced goods for older forms of manufacture or imports. The question of population is so important, and has in recent years been the subject of so large and flourishing a concentration of research, that it must be briefly discussed here. It raises three questions, of which only the third is directly relevant to the problem of market expansion, but all of which are important for the more general problem of British economic and social development. They are: 1. What happened to British population and why? 2. What effect did these population changes have on the economy? 3. What effect did they have on the structure of the British people? Reliable measures of the British population hardly exist before about 1840, when the public registration of births and deaths was introduced, but its general movement is not in much dispute. Between the end of the 17th century, when there were perhaps 5¼ million inhabitants of England and Wales, and the middle of the 18th century, it rose only very slightly, and may at times have been static or even falling. After the 1740s it rose substantially, and from the 1770s very rapidly indeed by contemporary, though not by our standards. It doubled in 50 to 60 years after 1780, and again in the 60 years from 1841 to 1901, though in fact both birth and death rates began to drop rapidly from the 1870s. However, these global figures conceal very substantial variations, both chronological and regional. Thus, for instance, while in the first half of the 18th century, and even up to 1780, the London area would have been depopulated but for massive immigration from the countryside, the future centre of industrialisation, the Northwest and the East Midlands were already increasing quite rapidly. After the real start of the Industrial Revolution, rates of natural increase of the major regions, though not of migration, tended to become similar, except for the murderous environment of London. These movements were clearly not much affected, before the 19th century, by international migration, not even of the Irish. Were they due to variations in the rate of births or in mortality, and what were the causes of these? Quite apart from the deficiency of our information, these questions, though of great interest, are immensely complicated. They concern us here only in so far as they throw light on the question of how far the rise in population was a cause, how far a consequence of economic factors, for example how far people married or conceived children earlier because of better chances of getting a piece of land to cultivate or a job, or, as has been argued, because of the demand for child labor, how far their mortality declined because they were fed better or more regularly or because of environmental improvements. Since one of the few facts we know with any certainty is that most of the fall in death rates was due to fewer infants, children, and perhaps young adults dying, rather than to any real prolongation of life beyond the biblical span of 60 years, and 10 such falls might entail a rise in the birth rate. For instance, if fewer women die before, say, 30, more of them are likely to have the children they might be expected to have between 30 and the menopause. We cannot answer these questions with certainty, but it seems fairly clear that such population growth as there was, rapid by previous Western standards, but not by those to which we have become accustomed in the 20th century, was due primarily to a rise in the birth rate. Young women married earlier, on average at the age of 23 in 1825 to 49, compared to over 26 in 1700 to 24, and therefore had a longer childbearing period. There was also a substantial rise in illegitimate births. It seems clear that people were much more responsive to economic factors in marrying and/or having children than had sometimes been supposed, and that some social changes, for instance, the decline in the practice of workers living in with their employers, must have encouraged, or even required, earlier and perhaps larger families. It is also clear that a family economy which can be balanced only by the labor of all its members, and forms of production which use child labor, would also encourage population. contemporaries certainly thought of population as something which responded to changes in the demand for labor. Mortality, especially infantile mortality, did not decline significantly until quite late in the 19th century, and when it did, it was almost certainly for economic, social, or other environmental reasons. Medical progress can have played no part in its reduction, except maybe for the reduction in deaths from smallpox. What were the economic effects of these changes? More people means more labor and cheaper labor, and it has often been supposed that this is in itself a stimulus to economic growth, at any rate under capitalism. As we can see in many underdeveloped countries today, it is not. It may produce merely distress and stagnation, perhaps catastrophe, as in Ireland and the Scottish Highlands in the early 19th century, see pages 284-7 below. Cheap labor may actually retard industrialization. If in 18th century England a growing labor force assisted development, as it undoubtedly did, it was because the economy was already dynamic, not because some extraneous demographic injection made it so. In any case, population grew rapidly all over Northern Europe, but industrialization did not occur everywhere. On the other hand, more people certainly means more consumers, and it has been argued with more force that this certainly provides a stimulus both for agriculture, for they must be fed, and for manufactures. But as we have seen, the national population grew only very gradually in the century before 1750, and its rapid rise coincided with the Industrial Revolution but did not, except here and there, precede it. If Britain had been a less developed economy, there might have been more room for sudden and large transfers of people from, say, a subsistence to a cash economy, or from domestic and artisan manufacture to industry. But, as we have seen, England was already a market economy with a large and growing manufacturing sector. The average English income probably increased substantially in the first half of the 18th century, thanks if anything to a stagnant population and labor shortage, so that this period is rightly described in the Vicar of Bray's song as pudding time. People were better off and could buy more. What is more, they probably at this time included a smaller percentage of children, who divert the expenditure of poor parents sharply towards the purchase of necessities, and a larger proportion of young small family adults, who have income to spare. It is quite likely that in this period many Englishmen learned to cultivate new wants and establish new levels of expectation, and there is some evidence that around 1750 they began to prefer to take out their extra productivity in more consumer goods rather than in more leisure. Some excessively enthusiastic historians have gone so far as to speak of a consumer revolution. Still, this increase also resembled the movement of a respectable river rather than the exhilarating leaps of a waterfall. It explains why so many English towns were rebuilt, without any technological revolution, in the rural elegance of classical architecture, but not in itself why there was an industrial revolution. Except perhaps in three special cases: transport, food, and capital goods, particularly coal. Very substantial and expensive improvements in inland transport, by river, canal, and even road, were undertaken from the early 18th century, in order to diminish the prohibitive cost of moving goods overland. In the middle of the century 20 miles land transport might double the cost of a ton of goods. How important these were for the development of industrialism is uncertain, but there is no doubt that the impetus for them came from the home market, and more especially from the growing demand of the cities for food and fuel. The landlocked manufacturers of household goods in the West Midlands, potters in Staffordshire, makers of various metal goods in the Birmingham region, also pressed for cheaper transport. The difference in transport costs was so dramatic that major investments were patently worthwhile. Canals cut the cost per ton between Liverpool and Manchester or Birmingham by 80%. Food industries compete with textiles as the pace-setters of private enterprise industrialization, because a vast market for both exists visibly and, at least in the cities, at all times, merely awaiting exploitation. The least imaginative businessman can realize that everybody, however poor, eats, drinks and wears clothes. The demand for manufactured food and drink is admittedly more limited than that for textiles, except for such products as flour and alcoholic drinks, which are domestically manufactured only in rather primitive economies, but on the other hand food products are much more immune to foreign competition than textiles. Their industrialization therefore tends to play a rather more important part in underdeveloped than in advanced countries. Still, flour milling and beer brewing were important pioneers of technological revolution even in Britain, though they attract less attention than textiles, because they do not so much transform the surrounding economy as appear, like giant monuments of modernity, within it, as the Guinness Brewery did in Dublin and the celebrated Albion steam mills, which so impressed the poet William Blake, in London. The larger the city, and London was by far the greatest in Western Europe, and the more rapid the urbanization, the greater the scope for such developments. Was not the invention of the beer handle, known to every drinker in Britain, one of the first triumphs of Henry Maudslay, one of the great pioneers of engineering? The home market also provided a major outlet for what later became capital goods. Coal grew almost entirely with the number of urban, and especially metropolitan, fireplaces. Iron, to a much smaller extent, reflected the demand for domestic pots, pans, nails, stoves and the like. Since the quantities of coal burned in British homes were very much greater than their needs of iron, thanks in part to the unusual inefficiency of the British fireplace compared to the continental stove, the pre-industrial base of the coal industry was much sounder than that of the iron industry. Even before the Industrial Revolution its output could already be measured in millions of tons, the first commodity to which such astronomic criteria were applicable. And steam engines were the product of the mines. In 1769 100 atmospheric engines had already been erected round Newcastle on Tyne, and 57 were actually at work. However, the more modern engines of James Watt's type, which were really the foundation of industrial technology, made their way only slowly in the mines. On the other hand, the total British consumption of iron in 1720 was less than 50,000 tons, and even in 1788, after the Industrial Revolution was well underway, it cannot have been much more than 100,000 tons. The demand for steel was negligible at the then price of this metal. The greatest civilian market for iron was probably still agricultural, plows and other implements, horseshoes, wheel rims, and so on, which increased substantially, but was hardly large enough yet to start an industrial transformation. In fact, as we shall see, the real industrial revolution in iron and coal had to wait until the era of the railway provided a mass market not only for consumer goods but for capital goods. The pre-industrial domestic market, and even the first phase of industrialization, did not yet do so on a sufficient scale. The main advantage of the pre-industrial home market was therefore its great size and steadiness. It may not have promoted much in the way of industrial revolution, but it undoubtedly promoted economic growth, and what is more, it was always available to cushion the more dynamic export industries against the sudden fluctuations and collapses which were the price they paid for their superior dynamism. It came to their rescue in the 1780s, when war and the American Revolution disrupted them, and probably again after the Napoleonic Wars. But more than this, it provided the broad foundations for a generalized industrial economy. If England thought tomorrow what Manchester thought today, it was because the rest of the country was prepared to take its lead from Lancashire. Unlike Shanghai in pre-communist China, or Ahmedabad in colonial India, Manchester did not remain a modern enclave in the general backwardness, but became the model for the rest of the country. The domestic market may not have provided the spark, but it provided fuel and sufficient draft to keep it burning. Export industries worked in very different, and potentially much more revolutionary conditions. They fluctuated wildly, up to 50% in a single year, so that the manufacturer who could leap in fast enough to catch the expansions could make a killing. In the long run they also expanded much more, and more rapidly, than home markets. Between 1700 and 1750 home industries increased their output by 7%, export industries by 76%, between 1750 and 1770, which we may regard as the runway for the industrial takeoff, by another 7% and 80% respectively. Home demand increased, but foreign demand multiplied. If a spark was needed, this is where it came from. Cotton manufacture, the first to be industrialized, was essentially tied to overseas trade. Every ounce of its raw material had to be imported from the subtropics or tropics, and, as we shall see, its products were to be overwhelmingly sold abroad. From the end of the 18th century it was already an industry which exported the greater part of its total output, perhaps 2/3 by 1805. The reason for this extraordinary potential of expansion was that export industries did not depend on the modest natural rate of growth of any country's internal demand. They could create the illusion of rapid growth by two major means: capturing a series of other countries' export markets, and destroying domestic competition within particular countries, that is by the political or semi-political means of war and colonization. The country which succeeded in taking over other people's export markets, or even in monopolizing the export markets of a large part of the world in a sufficiently brief period of time, could expand its export industries at a rate which made industrial revolution not only practicable for its entrepreneurs, but sometimes virtually compulsory. And this is what Britain succeeded in doing in the 18th century. Yet conquering markets by war and colonization required not merely an economy capable of exploiting those markets, but also a government willing to wage war and colonize for the benefit of British manufacturers. This brings us to the third factor in the genesis of the Industrial Revolution: government. Here the advantage of Britain over her potential competitors is quite evident. Unlike some of them, such as France, she was prepared to subordinate all foreign policy to economic ends. Her war aims were commercial and, what amounted to much the same thing, naval. The great Chatham gave 5 reasons in his memorandum advocating the conquest of Canada. The first 4 were purely economic. Unlike others, such as the Dutch, her economic aims were not completely dominated by commercial and financial interests, but shaped also, and increasingly, by the pressure group of manufacturers, originally the fiscally important woolen industry, later the rest. The tussle between industry and commerce, represented most dramatically by the East India Company, was decided in the home market by 1700, when British producers won protection against Indian textile imports. It was not won in the foreign market until 1813, when the East India Company was deprived of its monopoly in India, and that subcontinent opened to deindustrialization and the massive import of Lancashire cottons. Lastly, unlike all its other rivals, British policy in the 18th century was one of systematic aggressiveness, most obviously against the chief rival, France. Of the 5 great wars of the period, Britain was clearly on the defensive in only one. The result of this century of intermittent warfare was the greatest triumph ever achieved by any state up to that time: the virtual monopoly among European powers of overseas colonies, and the virtual monopoly of worldwide naval power. Moreover, war itself, by crippling Britain's major competitors in Europe, tended to boost exports. Peace, if anything, tended to slow them up. Furthermore, war, and especially that very commercially minded and middle-class organization, the British Navy, contributed even more directly to technological innovation and industrialization. Its demands were not negligible. The tonnage of the Navy multiplied from about 100,000 in 1685 to about 325,000 in 1760, and its demand for guns grew substantially, though in a less dramatic manner. War was pretty certainly the greatest consumer of iron, and firms like Wilkinson, the Walkers, and the Carron Works owed the size of their undertakings partly to government contracts for cannon, while the South Wales iron industry depended on battle. More generally, government contracts, or those of vast quasi-government bodies like the East India Company, came in large blocks and had to be filled on time. It was worth a businessman's while to introduce revolutionary methods to supply them. Time and again we find some inventor or entrepreneur stimulated by so lucrative a prospect. Henry Cort, who revolutionized iron manufacture, began in the 1760s as a Navy agent, anxious to improve the quality of the British product in connection with the supply of iron to the Navy. 3 Henry Maudslay, the pioneer of machine tools, began his career in the Woolwich Arsenal, and his fortunes, like those of the great engineer Marc Isambard Brunel, formerly of the French Navy, remained closely bound up with naval contracts. If we are to sum up the role of the three main sectors of demand in the genesis of industrialism, we can therefore do so as follows. Exports, backed by the systematic and aggressive help of government, provided the spark, and, with cotton textiles, the leading sector of industry. They also provided major improvements in sea transport. The home market provided the broad base for a generalized industrial economy and, through the process of urbanization, the incentive for major improvements in inland transport, a powerful base for the coal industry and for certain important technological innovations. Government provided systematic support for merchant and manufacturer, and some by no means negligible incentives for technical innovation and the development of capital goods industries. If we finally return to our original questions, why Britain and not another country? Why at the end of the 18th century and not before or after? The answer cannot be so simple. By 1750, indeed, there was not much doubt that if any state was to win the race to be the first industrial power, it would be Britain. The Dutch had retired to that comfortable role of old established business, the exploitation of their vast commercial and financial apparatus, and their colonies. The French, though expanding about as fast as the British, when the British did not prevent them by war, could not regain the ground they had lost in the great era of economic depression, the 17th century. In absolute figures they might look, until the Industrial Revolution, like a power of equivalent size, but per capita their trade and manufactures were even then far behind the British. On the other hand, this does not explain why the industrial breakthrough came when it actually did, in the last third or quarter of the 18th century. The precise answer to this question is still uncertain, but it is clear that we can find it only by turning back to the general European or world economy of which Britain was a part, that is to the advanced areas of, mainly, Western Europe and their relations with the colonial and semi-colonial dependent economies, the marginal trading partners, and the regions not as yet substantially involved in the European system of economic flows. The traditional pattern of European expansion, Mediterranean, and based on Italian merchants and their associates, Spanish and Portuguese conquerors, or Baltic, and based on German city-states, had perished in the great economic depression of the 17th century. The new centers of expansion were the maritime states bordering the North Sea and North Atlantic. The shift was not merely geographical, but structural. The new kind of relationship between the advanced areas and the rest of the world, unlike the old, tended constantly to intensify and widen the flows of commerce. The powerful, growing and accelerating current of overseas trade which swept the infant industries of Europe with it, which, in fact, sometimes actually created them, was hardly conceivable without this change. It rested on three things: in Europe, the rise of a market for overseas products for everyday use, whose market could be expanded as they became available in larger quantities and more cheaply, and overseas the creation of economic systems for producing such goods, such as, for instance, slave-operated plantations, and the conquest of colonies designed to serve the economic advantage of their European owners. To illustrate the first fact, around 1650 1/3 of the value of East India goods sold in Amsterdam consisted of pepper, the typical commodity in which profits are made by cornering a small supply and selling it at monopoly prices. By 1780 this proportion had fallen to 11%. Conversely, by 1780 56% of such sales consisted of textiles, tea, and coffee, whereas in 1650 they had only amounted to 17.5%. Sugar, tea, coffee, tobacco, and similar products rather than gold and spices were now the characteristic imports from the tropics, as wheat, linen, iron, hemp and timber were those from the east of Europe, and not furs. The second fact can be illustrated by the expansion of that most inhuman traffic, the slave trade. In the 16th century fewer than 500,000 Negroes were transferred from Africa to the Americas, in the 17th perhaps 1.5 millions, mainly in the second half, or if earlier, to the Brazilian plantations which anticipated the later colonial pattern, in the 18th century perhaps 7 millions. The third fact hardly requires illustration. In 1650 neither Britain nor France had much in the way of empires, and much of the old Spanish and Portuguese empires lay in ruins, or consisted of mere outlines on a world map. The 18th century saw not merely a revival of the older empires, for example in Brazil and Mexico, but the expansion and exploitation of new ones, British, French, not to mention now forgotten essays by Danes, Swedes, and others. What is more, the sheer size of these empires as economies increased vastly. In 1701 the future USA had fewer than 300,000 inhabitants, in 1790 almost 4 millions, and even Canada grew from 14,000 in 1695 to almost 500,000 in 1800. And as the network of international trade grew tighter, so did the role of such overseas trade in the commerce of Europe. In 1680 the East India trade amounted to perhaps 8% of the total foreign commerce of the Dutch, but in the second half of the 18th century to something like 1/4, and the evolution of French trade was similar. The British relied on colonial trade earlier. Around 1700 it amounted already to 15% of our commerce, but by 1775 to as much as a third. The general expansion of trading in the 18th century was impressive enough, in almost all countries, but the expansion of trade connected with the colonial system was stupendous. To take a single example, after the War of the Spanish Succession between 2,000 and 3,000 tons of British ships cleared from England every year for Africa, mainly as slavers. After the 7 Years' War between 15,000 and 19,000, after the American War of Independence, 1,787, 22,000. This vast and growing circulation of goods did not merely bring to Europe new needs, and the stimulus to manufacture foreign imports at home. If Saxony and other countries of Europe make up fine China, wrote the Abbé Raynal in 1776,4 if Valencia manufactures pekins superior to those of China, if Switzerland imitates the muslins and worked calicoes of Bengal, if England and France print linens with great elegance, if so many stuffs, formerly unknown in our climates, now employ our best artists, are we not indebted to India for all these advantages? More than this, it provided a limitless horizon of sales and profit for merchant and manufacturer. And it was the British who, by their policy and force as much as by their enterprise and inventive skill, captured these markets. Behind our industrial revolution there lies this concentration on the colonial and underdeveloped markets overseas, the successful battle to deny them to anyone else. We defeated them in the East. In 1766 we already outsold even the Dutch in the China trade. We defeated them in the West. By the early 1780s more than half of all slaves exported from Africa, and almost twice as many as those carried by the French, made profits for British slavers. And we did so for the benefit of British goods. For some 3 decades after the War of the Spanish Succession British ships bound for Africa still carried mainly foreign, including Indian, goods. From shortly after the War of the Austrian Succession they carried overwhelmingly British ones. Our industrial economy grew out of our commerce, and especially our commerce with the underdeveloped world. And throughout the 19th century it was to retain this peculiar historical pattern. Commerce and shipping maintained our balance of payments, and the exchange of overseas primary products for British manufactures was to be the foundation of our international economy. While the stream of international exchanges swelled, sometime in the second third of the 18th century a general quickening of the domestic economies became noticeable. This was not a specifically British phenomenon, but one which occurred very generally, and is registered in the movements of prices, which began a long period of slow inflation, after a century of fluctuating and indeterminate movement, in what little we know about population, production, and in other ways. The Industrial Revolution was generated in these decades, after the 1740s, When this massive but slow growth in the domestic economies combined with the rapid, after 1750 extremely rapid, expansion of the international economy, and it occurred in the country which seized its international opportunities to corner a major share of the overseas markets. 3. The Industrial Revolution 1780 to 18,401. Whoever says Industrial Revolution says cotton. When we think of it we see, like the contemporary foreign visitors to England, the new and revolutionary city of Manchester, which multiplied tenfold in size between 1760 and 1830, from 17,000 to 180,000 inhabitants, where we observe hundreds of 5- and 6-storied factories, each with a towering chimney by its side, which exhales black coal vapor, which proverbially thought today what England would think tomorrow, and gave its name to the school of liberal economics that dominated the world. And there can be no doubt that this perspective is right. The British Industrial Revolution was by no means only cotton, or Lancashire, or even textiles, and cotton lost its primacy within it after a couple of generations. Yet cotton was the pacemaker of industrial change, and the basis of the first regions which could not have existed but for industrialization, and which expressed a new form of society, industrial capitalism, based on a new form of production, the factory. Other towns were smoky and filled with steam engines in 1830, though not to anything like the same extent as the cotton towns. In 1838 Manchester and Salford possessed almost 3 times as much steam power as Birmingham, but they were not towns dominated by factories until the second half of the century, if then. Other industrial regions possessed large-scale enterprises operated by proletarian masses, and surrounded by impressive machinery, like coal mines and iron works, but their often isolated or rural location, the traditional background of their labor force and its different social environment made them somehow less typical of the new era, except in their capacity to transform buildings and landscapes into an unprecedented scene of fire, slag, and iron structures. The miners were, and have largely remained, villagers, and their ways of life and struggle were strange to the non-miners with whom they had little contact. The iron masters might, like the crotchets of Cyfartha, demand, and often receive, political loyalty from their men, which recalls the relation between squires and the farming population rather than between industrial employers and their operatives. The new world of industrialism in its most obvious form was not to be seen there, but in and around Manchester. The cotton manufacture was a typical byproduct of that accelerating current of international and especially colonial commerce without which, as we have seen, the Industrial Revolution cannot be explained. Its raw material, first used in Europe mixed with linen to produce a cheaper version of that textile, fustian, was almost entirely colonial. The only pure cotton industry known to Europe in the early 18th century was that of India, whose products, calicoes, the Eastern trading companies sold abroad and at home, where they were bitterly opposed by the domestic manufacturers of wool, linen, and silk. The English woolen industry succeeded in 1700 in banning their import altogether, thus accidentally succeeding in giving the domestic cotton manufacturers of the future something like a free run of the home market. They were as yet too backward to supply it, though the first form of the modern cotton industry, calico printing, established itself as a partial import substitution in several European countries. Modest local manufacturers established themselves in the hinterland of the great colonial and slave trading ports, Bristol, and even more Glasgow and Liverpool, though the new industry was finally localized near the last of these. For the home market it produced a substitute for linen or wool and silk hosiery, for the foreign market, so far as it could, a substitute for the superior Indian goods, particularly when wars or other crises temporarily disrupted the Indian supply to export markets. Until 1770 over 90% of British cotton exports went to colonial markets in this way, mainly to Africa. The vast expansion of exports after 1750 gave the industry its impetus. Between then and 1770 cotton exports multiplied 10 times over. Cotton thus acquired its characteristic link with the underdeveloped world, which it retained and strengthened through all the various fluctuations of fortune. The slave plantations of the West Indies provided its raw material until in the 1790s it acquired a new and virtually unlimited source in the slave plantations of the southern USA, which therefore became in the main a dependent economy of Lancashire. The most modern center of production thus preserved and extended the most primitive form of exploitation. From time to time the industry had to fall back on the British domestic market, where it increasingly substituted for linen, but from the 1790s on it always exported the greater part of its output, towards the end of the 19th century something like 90% of it. Cotton was and remained essentially an export industry. From time to time it broke into the rewarding markets of Europe and the USA, but wars and the rise of native competition put a brake on such expansion and the industry returned, time and again, to some old or new region of the undeveloped world. After the middle of the 19th century it found its staple outlet in India and the Far East. The British cotton industry was certainly in its time the best in the world, but it ended as it had begun by relying not on its competitive superiority but on a monopoly of the colonial and underdeveloped markets which the British Empire, the British Navy and British commercial supremacy gave it. Its days were numbered after the First World War, when the Indians, Chinese and Japanese manufactured or even exported their own cotton goods and could no longer be prevented from doing so by British political interference. As every school child knows, the technical problem which determined the nature of mechanization in the cotton industry was the imbalance between the efficiency of spinning and weaving. The spinning wheel, a much less productive device than the hand loom, especially as speeded up by the flying shuttle which was invented in the 1730s and spread in the 1760s, could not supply the weavers fast enough. Three familiar inventions tipped the balance: the spinning jenny of the 1760s, which enabled one cottage spinner to spin several threads at once, the water frame of 1768, which used the original idea of spinning by a combination of rollers and spindles, and the fusion of the two, the mule of the 1780s, to which steam power was soon applied. The last two innovations implied factory production. The cotton factories of the Industrial Revolution were essentially spinning mills, and establishments for carding the cotton preparatory to spinning it. Weaving kept pace with these innovations by a multiplication of hand looms and manual weavers. Though a power loom had also been invented in the 1780s, this branch of manufacture was not mechanized on any scale until after the Napoleonic Wars. Thereafter the weavers who had been attracted into the industry before were eliminated from it by the simple device of starvation, and replaced by women and children in factories. In the meantime their starvation wages delayed the mechanization of weaving. The years from 1815 to the 1840s therefore saw the spread of factory production throughout the industry, and its perfection by the introduction of self-acting devices in the 1820s and other improvements. However, there was no further technical revolution. The mule remained the basis of British spinning, and ring spinning, invented in the 1840s and general today, was left to the foreigners. The power loom dominated weaving. The overwhelming world predominance which Lancashire had established by this time had begun to make it technically conservative, though not stagnant. The technology of cotton manufacture was thus fairly simple, and so, as we shall see, was that of most of the rest of the changes which collectively made up the Industrial Revolution. It required little scientific knowledge or technical skill beyond the scope of a practical mechanic of the early 18th century. It hardly even required steam power, for though cotton adopted the new steam engine rapidly, and to a greater extent than other industries, except mining and metallurgy, as late as 1838 1/4 of its power was still provided by water. This does not reflect either a shortage of scientific innovation or a lack of interest by the new industrialists in technical revolution. On the contrary, scientific innovation abounded, and was readily applied to practical matters by scientists who still refused to make the subsequent distinction between pure and applied thought. And industrialists absorbed these innovations with great speed, where necessary or advantageous, and above all, applied a rigorous rationalism to their methods of production such as is highly characteristic of a scientific age. Cotton masters soon learned to build in a purely functional way, often, as a foreign observer out of tune with modernity said, at the cost of external beauty, to and from 1805 lengthened the working day by illuminating their factories with gas. Yet the first experiments in gas lighting went no farther back than 1792. They immediately bleached and dyed textiles by the most recent inventions of chemistry, a science which can be said to have come of age in the 1770s and 1780s, with the Industrial Revolution. Yet the chemical industry which flourished in Scotland by 1800 on this basis went back to the suggestion, made as recently as 1786 by Bert Hollett to James Watt, that chlorine could be used for bleaching. The early Industrial Revolution was technically rather primitive, not because no better science and technology were available, or because men took no interest in it or could not be persuaded to use it. It was simple because, by and large, the application of simple ideas and devices, often of ideas available for centuries, often by no means expensive, could produce striking results. The novelty lay not in the innovations, but in the readiness of practical men to put their minds to using the science and technology which had long been available and within reach, and in the wide market which lay open to goods as prices and costs fell rapidly. It lay not in the flowering of individual inventive genius, but in the practical situation which turned men's thoughts to soluble problems. This situation was very fortunate, for it gave the pioneer industrial revolution an immense, perhaps an essential, push forward. It put it within the reach of an enterprising, not particularly well educated or subtle, not particularly wealthy body of businessmen and skilled artisans, operating in a flourishing and expanding economy whose opportunities they could easily seize. In other words, it minimized the basic requirements of skills, of capital, of large-scale business or government organization and planning, without which no industrialization can succeed. Let us consider, by way of contrast, the situation in the so-called Third World country of the 20th century which sets about its own industrial revolution. The most elementary steps forward, say, the construction of an adequate air transport system, assume a command of science and technology which is centuries removed from the skills familiar to more than a tiny fraction of the population until yesterday. The most characteristic kinds of modern production, say, the manufacture of motor vehicles, are of a size and complexity which put them beyond the experience of most of the small class of local businessmen who may have hitherto emerged, and require a quantity of initial capital investment far beyond their independent powers of capital accumulation. Even the minor skills and habits whose existence we take for granted in developed societies, but whose absence would totally disrupt them, are scarce as rubies: literacy, a sense of punctuality and regularity, the conduct of routines. To take a simple example, it was still possible in the 18th century to develop a coal mining industry by digging relatively shallow shafts and lateral galleries, putting men at the end with picks and transporting the coal back to the surface by hauling small carts manually or by ponies and raising the mineral in baskets. It would be utterly impossible to develop oil wells in any comparable way today, at all events in competition with the giant and sophisticated international petroleum industry. Similarly, the crucial problem of the backward country's economic development today is, more often than not, the one expressed in the phrase of the late J.V. Stalin, who had plenty of experience of it: cottars decide everything. It is a great deal easier to find the capital for the construction of a modern industry than to run it, much easier to staff a central planning commission with the handful of PhDs which most countries can supply, than to acquire the mass of persons with intermediate skills, technical and administrative competence and so on, without whom any modern economy risks grinding into inefficiency. Successfully industrializing backward economies have also been the ones which have found ways of rapidly multiplying such cottars, and of using them in the context of a general population still lacking the skills and habits of modern industry. They have found the history of British industrialization irrelevant to their needs in this respect, simply because Britain hardly faced this problem. At no stage, for instance, did this country visibly suffer from a shortage of men competent to work metals, and as the British usage of the word engineer indicates, the higher grades of technology could be readily recruited from among the men with practical workshop experience. Britain could even manage to do without a system of state elementary education until 1870, of state secondary education until after 1902. The British way can best be illustrated by an example. The greatest of the early cotton industrialists was Sir Robert Peel, 1750 to 1830, a man who at his death left almost £1.5 million, a vast sum for those days, and a son just about to become Prime Minister of Britain. The Peels were a family of yeoman peasants of middling status who, like others in the Lancashire Hills, combined farming and domestic textile production, at any rate from the mid-17th century. Sir Robert's father, 1723 to 95, still hawked his goods about the countryside, moved into the town of Blackburn only in 1750, and even then had not yet quite abandoned farming. He had some non-technical education, some gift for simple design and invention, or at least the sense to appreciate the inventions of such men as his fellow townsman James Hargreaves, weaver, carpenter, and inventor of the spinning jenny, and perhaps £2,000, £4,000's worth in land, which he mortgaged in the early 1760s when he formed a calico printing firm with his brother-in-law Hayworth and one Yates, who brought into it the accumulated savings of his family's innkeeping business at the Black Bull. The family had experience, several members of it were in textiles, and the prospects for calico printing, hitherto mainly a London speciality, seemed excellent. They were. 3 years later, in the middle 1760s, its demand for cotton to print was such that the firm went into the manufacture of cloth itself, a fact which, as a local historian was to observe, affords proof of the facility with which money was then made. 3 The business prospered and divided. Peel remained in Blackburn, while his two partners moved to Bury, where they were joined in partnership in 1772 by the future Sir Robert with some initial but little subsequent backing from his father. There was little need for it. Young Peel, an entrepreneur of remarkable energy, had no difficulty in raising additional capital by taking in partners from among local men anxious to invest in the growing industry, or merely useful in establishing the firm in new towns and branches of activity. Since the printing side of the firm alone was to make steady profits of £70,000 a year for long periods, there was no capital shortage. By the middle 1780s it was a very substantial business indeed, easily capable of adopting any useful and profitable new devices that were available, such as steam engines. By 1790, at the age of 40 and a mere 18 years after entering business himself, Robert Peel was a baronet, a member of Parliament and the acknowledged representative of a new class, the industrialists. He differed from other hard-headed Lancashire entrepreneurs of his kind, including several of his partners, chiefly in not retiring into a comfortable affluence, which he might easily have done by the middle 1780s, but rising to even dizzier heights as a captain of industry. Given a modest base of business acumen and energy, any member of the Lancashire rural middle class going into the cotton business when Peel did could hardly have helped making a very great deal of money very quickly. It is perhaps characteristic of the essentially simple approach to the business that for many years after the firm began printing calicos it contained no drawing shop, that is, it made only the most primitive provision for designing the patterns on which its fortunes were based. The truth was that at this stage practically anything sold, especially to the unsophisticated customer at home and abroad. A new industrial system based on a new technology thus emerged with remarkable speed and ease among the rainy farms and villages of Lancashire. But it emerged, as we have seen, by a combination of the novel and the old established. The new prevailed over the old. Capital accumulated within industry replaced the mortgages of farms and the savings of innkeepers, engineers the inventive weavers cum carpenters, power looms the hand weavers, and a factory proletariat the combination of a few mechanized establishments with a mass of dependent domestic workers. In the decades which followed the Napoleonic Wars the old elements in the new industrialism gradually receded, and modern industry, from being the achievement of a pioneering minority, became the norm of Lancashire life. The number of power looms in England rose from 2,400 in 1813 to 55,000 in 1829, 85,000 in 1833, and 224,000 in 1850, while the number of handloom weavers, still rising to a maximum of about 250,000 in the 1820s, fell to just over 100,000 by the early 1840s, to little more than 50,000 starving wretches by the middle 1850s. Yet it is unwise to neglect the relative primitiveness of even this second phase of the transformation and the heritage of archaism it left behind. Two consequences of it may be mentioned. The first is the extremely decentralized and disintegrated business structure of the cotton industry, as indeed of most other British 19th-century industries, the product of its emergence from the unplanned activities of small men. It emerged as, and it largely remained, a complex of highly specialized firms of medium size, often highly localized, merchants of various kinds, spinners, weavers, dyers, finishers, bleachers, printers, and so on, often specialized even within their branches, linked with each other by a complex web of individual business transactions in the market. Such a form of business structure has the advantage of flexibility and lends itself readily to rapid initial expansion, but at later stages of industrial development, when the technical and economic advantages of planning and integration are far greater, develops considerable rigidities and inefficiencies. The second consequence was the development of a strong trade union movement in an industry normally characterized by extremely weak or unstable labor organization, because it was working with a labor force consisting largely of women and children, unskilled immigrants, and so on. The Lancashire Cotton Industries unions were based on a minority of skilled male mule spinners, who were not, or could not be, dislodged from their strong bargaining position by more advanced stages of mechanization. Attempts to do so in the 1830s failed, and who eventually succeeded in organizing the unskilled majority which surrounded them in subordinate unions largely because it was composed of their wives and children. Cotton thus developed as a factory industry organized by something like the methods of craft unionism, and these methods succeeded because in its crucial phase of development it was a very archaic kind of factory industry. Nevertheless it was, by the standards of the 18th century, revolutionary. When all allowances for its transitional characteristics and continued archaism have been made, that fact must never be forgotten. It represented a new economic relationship between men, a new system of production, a new rhythm of life, a new society, a new historical era, and contemporaries were aware of it almost from the start. As in a sudden flood, medieval constitutions and limitations upon industry disappeared, and statesmen marveled at the grandiose phenomenon which they could neither grasp nor follow. The machine obediently served the spirit of man. Yet as machinery dwarfed human strength, capital triumphed over labor and created a new form of serfdom. Mechanization and the incredibly elaborate division of labor diminish the strength and intelligence which is required among the masses, and competition depresses their wages to the minimum of a bare subsistence. In times of those crises of glutted markets, which occur at periods of diminishing length, wages fall below the subsistence minimum. Often work ceases altogether for some time, and a mass of miserable humanity is exposed to hunger and all the tortures of want. 4. The words, curiously similar to those of social revolutionaries like Friedrich Engels, are those of a German liberal businessman writing in the early 1840s. But even a generation earlier another industrialist, Robert Owen, himself a cotton master, had underlined the revolutionary character of the change in his observations on the effect of the manufacturing system, 1815. The general diffusion of manufactures throughout a country generates a new character in its inhabitants, and as this character is formed upon a principle quite unfavorable to the individual or general happiness, it will produce the most lamentable and permanent evils, unless its tendency is counteracted by legislative interference and direction. The manufacturing system has already so far extended its influence over the British Empire as to effect an essential change in the general character of the mass of the people. The new system which contemporaries saw exemplified above all in Lancashire, consisted, so it seemed to them, of three elements. The first was the division of the industrial population into capitalist employers and workers who owned nothing but their power to labor, which they sold for wages. The second was production in the factory, a combination of specialized machines with specialized human labor, or, as its early theorist Dr. Andrew Ure called it, a vast automaton composed of various mechanical and intellectual organs, acting in uninterrupted concert, all of them being subordinate to a self-regulating moving force. 5 The third was the domination of the entire economy, indeed of all life, by the capitalists' pursuit and accumulation of profit. Some of them, those who saw nothing fundamentally wrong with the new system, did not care to distinguish between its social and its technical aspects. Others, those who were pressed into the new system against their will and got nothing from it but pauperization, like that third of the population of Blackburn in 1833 which lived on a family income of 9s. a week, or an average sum of about is 8d per person, were tempted to reject both altogether. A third group, Robert Owen was its first major spokesman, separated industrialism from capitalism. It accepted the Industrial Revolution and technical progress as the bringers of potential knowledge and plenty for all. It rejected its capitalist form as the bringer of actual exploitation and pauperism. It is, as usual, easy to criticize the contemporary view in detail, because the structure of industrialism was by no means as modern as it suggests even on the eve of the railway era, let alone in the year of Waterloo. Neither the capitalist employer nor the proletarian were at all common in the pure state. There were plenty in the middle rank of society. It only came to call itself a middle class in the course of the first third of the 19th century, ready to make profits, but only a minority ready to apply to profit-making the full, ruthless logic of technical progress and the commandment to buy in the cheapest market and sell in the dearest. There were plenty of men and women who lived only by wage work, though a great many who were still degenerate versions of formerly independent craftsmen, small holders seeking spare time employment, part-time petty entrepreneurs and so on. But there were few genuine factory operatives. Between 1778 and 1830, time and again there were revolts against the extension of machinery. That these revolts were often supported and sometimes actually instigated by local businessmen and farmers shows how limited the modern sector of the economy still was, for those within it tended to accept, if not to welcome, the machine. It was those not yet within it who tried to hold it up. That, on the whole, they failed shows on the other hand that the modern sector had become dominant in the economy. Again, we had to wait for the technology of the mid-20th century to make possible the semi-automation or automation in factory production which the steam intellect philosophers of the first half of the 19th century anticipated with so much satisfaction, and which they discerned in the very imperfect and archaic cotton mills of their time. Before the coming of the railways there was probably no enterprise except perhaps the occasional gasworks or chemical plant which a modern production engineer would regard as having anything but archaeological interest. Yet the fact that the cotton mills inspired such visions of working men narrowed and dehumanized into operatives or hands before being dispensed with altogether by completely self-acting, automated, machinery is equally significant. The factory with its logical flow of processes, each a specialized machine tended by a specialized hand, all linked together by the inhuman and constant pace of the engine and the discipline of mechanization, gas-lit, iron-ribbed and smoking, was a revolutionary form of work. Though factory wages tended to be higher than those in domestic industries, other than those of highly skilled and versatile manual workers, workers were reluctant to enter them, because in doing so men lost their birthright, independence. Indeed, this is one reason why they were filled, where possible, with the more tractable women and children. In 1838 only 23% of textile factory workers were adult men. No other industry could compare in importance with cotton in this first phase of British industrialization. Its share of the national income was perhaps not impressive in quantity, perhaps 7 or 8% towards the end of the Napoleonic Wars, though it was larger than that of other industries. But it began to expand earlier and continued to grow faster than the rest, and in a sense its pace measured that of the economy. When cotton expanded at the remarkable rate of 6 to 7% per annum, in the 25 years following Waterloo, British industrial expansion was at its height. When cotton ceased to expand, as in the last quarter of the 19th century, when its rate of growth sank to 0.7% per annum, all British industry sagged. Also unique was its huge contribution to Britain's international economy. Broadly speaking, in the post-Napoleonic decades something like one-half of the value of all British exports consisted of cotton products, and at their peak, in the middle of the 1830s, raw cotton made up 20% of total net imports. In a real sense the British balance of payments depended on the fortunes of this single industry, and so did much of Britain's shipping and overseas trade in general. Thirdly, it almost certainly contributed more to the accumulation of capital than other industries, if only because rapid mechanization and the massive use of cheap, women's and juveniles, labor permitted a very successful diversion of income from labor to capital. In the 25 years following 1820 the net output of the industry grew by about 40%, in current values, its wage bill by only about 5%. That it stimulated industrialization and technical revolution in general need hardly be pointed out. Both the chemical industry and the engineering industry owed much to it. By 1830 only the Londoners contested the superiority of the Lancashire machine makers. Yet in this respect, it was not unique, and it lacked the direct capacity to stimulate what, as analysts of industrialization, we know needed stimulation most, namely the heavy capital goods industries of coal, iron, and steel, for which it provided no outstandingly great market. Fortunately the general process of urbanization provided a substantial stimulus for coal in the early 19th century as in the 18th. As late as 1842 the smoky fireplace of British homes still consumed two-thirds of Britain's domestic coal supplies, which then stood at about 30 million tons, or perhaps two-thirds of the entire output of the Western world. The actual production of coal remained primitive. A squatting man hacking with a pick in an underground passage was its foundation. But the sheer bulk of coal output forced mining to pioneer technical change, to pump the increasingly deeper mines and above all to transport the mineral from the coal face to pithead and thence to ports and markets. Mining thus pioneered the steam engine long before James Watt employed its improved versions for winding gear from the 1790s, and above all invented and developed the railway. It was no accident that the constructors, engineers, and drivers of the early railways so often came from Tyneside, beginning with George Stephenson. The steamship, however, whose development predated the railway, though its general use came later, owed nothing to the mines. Iron faced greater difficulties. Before the Industrial Revolution Britain produced it neither in large quantity nor in outstanding quality, and even in the 1780s the total demand for it would hardly have exceeded 100,000 tons. War in general and the Navy in particular gave the iron industry constant encouragement and an intermittent market. Fuel economy gave it a permanent incentive to technical improvement. For these reasons, until the railway age, the industry's iron capacity tended to run ahead of the market, and its rapid spurts were followed by dragging depressions which the iron masters sought to solve by a desperate search for new uses for their metal, and to palliate by price cartels and cuts in output. Steel remained virtually unaffected by the Industrial Revolution. Three major innovations raised its capacity: the smelting of iron with coke, instead of charcoal, the inventions of puddling and rolling, both of which came into wider use in the 1780s, and James Neilson's hot blast after 1829. They also shifted the location of the industry firmly to the coal fields. After the Napoleonic Wars, when industrialization began to develop in other countries, iron acquired an important export market. Between 15 and 20% of output could already be sold abroad. British industrialization produced a miscellaneous domestic demand for the metal, not only for machines and tools, but also for bridges, pipes, building material and domestic utensils, but even so total output remained much below what we would today consider necessary for an industrial economy, especially if we bear in mind that non-ferrous metals were then of rather small importance, probably never reached 500,000 tons before the 1820s, and 700,000 tons at its pre-railway peak in 1828. Iron stimulated not only all iron-consuming industries but also coal, of which it consumed about 1/4 in 1842, the steam engine, and, for the same reasons as coal, transport. Nevertheless, like coal, it did not undergo its real industrial revolution until the middle decades of the 19th century, or about 50 years later than cotton, for while consumer goods industries possess a mass market even in pre-industrial economies, capital goods industries acquire such a market only in already industrializing or industrialized ones. It was the age of the railway which trebled the production of coal and iron in 20 years and virtually created a steel industry. There was obvious and striking economic growth and some industrial transformation elsewhere, but hardly as yet an industrial revolution. A large number of industries, such as those producing clothing, except hosiery, footwear, building, and household furniture, continued to work in entirely traditional ways, except for the use of novel materials here and there. At most they tried to meet the vastly expanded demand by the extension of something like the domestic system, which turned independent artisans into impoverished and increasingly specialized sweated labor in urban cellars and garret workshops. Industrialism produced not furniture and clothing factories, but skilled and organized cabinet makers declining into slum workers, and those armies of starving and tuberculous seamstresses and shirt makers which touched the hearts of middle-class opinion even in that extremely insensitive era. Other industries applied some elementary mechanization and power, including steam power, to the small workshop, notably in the multitude of metal-using industries so characteristic of Sheffield and the Midlands, but without changing the character of their craft, or domestic production. Some of these complexes of small interlocking workshops were urban, as in Sheffield and Birmingham, some rural, as in the lost villages of the Black Country. Some of their workers were skilled, organized, almost guild-proud journeyman craftsmen, like the cutlery trades in Sheffield. Others increasingly degenerated into barbarized and murderous villages of men and women hammering out nails, chains, and other simple metal goods. In Dudley, Worcestershire, the average expectation of life at birth in 1841 to 50 was 18.5 years. Yet others, like the pottery trades, developed something closer to a primitive factory system, or rather comparatively large-scale establishments based on an elaborate internal division of labor. On the whole, however, except for cotton, and the large-scale establishments characteristic of iron and coal, the development of production in mechanized factories, or in analogous establishments, had to wait until the second half of the 19th century, and the average size of plant or enterprise was small. Even in 1851, 1,670 cotton masters included a considerably greater number of establishments employing 100 or more men than the total put together of all the 41,000 tailors, shoemakers, engine and machine makers, builders, wheelwrights, tanners, woolen and worsted manufacturers, silk manufacturers, millers, lace manufacturers, and earthenware manufacturers who reported the size of their establishments to the census. Yet an industrialization thus limited, and based essentially on one sector of the textile industry, was neither stable nor secure. We, who see the period from the 1780s to the 1840s in the light of later developments, see it simply as the initial phase of industrial capitalism. But might it not also be its final phase? The question seems absurd, because it so obviously was not. This is to underestimate the instability and tension of this initial phase, particularly of the 3 decades after Waterloo, and the malaise of both the economy and those who thought seriously about its prospects. Early industrial Britain passed through a crisis which reached its stage of greatest acuteness in the 1830s and early 1840s. That it was not in any sense a final crisis, but merely one of growth, should not lead us to underestimate its seriousness, as economic, but not social, historians have persistently inclined to do. 6. The most obvious evidence for this crisis is the high wind of social discontent which blew across Britain in successive gusts between the last years of the wars and the middle 1840s, Luddite and radical, trade unionist and utopian socialist, democratic and Chartist. At no other period in modern British history have the common people been so persistently, profoundly, and often desperately, dissatisfied. At no other period since the 17th century can we speak of large masses of them as revolutionary, or discern at least one moment of political crisis, between 1830 and the Reform Act of 1832, when something like a revolutionary situation might actually have developed. Some historians have tried to explain this discontent away, by arguing that the workers' conditions of life, except for a depressed minority, were merely improving less fast than the golden prospects which industrialism had led them to anticipate. But the revolution of rising expectations is more familiar in books than in reality. We have yet to see many examples of peoples ready to mount the barricades because they have not yet been able to advance from owning bicycles to automobiles, though they are more likely to be militant if, once used to bicycles, they become too impoverished to afford them. Others have argued, more convincingly, that discontent arose simply out of the difficulties of adapting to a new type of society. But even these, as the records of migration to the USA should make clear, require an unusual amount of economic hardship to make men feel that they are gaining nothing in exchange for what they give up. Such discontent as was endemic in Britain in these decades cannot exist without hopelessness and hunger. There was enough of both. The poverty of the British was in itself an important factor in the economic difficulties of capitalism, for it placed narrow limits upon the size and expansion of the home market for British products. This is obvious when we contrast the sharply rising per capita consumption of some goods of general use after the 1840s, during the golden years of the Victorians, with the stagnation in their consumption earlier. Thus the average Briton between 1815 and 1844 consumed less than 20 pounds of sugar per year, in the 1830s and early 40s nearer 16 to 17 pounds, but in the 10 years after 1844 his consumption rose to 34 pounds a year, in the 30 years after 1844 to 53 pounds, and by the 1890s he used between 80 and 90 pounds. However, neither the economic theory nor the economic practice of the early Industrial Revolution relied on the purchasing power of the laboring population, whose wages, it was generally assumed, would not be far removed from the subsistence level. When by any chance some section of them earned enough to spend their money on the same sorts of goods as their betters, as happened from time to time during economic booms, middle-class opinion deplored or ridiculed such presumptuous lack of thrift. The economic advantages of high wages, whether as incentives to higher productivity or as additions to purchasing power, were not discovered until after the middle of the century, and then only by a minority of advanced and enlightened employers like the railway contractor Thomas Brassey. It was not until 1869 that John Stuart Mill, the guardian of economic orthodoxy, abandoned the theory of the wages fund, that is of what amounted to a subsistence theory of wages. Conversely, both economic theory and economic practice stress the crucial importance of capital accumulation by the capitalist, that is of the maximum rate of profit and the maximum diversion of income from the non-accumulating workers to the employers. Profits were what made the economy work and expand by reinvestment. They must therefore be expanded at all costs. This view rested on two assumptions: that industrial progress required heavy investment and that insufficient savings were available for it without holding down the incomes of the non-capitalist masses. The first of these was truer in the long run than in the short. The early phases of the Industrial Revolution, say 1780 to 1815, were, as we have seen, limited and relatively cheap. Gross capital formation may have amounted to no more than 7% of the national income by the early 19th century, which is below the rate of 10% which some economists have taken as essential for industrialization today, and far below the rates of up to 30% which have been encountered in rapid industrializations of emerging, or the modernization of advanced, countries. Not until the 1830s and 1840s did gross capital formation in Britain pass the 10% threshold, and by then the age of cheap industrialization based on such things as textiles was giving way to the age of railways, coal, iron, and steel. The second assumption that wages must be kept low was altogether wrong, but had some plausibility initially, because the wealthiest classes and greatest potential investors in this period, the great landlords, mercantile and financial interests, did not invest to any substantial extent in the new industries. Cotton masters and other budding industrialists were therefore left to scrape together a little initial capital and expand it by plowing back their profits, not because there was an absolute capital shortage, but simply because they had little access to the big money. By the 1830s, once again, there was no capital shortage anywhere. Two things therefore worried the early 19th century businessmen and economists: the rate of their profits and the rate of expansion of their markets. Both gave cause for concern, though we are today inclined to pay more attention to the second than the first. With industrialization, production multiplied and the prices of the finished goods fell dramatically. Given the acute competition between small and medium-sized producers, they could rarely be kept up artificially by cartels or similar arrangements to fix prices or restrict output. The costs of production did not, and mostly could not, be reduced at the same rate. When the general economic climate changed from one of long-term inflation of prices to one of deflation after the end of the wars, the pressure on profit margins increased, for under inflation profits enjoy an extra boost and under deflation a slight lag. Cotton was acutely aware of this compression of its profit rate. Cost and selling price of 1 lb. of spun cotton 7 year. Raw materials. Selling cost. Margin for other costs and profits. 1784. 2s. 10s 11d. 8s d. 1812. 1s.6d. 2s.6d. 1s. 1832. 7 1/2 d. 11 1/4 d. 33/4d. Of course 100 times 4d. Amounted to more money than a single 9 shillings, but what if the rate of profit fell to zero, thus bringing the vehicle of economic expansion to a stop through the failure of its engine and creating that stationary state which the economists dreaded? Given a rapid expansion of markets, the prospect strikes us as unreal, as indeed it increasingly, perhaps from the 1830s, did the economists. But markets were not expanding fast enough to absorb production at the rate of growth to which the economy had got used. At home, as we can see, they were sluggish, and probably became even more sluggish in the hungry 30s and early 40s. Abroad the developing countries were unwilling to import British textiles, and British protectionism made them even less willing, and the undeveloped ones, on which the cotton industry relied, were simply not big enough, or did not expand fast enough as markets to absorb British output. In the post-Napoleonic decades the figures of the balance of payments show us the extraordinary spectacle of the only industrial economy in the world and the only serious exporter of manufactured goods unable to maintain an export surplus in its commodity trade, see Chapter 7. After 1826, indeed, the country had a deficit not only on trade but also on its services, shipping, insurance commissions, profits on foreign trade and banking, and so on. No period of British history has been as tense, as politically and socially disturbed, as the 1830s and early 1840s, when both the working class and the middle class, separately or in conjunction, demanded what they regarded as fundamental changes. From 1829 to 1832 their discontents fused in the demand for parliamentary reform, behind which the masses threw their riots and demonstrations, the businessmen the power of economic boycott. After 1832, when several of the demands of the middle-class radicals were met, the workers' movement fought and failed alone. From the crisis of 1837 on, middle-class agitation revived under the banner of the Anti-Corn Law League, that of the laboring masses broadened out into the giant movement for the People's Charter, though the two now ran independently of and in opposition to each other. Yet both in their rival ways were prepared for extremes, especially during the worst of 19th-century depressions, 1841-2, Chartism for a general strike, the middle-class extremists for a national lockout which would, by flooding the streets with starving laborers, force the government into action. Much of this tension of the period from 1829 to 1846 was due to this combination of working classes despairing because they had not enough to eat and manufacturers despairing because they genuinely believed the prevailing political and fiscal arrangements to be slowly throttling the economy. And they had cause for alarm. In the 1830s, even the crudest accountant's criterion of economic progress, real income per head, which must not be confused with the average standard of living, was actually, and for the first time since 1700, falling. If nothing was done, would not the capitalist economy break down? And might not, as observers increasingly began to fear around 1840 all over Europe, the impoverished, disinherited masses of the laboring poor revolt. As Marx and Engels rightly pointed out, in the 1840s the spectre of communism haunted Europe. If it was relatively less feared in Britain, the spectre of economic breakdown was equally appalling to the middle class. Notes 1. See further reading and Note 1 to Chapter 2, p. 33. P. Mantu, The Industrial Revolution in the 18th Century, is Still Valuable, T. S. Ashton, The Industrial Revolution, 1948, Brief and Very Clear. For Cotton, A. P. Wadsworth and J. L. Mann, The Cotton Trade and Industrial Lancashire, 1931, is basic but ends in 1780. N. Smelser, Social Change in the Industrial Revolution, 1959, is actually about cotton, but the jargon is formidable. On Entrepreneurs and Engineering, the works of Samuel Smiles, Lives of the Engineers, Industrial Biography, on the Factory System, Marx's Capital remain indispensable. A. Redford, Labor Migration in England 1800 to 1850, 1926, and S. Pollard, The Genesis of Modern Management, 1965. See also Figures 1 to 3, 7, 11, 17, 25, 26, 35. 2. Fabriken Kommissarius May, 1814, quoted in J. Kosinski, Geschichte der Arbeiter unter dem Kapitalismus, Berlin, 1964, Volume 23, p. 178. 3. T. Barton, History of the Borough of Bury, 1874, p. 59. 4. F. Harcourt, Bemerkungen über die Hindernisse der Zivilisation und die Emancipation der unteren Klassen, 1844, quoted in J. Kosinski, OPCIT, Volume 9, p. 127. 5. Andrew Ure, The Philosophy of Manufactures, 1835, quoted in Marx, Capital, British 1938 edition, p. 419. 6. S. G. Checkland, The Rise of Industrial Society in England, 1964, discusses this. See also R. C. O. Matthews, A Study in Trade Cycle History, 1954. 7. T. Ellison, The Cotton Trade of Great Britain, 1886, p. 61. 4. The Human Results of the Industrial Revolution. 1750 to 18501. Arithmetic was the fundamental tool of the Industrial Revolution. Its makers saw it as a series of sums of addition and subtraction, the difference in cost between buying in the cheapest market and selling in the dearest, between cost of production and sale price, between investment and return. For Jeremy Bentham and his followers, the most consistent champions of this type of rationality, even morals and politics, came under these simple calculations. Happiness was the object of policy. Every man's pleasure could be expressed, at least in theory, as a quantity, and so could his pain. Deduct the pain from the pleasure and the net result was his happiness. Add the happinesses of all men and deduct the unhappinesses, and that government which secured the greatest happiness of the greatest number was the best. The accountancy of humanity would produce its debit and credit balances, like that of business. The discussion of the human results of the Industrial Revolution has not entirely emancipated itself from this primitive approach. We still tend to ask ourselves, did it make people better or worse off, and if so, by how much? To be more precise, we ask ourselves what quantities of purchasing power, or goods, services, and so on, that money can buy it gave to how many individuals, assuming that the woman with a washing machine will be better off than the one without, which is reasonable, but also, a. that private happiness consists in an accumulation of such things as consumer goods, and b. that public happiness consists in the greatest such accumulation by the greatest number of individuals, which is not. Such questions are important but also misleading. Whether the Industrial Revolution gave most Britons absolutely or relatively more and better food, clothes, and housing is naturally of interest to every historian. But he will miss much of its point if he forgets that it was not merely a process of addition and subtraction, but a fundamental social change. It transformed the lives of men beyond recognition. Or, to be more exact, in its initial stages it destroyed their old ways of living and left them free to discover or make for themselves new ones, if they could and knew how. But it rarely told them how to set about it. There is, indeed, a relation between the Industrial Revolution as a provider of comforts and as a social transformer. Those classes whose lives were least transformed were also, normally, those which benefited most obviously in material terms, and vice versa, and their failure to grasp what was troubling the rest, or to do anything effective about it, was due not only to material but also to moral contentment. Nobody is more complacent than a well-off or successful man who is also at ease in a world which seems to have been constructed precisely with persons like him in mind. The British aristocracy and gentry were thus very little affected by industrialization, except for the better. Their rents swelled with the demand for farm produce, the expansion of cities, whose soil they owned, and of mines, forges and railways, which were situated on their estates. And even when times were bad for agricultural, as between 1815 and the 1830s, they were unlikely to be reduced to penury. Their social predominance remained untouched, their political power in the countryside complete, and even in the nation not seriously troubled, though from the 1830s they had to consider the susceptibilities of a powerful and militant provincial middle class of businessmen. It may well be that after 1830 clouds began to appear on the pure sky of the gentlemanly life, but even they looked larger and darker than they were only because the first 50 years of industrialization had been so golden an era for the landed and titled Briton. If the 18th century was a glorious age for aristocracy, the era of George IV, as regent and king, was paradise. Their packs of hounds, the modern fox hunting uniform still reflects its essentially regency origins, criss-crossed the shires. Their pheasants, protected by spring guns and keepers against all who had not the equivalent of £100 a year in rent, awaited the battue. Their Palladian and neoclassical country houses multiplied, more than at any time before or since except the Elizabethan. Since their economics, unlike their social style, were already adjusted to the business methods of the middle class, the age of steam and counting houses posed no great problems of spiritual adjustment, unless perhaps they belonged to the backwoods of the lesser Squire Archie, or their income came from the cruel caricature of a rural economy which was Ireland. They did not have to stop being feudal, for they had long ceased to be so. At most some rude and ignorant baronet from the hinterland faced the novel need to send his son to a proper school. The new public schools were constructed from the 1840s to civilize them as well as the rising businessmen's offspring, or to adjust to more frequent spells of life in London. Equally placid and prosperous were the lives of the numerous parasites of aristocratic society, high and low, that rural and small-town world of functionaries of and suppliers to the nobility and gentry, and the traditional, somnolent, corrupt and, as the Industrial Revolution proceeded, increasingly reactionary professions, and the metropolitan world of government patronage, sinecure jobbery and nepotism. What the radicals of the time attacked as old corruption could generate quite dramatic wealth, the number of millionaire judges dropped sharply after it ended. The church and the English universities slumbered on, cushioned by their incomes, their privileges and abuses, and their relations among the peerage, their corruption attacked with greater consistency in theory than in practice. The lawyers, and what passed for a civil service, were unreformed and unregenerate. Once again the old regime probably reached its peak in the decade after the Napoleonic Wars, after which a few waves began to form on the surface of the quiet backwaters of Cathedral Close, College, Inns of Court and the rest. From the 1830s on change came to them, though in a gentlemanly manner, except for the savage and contemptuous, but not notably effective, attacks upon them by outsiders, of which Charles Dickens' novels are the most familiar example. But the respectable Victorian clergy of Trollope's Barchester, though very far from the Hogarthian hunting parsons/magistrates of the Regency, were the product of a carefully moderate adjustment, not of disruption. Nobody was as tender of the susceptibilities of weavers and farm laborers as of parsons and dons, when it came to introducing them into a new world. One important effect of this continuity, part reflection of the established power of the old upper class, part deliberate unwillingness to exacerbate political tensions among the men of money or influence, was that the rising new business class found a firm pattern of life waiting for them. Success brought no uncertainty, so long as it was great enough to lift a man into the ranks of the upper class. He would become a gentleman, doubtless with a country house, perhaps eventually a knighthood or peerage, a seat in Parliament for himself or his Oxbridge-educated son, and a clear and prescribed social role. His wife would become a lady, instructed in her duties by a multitude of handbooks of etiquette which slid off the presses from the 1840s on. The older brand of businessman had long benefited from this process of assimilation, above all the merchant and financier, especially the merchant involved in overseas trade, who remained the most respected and most crucial form of entrepreneur long after the mills, factories, and foundries covered the northern skies with smoke and fog. Probably this type of business, concentrated in London and described as the City, continued to generate the greatest accumulations of entrepreneurial wealth until the end of the 19th century. For the merchant, the Industrial Revolution brought no major transformations, except perhaps in the commodities which he bought and sold. Indeed, as we have seen, it inserted itself into the powerful, worldwide, and prosperous framework of trading which was the basis of British 18th century power. Economically and socially their activities and status were familiar, whatever the rung on the ladder of success which they had climbed. By the Industrial Revolution the descendants of Abel Smith, banker of Nottingham, were already established in country seats, sitting in Parliament and intermarried with the gentry, though not yet, as later, with royalty. The Glynns had already moved up from a dry salting business in Hatton Garden to a similar position, the Barings had expanded from the West Country clothing manufacture into what was soon to become a great power in international trade and finance, and their social ascent had kept step with their economic. Peerages were already achieved or round the corner. Nothing was more natural than that other types of businessmen, like Robert Peel Sr., the cotton master, should climb the same slope of wealth and public honor, at the peak of which there beckoned government, or even, as for Peel's son and the son of Gladstone, the Liverpool merchant, the post of Prime Minister. Indeed, the so-called Peelite group in Parliament in the second third of the 19th century represented very much this group of business families assimilated into a landed oligarchy, though at odds with it when the economic interests of land and business clashed. However, absorption into an aristocratic oligarchy is, by definition, available only for a minority, in this instance of the exceptionally rich, or those in businesses which had acquired respectability through tradition. The great mass of men, rising from modest, though rarely from really poverty-stricken, beginnings to business affluence, the even greater mass of those pressing below them out of the laboring poor into the middle classes, were too numerous to be absorbed, and in the early stages of their progress unconcerned about absorption, though their wives might often feel less neutral in the matter. They recognized themselves increasingly, and after 1830 generally, as a middle class, and not merely a middle rank in society. They claimed rights and power as such. Moreover, especially when, as so often, they came from non-Anglican stock, and from regions lacking a solid aristocratic traditional structure, they did not possess emotional attachments to the old regime. Such were the pillars of the Anti-Corn Law League, rooted in the new business world of Manchester: Henry Ashworth, John Bright of Rochdale, both Quakers, Potter of the Manchester Guardian, the Greggs, Brotherton, the Bible Christian ex-cotton master, George Wilson, the starch and gum manufacturer, and Cobden himself, who soon exchanged his not very brilliant career in the calico trade for the function of the full-time ideologist. Yet, though the Industrial Revolution fundamentally changed their, or perhaps their parents', lives, setting them into new towns, posing them and the nation new problems, it did not disorganize their lives. The simple maxims of utilitarian philosophy and liberal economics, broken down even further into the slogans of their journalists and propagandists, provided them with what guidance they needed, and if that was not enough, the traditional ethic, Protestant or otherwise, of the aspiring and ambitious entrepreneur, thrift, hard work, moral puritanism, did the rest. The fortresses of aristocratic privilege, superstition, and corruption, which had still to be raised to allow free enterprise to introduce its millennium, also still protected them against the sight of the uncertainties and problems which lay beyond their walls. Until the 1830s they hardly even had as yet to face the problem of what to do with more money than could be spent on a comfortable sufficiency and reinvested in an expanding business. The ideal of an individualist society, a private family unit supplying all its material and moral needs on the basis of a private business, suited them, because they were men who no longer needed traditions. Their efforts had raised them out of the rut. They were in a sense their own reward, the content of life, and if that was not enough, there was always the money, the comfortable house increasingly removed from the smoke of mill and counting house, the devoted and modest wife, the family circle, the enjoyment of travel, art, science, and literature. They were successful and respected. Denounce the middle classes as you may, said the anti-corn law agitator to a hostile Chartist audience, there is not a man among you worth a halfpenny a week that is not anxious to elevate himself among them too. Only the nightmare shadow of bankruptcy or debt sometimes lay over their lives, and we can still recognize it in the novels of the period, the trust in an unreliable partner, the commercial crisis, the loss of middle-class comfort, the womenfolk reduced to genteel penury, perhaps even emigration to that dustbin of the unwanted and the unsuccessful, the colonies. The successful middle class and those who aspired to emulate them were satisfied. Not so the laboring poor, in the nature of things the majority, whose traditional world and way of life the Industrial Revolution destroyed, without automatically substituting anything else. It is this disruption which is at the heart of the question about the social effects of industrialization. Labor in an industrial society is in many ways quite different from pre-industrial work. First, it is overwhelmingly the labor of proletarians, who have no source of income worth mentioning except a cash wage which they receive for their work. Pre-industrial labor, on the other hand, consists largely of families with their own peasant holdings, craft workshops, and so on, or whose wage income supplements, or is supplemented by, some such direct access to the means of production. Moreover, the proletarian whose only link with his employer is a cash nexus must be distinguished from the servant or pre-industrial dependent, who has a much more complex human and social relationship with his master, and one which implies duties on both sides, though very unequal ones. The Industrial Revolution replaced the servant and man by the operative and hand, except of course the, mainly female, domestic servant, whose numbers it multiplied for the benefit of the growing middle class, for the safest way of distinguishing oneself from the laborers was to employ labor oneself. Second, industrial labor, and especially mechanized factory labor, imposes a regularity, routine, and monotony quite unlike pre-industrial rhythms of work, which depend on the variation of the seasons or the weather, the multiplicity of tasks in occupations unaffected by the rational division of labor, the vagaries of other human beings or animals, or even a man's own desire to play instead of working. This was so even in skilled pre-industrial wage work, such as that of journeyman craftsmen, whose ineradicable taste for not starting the week's work until the Tuesday, Saint Monday, was the despair of their masters. Industry brings the tyranny of the clock, the pace-setting machine, and the complex and carefully timed interaction of processes, the measurement of life not in seasons, Michaelmas term or Lent term, or even in weeks and days, but in minutes, and above all a mechanized regularity of work which conflicts not only with tradition, but with all the inclinations of a humanity as yet unconditioned into it. And since men did not take spontaneously to these new ways, they had to be forced, by work discipline and fines, by master and servant laws such as that of 1823 which threatened them with jail for breach of contract, but their masters only with fines, and by wages so low that only unremitting and uninterrupted toil would earn them enough money to keep alive, without providing the money which would take them away from labor for more than the time to eat, sleep and, since this was a Christian country, pray on the Sabbath. Third, labor in the industrial age increasingly took place in the unprecedented environment of the big city, and this in spite of the fact that the most old-fashioned of industrial revolutions developed a good deal of its activities in industrialized villages of miners, weavers, nail and chain makers and other specialist workers. In 1750 there had been only 2 cities in Britain with more than 50,000 inhabitants, London and Edinburgh. In 1801 there were already 8, in 1851 29, including 9 over 100,000. By this time more Britons lived in town than in country, and almost 1/3 of Britons lived in cities over 50,000 inhabitants. And what cities? It was not merely that smoke hung over them and filth impregnated them, that the elementary public services, water supply, sanitation, street cleaning, open spaces, and so on, could not keep pace with the mass migration of men into the cities, thus producing, especially after 1830, epidemics of cholera, typhoid, and an appalling constant toll of the 2 great groups of 19th-century urban killers, air pollution and water pollution, or respiratory and intestinal disease. It was not merely that the new city populations, sometimes entirely unused to non-agrarian life, like the Irish, pressed into overcrowded and bleak slums, whose very sight froze the heart of the observer. Civilization works its miracles, wrote the great French liberal de Tocqueville of Manchester, and civilized man is turned back almost into a savage. Nor was it simply the steely unplanned concentration of those who built them on utility and financial profit, which Charles Dickens caught in his famous description of Coketown, and which built endless rows of houses and warehouses, cobbled streets and canals, but neither fountains nor public squares, promenades and trees, nor sometimes even churches. The company which built the new railway town of Crewe graciously allowed its inhabitants to use a locomotive roundhouse for divine service now and then. After 1848 the cities tended to acquire such public furniture, but in the first generations of industrialization they had very little of it, unless by chance they inherited traditions of gracious public building or open spaces from the past. The life of the poor man outside work was passed in the rows of cottages or tenements, the cheap improvised inns and the cheap improvised chapels, which alone recorded that man is not content to live by bread alone. But more than this, the city destroyed society. There is not a town in the world where the distance between the rich and the poor is so great or the barrier between them so difficult to be crossed, wrote a clergyman about Manchester. There is far less personal communication between the master cotton spinner and his workmen, the calico printer and his blue-handed boys, between the master tailor and his apprentices, than there is between the Duke of Wellington and the humblest laborer on his estate. For the city was a volcano, to whose rumblings the rich and powerful listened with fear, and whose eruptions they dreaded. But for its poor inhabitants it was not merely a standing reminder of their exclusion from human society. It was a stony desert, which they had to make habitable by their own efforts. Fourthly, pre-industrial experience, tradition, wisdom and morality provided no adequate guide for the kind of behavior which a capitalist economy required. The pre-industrial laborer responded to material incentives, insofar as he wanted to earn enough to enjoy what was thought of as comfort at the social level to which it had pleased God to call him, but even his ideas of comfort were determined by the past, and limited by what was fitting for one of his station, or perhaps the one immediately above his. If he earned more than the pittance he regarded as sufficient, he might, like the immigrant Irish, the despair of bourgeois rationality, take it out in leisure, in parties and alcohol. His sheer material ignorance of the best way to live in a city, or to eat industrial food, so very different from village food, might actually make his poverty worse than it need have been, that is than it might have been if he had not been the sort of person he inevitably was. This conflict between the moral economy of the past and the economic rationality of the capitalist present was particularly clear in the realm of social security. The traditional view, which still survived in a distorted way in all classes of rural society and in the internal relations of working-class groups, was that a man had a right to earn a living, and if unable to do so, a right to be kept alive by his community. The view of middle-class liberal economists was that men must take such jobs as the market offered, wherever and at whatever rate it offered, and that the rational man would, by individual or voluntary collective saving and insurance, make provision for accident, illness, and old age. The residuum of paupers could not, admittedly, be left actually to starve, but they ought not to be given more than the absolute minimum, provided it was less than the lowest wage offered in the market, and in the most discouraging conditions. The poor law was not so much intended to help the unfortunate as to stigmatize the self-confessed failures of society. The middle-class view of friendly societies was that they were rational forms of insurance. It clashed head-on with the working-class view, which also took them literally as communities of friends in a desert of individuals, who naturally spent their money also on social gatherings, festivities, and the useless fancy dress and ritual to which Oddfellows, foresters and the other orders which sprang up all over the North in the period after 1815 were so addicted. Similarly, the irrationally expensive funerals and wakes on which laborers insisted as a traditional tribute to the dead and communal reaffirmation of the living were incomprehensible to a middle class which observed that those who liked them were often unable to pay for them. Yet the first benefit paid by a trade union and friendly society was almost invariably funeral benefit. In so far as social security depended on the laborer's own efforts, it therefore tended to be economically inefficient by middle-class standards, in so far as it depended on their rulers, who determined what little public assistance there was, it was an engine of degradation and oppression more than a means of material relief. There have been few more inhuman statutes than the Poor Law Act of 1834, which made all relief less eligible than the lowest wage outside, confined it to the jail-like workhouse, forcibly separating husbands, wives, and children in order to punish the poor for their destitution, and discourage them from the dangerous temptation of procreating further paupers. It was never completely applicable, for where the poor were strong they resisted its extremes, and in time it became slightly less penal. Yet it remained the basis of English poor relief until the eve of the First World War, and the childhood experiences of Charlie Chaplin show that it remained very much what it had been when Dickens' Oliver Twist expressed the popular horror of it in the 1830s. And in the 1830s, indeed until the 1850s, a minimum of 10% of the English population were paupers. Up to a point, as with the Georgian merchant and industrialist, the experience of the past was not as irrelevant as it might have been in a country leaping more radically and directly from a non-industrial to a modern industrial age, and as in fact it was in Ireland or the Scottish Highlands. The semi-industrial Britain of the 17th and 18th centuries in some ways prepared and anticipated the industrial age of the 19th. For instance, the fundamental institution of working-class self-defense, the trade union, was already in being in the 18th century, partly in the unsympathetic, but not ineffective, form of periodic collective bargaining by riot, as among seamen, miners, weavers, and framework knitters, partly in the much stabler form of craft societies for skilled journeymen, sometimes with loose national links through the practice of assisting unemployed members of the trade tramping in search of work or experience. In a very real sense, the bulk of British workers had adjusted itself to a changing, industrializing, though not yet revolutionized society. For some kinds of labor, whose conditions did not change fundamentally as yet, again miners and seamen come to mind, the old traditions could still suffice. Sailors multiplied their songs about the new experiences of the 19th century, such as the whaling off Greenland, but they were traditional folk songs. An important group had even accepted, indeed welcomed, industry, science and progress, though not capitalism. These were the artisans or mechanics, the men of skill, expertise, independence, and education, who saw no great distinction between themselves and those of similar social standing who chose to become entrepreneurs, or to remain yeoman farmers or small shopkeepers, the body of men who overlapped the frontiers between working and middle classes. The artisans were the natural leaders of ideology and organization among the laboring poor, the pioneers of radicalism, and later the early, Owenite, versions of socialism, of discussion and popular higher education, through mechanics institutes, halls of science, and a variety of clubs, societies, and free-thinking printers and publishers, the nucleus of trade unions, Jacobin, Chartist, or any other progressive movements. The agricultural laborers' riots were stiffened by village cobblers and builders, in the cities little groups of handloom weavers, printers, tailors, and perhaps a few small businessmen and shopkeepers provided political continuity of leadership on the left until the decline of Chartism, if not beyond. Hostile to capitalism, they were unique in elaborating ideologies which did not simply seek to return to an idealized tradition, but envisaged a just society which would also be technically progressive. Above all, they represented the ideal of freedom and independence in an age when everything conspired to degrade labor. Yet even these were only transitional solutions for the workers' problem. Industrialization multiplied the number of handloom weavers and framework knitters until the end of the Napoleonic Wars. Thereafter it destroyed them by slow strangulation. Militant and thoughtful communities like the Dunfermline workers broke up in demoralization, pauperization, and emigration in the 1830s. Skilled craftsmen were degraded into sweated-out workers, as in the London furniture trades, and even when they survived the economic earthquakes of the 1830s and 40s, they could no longer be expected to play so great a social role in an economy in which the factory was no longer a regional exception, but the rule. Pre-industrial traditions could not keep their heads above the inevitably rising level of industrial society. In Lancashire we can observe the ancient ways of spending holidays, the rush-bearing, wrestling matches, cockfighting and bull-baiting, dying out after 1840, and the 40s also marked the end of the era when folk song remained the major musical idiom of industrial workers. The great social movements of this period, from Luddism to Chartism, also died away. They had been movements which drew their force not merely from the extreme hardships of the age, but also from the force of these older methods of poor men's action. It was to take another 40 years before the British working class evolved new ways of struggle and living. Such were the qualitative stresses which racked the laboring poor in the first industrial generations. To these we must add the quantitative ones, their material poverty. Whether this actually increased or not has been hotly debated among historians, but the very fact that the question can be put already supplies a gloomy answer. Nobody seriously argues that conditions deteriorate in periods when they plainly do not, such as the 1950s. There is, of course, no dispute about the fact that, relatively, the poor grew poorer, simply because the country, and its rich and middle class, so obviously grew wealthier. The very moment when the poor were at the end of their tether, in the early and middle 40s, was the moment when the middle class dripped with excess capital, to be wildly invested in railways and spent on the bulging, opulent household furnishings displayed at the Great Exhibition of 1851, and on the palatial municipal constructions which prepared to rise in the smoky northern cities. Secondly, there is, or ought to be, no dispute about the abnormal pressure on working-class consumption in the period of early industrialism, which is reflected in this relative pauperization. Industrialism means a relative diversion of national income from consumption to investment, a substitution of foundries for beefsteaks. In a capitalist economy this takes the form, largely, of a diversion of income from non-investing classes like peasants and laborers, to potentially investing ones, namely the owners of estates and business enterprises, that is from the poor to the rich. In Britain, there was never the slightest general shortage of capital, given the country's wealth and the relative cheapness of the early industrial processes, but a large section of those who benefited from this diversion of income, and the richest among them in particular, invested their money outside direct industrial development or wasted it, thus forcing the rest of the smaller entrepreneurs to press even more harshly upon labor. Moreover, the economy did not rely for its development on the purchasing capacity of its working population. Indeed, economists tended to assume that their wages would not be much above the level of subsistence. Theories advocating high wages as economically advantageous began to appear finally round the middle of the century, and the industries supplying the domestic consumer market, for example clothing and furniture, were not revolutionized until its second half. The Englishman who wanted a pair of trousers had the choice either of having them made to measure by a tailor, buying the cast-offs of his social superiors, relying on charity, going in rags, or making his own. Finally, certain essential requisites of life, food and perhaps housing, but certainly urban amenities, had the greatest difficulty in keeping pace with the expansion of the cities, or the population as a whole, and sometimes clearly did not keep pace. Thus the supplies of meat for London almost certainly lagged behind the city's population from 1800 until the 1840s. Thirdly, there is no dispute about certain classes of the population whose conditions undoubtedly deteriorated. These were the agricultural laborers, about 1 million working men in 1851, at all events those in the south and east of England, and the small holders and crofters in the Celtic fringe of Scotland and Wales. The 8.5 million Irishmen, of course, mainly peasants, were pauperized beyond belief. Something not far short of 1 million of them actually starved to death in the famine of 1846-7, the greatest human catastrophe of the 19th century anywhere in the world. There were further the declining industries and occupations, displaced by technical progress, of whom the 500,000 handloom weavers are the best known example, but by no means the only one. They starved progressively in a vain attempt to compete with the new machines by working more and more cheaply. Their numbers had doubled between 1788 and 1814 and their wages risen markedly until the middle of the wars, but between 1805 and 1833 they fell from 23 shillings a week to 3d. There were also the non-industrialized occupations which met the rapidly growing demand for their goods, not by technical revolution, but by subdivision and sweating, for example the innumerable seamstresses in their garrets or cellars. What happened to the standard of living, on balance, has been much debated by the specialists, but there is no universally agreed answer for the period before the mid-19th century, given the uncertainties and contradictions of various sources. The most reliable indicator of nutrition, people's height, may have declined in the generations born before the 1780s, rose for those born between then and about 1830, dropped again slightly in the next 30 years until after 1860, when it began its steady and unbroken rise, which has since made each generation of Britons taller, healthier, and more long-lived than its parents. The only reliable national consumption data show no rise, indeed at times a per capita decline, from the Napoleonic Wars to the mid-1840s, but a sharp and unbroken rise since then. The contrast between this rise and the earlier periods really says all we need to know. After the 1840s, still, and rightly, named the Hungry Forties even though in Britain, but not in Ireland, things improved during most of them, unemployment undoubtedly declined sharply. For instance, no subsequent cyclical depression was even faintly as catastrophic as the slump of 1841-2. And above all, the sense of imminent social explosion, which had been present in Britain almost without interruption since the end of the Napoleonic Wars, except in most of the 1820s, disappeared. Britain ceased to be revolutionary. But what do such generalizations mean, when applied to a population almost 30% of whom at the end of the 19th century were so malnourished that they could not do a proper day's work. In the early century there is every reason to believe that conditions were worse, and that an even larger part of the population then lived for some parts of the year below subsistence level. 5. Another 40% lived so close to the margin of subsistence that they could easily be forced below it. Of course, this pervasive social and political unrest reflected not merely material poverty but social pauperization, the destruction of old ways of life without the substitution of anything the laboring poor could regard as a satisfactory equivalent. But whatever the motives, waves of desperation broke time and again over the country, in 1811-13, in 1815-17, in 1819, in 1826, in 1829-35, in 1838-42, in 1843-4, in 1846-8. In the agricultural areas they were blind, spontaneous, and, in so far as their objectives were at all defined, almost entirely economic. As a rioter from the Fens put it in 1816, "Here I am between earth and sky, so help me God. I would sooner lose my life than go home as I am. Bread I want and bread I will have." 6. In 1816, all over the eastern counties, in 1822 in East Anglia, in 1830 everywhere between Kent and Dorset, Somerset and Lincoln, in 1843-4 once again in the East Midlands and the eastern counties, the threshing machines were broken, the ricks burned at night, as men demanded a minimum of life. In the industrial and urban areas after 1815 economic and social unrest was generally combined with a specific political ideology and program, radical democratic, or even cooperative, or as we would now say, socialist, though in the first great movements of unrest from 1811-13 the Luddites of the East Midlands and Yorkshire smashed their machines without any specific program of political reform and revolution. Phases of the movement stressing political and trade unionist agitation tended to alternate, the former being normally by far the more massive. Politics predominated in 1815-19, 1829-32, and above all in the Chartist era, 1838-48, industrial organization in the early 1820s and 1833-8. However, from about 1830 all these movements became more self-consciously and characteristically proletarian. The agitations of 1829-35 saw the rise of the idea of the General Trades Union and its ultimate weapon, which might be used for political purposes, the general strike, and Chartism rested firmly on the foundation of working-class consciousness, and in so far as it envisaged any real method of achieving its ends, relied on hopes of a general strike or, as it was then called, sacred month. But essentially, what held all these movements together, or revived them after their periodic defeat and disintegration, was the universal discontent of men who felt themselves hungry in a society reeking with wealth, enslaved in a country which prided itself on its freedom, seeking bread and hope, and receiving in return stones and despair. And were they not justified? A Prussian official, traveling to Manchester in 1814, had made a moderately cheerful judgment. The cloud of coal vapor may be observed from afar. The houses are blackened by it. The river which flows through Manchester, is so filled with waste dyestuffs that it resembles a dyer's vat. The whole picture is a melancholic one. Nevertheless, everywhere one sees busy, happy, and well-nourished people, and this raises the observer's spirits. 7. No observer of Manchester in the 1830s and 1840s, and there were many, dwelt on its happy, well-fed people. Wretched, defrauded, oppressed, crushed human nature lying in bleeding fragments all over the face of society, wrote the American, Coleman, of it in 1845. Every day that I live I thank heaven that I am not a poor man with a family in England. 8. Can we be surprised that the first generation of the labouring poor in industrial Britain looked at the results of capitalism and found them wanting? 5. Agriculture. 1750 to 18,501. Even in the mid-18th century, agriculture no longer dominated the economy of Britain as it did that of most other countries, and by 1800 it probably occupied no more than a third of the population and provided about the same fraction of the national income. Yet it made a much larger public impression than its share of the economy might have suggested, and for two reasons. First, it was the indispensable foundation for industry, for there was no other regular source of the nation's food. Marginal imports of foodstuffs were possible, but until after the middle of the 19th century transport costs and technology did not permit the bulk of the nation, even a nation so accessible to maritime ports as Britain, to be fed regularly by imports from abroad. For a generation after free trade had been introduced, 1846, British agriculture remained, for this reason, a haven of prosperous high prices, immune to foreign competition. British farmers had to feed a vastly expanded and rapidly expanding population. Though they did not feed it too well, they did not allow it to starve. As late as the 1830s, over 90% of the food consumed in Britain was grown in these islands. When we consider that in 1830 the British population was considerably more than double what it had been in 1750, and the proportion of families engaged in agriculture considerably less, we have a measure both of the task and the achievement of our food growers. The second reason for the prominence of agriculture was that the landed interest dominated British politics and social life. To belong to the upper classes meant to own an estate and a seat. Land ownership was the price of entry into high politics. In Parliament the shires and the small towns dominated by nobility and gentry overwhelmingly outweighed the cities. The very pattern and model of upper-class life were rural, the sports which were England's characteristic cultural export, before the urban and proletarian games like association football and the suburban and middle-class ones like tennis and rugby, the idealization of park and picturesque village, which still survives on calendars, the country members of English clubs and libraries, the very schools which a new Victorian middle class built or took over for a suitably Spartan education of its sons. The large landowners were rich and powerful, and the rich and powerful were landowners, though they could not all be dukes. Any economic change which affected the land, or rather, since the rural poor were silent and, but for catastrophe or rebellion, unnoticed, the rural middle and upper classes, was bound to reverberate throughout politics. The British state was so constructed as to magnify and re-echo its noise. But the Industrial Revolution inevitably imposed very fundamental changes on the land. The very size of the economic effort of British agriculture implied them. At first sight the strains on it might seem to be technical and economic, rather than social, for 18th century rural society was, if we accept parts of Scotland and Wales and the odd corner of England, already substantially geared to cash production for the market by means of the best technical and commercial methods. The fundamental structure of land ownership and farming was already established by the mid-18th century, and certainly by the early decades of the Industrial Revolution. England was a country of mainly large landlords, cultivated by tenant farmers working the land with hired laborers. This structure was still partly hidden by an undergrowth of economically marginal cottager laborers, or other small independents and semi-independents, but this should not obscure the fundamental transformation which had already taken place. By 1790 landlords owned perhaps 3/4 of the cultivated land, occupying freeholders perhaps 15 to 20%, and a peasantry in the usual sense of the word no longer existed. There was, or there seemed to be, merely a difference of degree between the partly modernized agriculture of this period and the more completely modernized farming of the early 19th century, not a difference in kind, all the more so since the bulk of the increase in productivity per man during the 18th century appears to have occurred before 1750. Yet life is not so simple. Logically it seemed natural for agriculture to complete its conversion into an efficient commercial producer, rewarded for its efforts by the unlimited demand at rising prices of a population, especially an urban population, which constantly expanded just a little faster than the farmer could raise his output. Logically, the British landlords and farmers had no objection to so profitable a course, and indeed pursued it. But unlike the manufacture of cotton in factories, the land was not simply a way of making money for its owners and entrepreneurs, but a way of life. Economic logic implied putting not only agricultural products at the entire disposal of efficient farming and the market, but the land and the men upon it. The landlords drew the line at the first of these requirements, though raising no objections to large-scale transfers of land between farmers and changes of tenancies. Since 1660 they had mobilized both their political influence and the ingenuity of their attorneys to make forced land sales by large owners difficult, if not impossible. Both landlords and a large section of the farmers were disquieted and troubled by the social consequence of agricultural improvement, the creation of a growing surplus of the rural poor, the destruction of the stable traditional hierarchy of the countryside. It may be that if the surplus had drained quietly away into the cities and manufactures, it would not have been so obtrusive. But it is a characteristic of agriculture in the early industrial era that its social disruption is in most cases greater than the initial capacity of the non-agricultural sector to absorb labor, and the rural poor are slow to abandon the life of their ancestors, the life ordained by God and fate, the only life traditional communities know or can conceive. So long as no catastrophe brought the problem vividly before the rulers of the countryside, it might be overlooked. The hard times of the middle 1790s brought it before the most short-sighted eyes. They were followed, 20 years later, by the collapse of the agricultural boom, which had risen to the most dizzy, and untenable, heights during the Napoleonic Wars, which, like all wars, were a golden era for farm prices. After 1815, not only the poor but the farmers themselves felt the strain of agricultural transformation. The landed interest no longer faced the mere problem of its poor, which could be, and was, settled locally, by the nobility and gentry as magistrates, the rural middle strata as guardians and overseers of the poor, and so on, but their own troubles, which required national action. The city economists proposed solutions which they found entirely unacceptable, that uneconomic farms should go out of business until only economic ones were left, and that the surplus poor should not be uneconomically maintained, but driven out to find such employment as those who had jobs to offer would give them, at whatever wage the market determined. Against the first prospect, the landed interest used its political dominance to impose the Corn Laws, a policy of protectionism which bitterly alienated the urban and industrial interest and strained British politics, at times almost to snapping point, between 1815 and 1846. It was naturally less adamant about the second, and indeed yielded the point in 1834 by accepting the Poor Law of that year. Nevertheless, except for a handful of Scottish nobles who drove their dumbly loyal clansmen across the seas to Canada to make room for the profitable sheep, few were prepared for such extreme measures even at the expense of those they exploited. That the laborers crouched far below the farmers, and immeasurably below the squire, was natural. That they had no right to live on the land of their fathers was not. Besides, if they went, what would happen to the rate of agricultural wages and the farmers' labor force? Two issues dramatized the social problem of agricultural change: enclosures and the Poor Law. Enclosures meant the rearrangement of formerly common or open fields into self-contained private land units, or the division of formerly common but uncultivated land, woodlands, rough grazing, waste, and so on, into private property. Like the rationalization of private holdings, by exchanging, buying, or leasing strips of land to make more compact units, they had long been practiced, and since the middle of the 17th century with relatively little public fuss. From about 1760 landlords, once again exploiting their control of government, speeded up the process of converting the land into a patchwork of purely individual holdings, by the systematic use of Acts of Parliament, at first local and after 1801 general. The movement was largely confined to areas of England in which open fields had been common in the Middle Ages, and which specialized in field crops, especially grain, that is to an inverted triangle with its base along the Yorkshire, Lincolnshire, and Norfolk coasts and its apex in Dorset. Enclosure of common and waste was rather more evenly distributed, except in the extreme southeast and southwest. Between 1760 and 1820 about half of Huntingdonshire, Leicester, and Northampton, over 40% of Bedfordshire and Rutland, over a third of Lincolnshire, Oxford, and the East Riding of Yorkshire, and a quarter or more of Berkshire, Buckingham, Middlesex, Norfolk, Nottingham, Warwick, and Wiltshire were thus enclosed, mainly from open fields, though in some instances the law was merely coming into line with established facts. The case for enclosure was that it enabled uncultivated land to be brought into use and made the commercially minded improving farmer independent of his more custom-bound and old-fashioned neighbors. This was undoubtedly so. The case against it is by no means so clear, because its opponents have only too often confused the specific device of the Enclosure Act with the general phenomenon of agricultural concentration of which it was one aspect. It was accused of throwing peasants off their holdings and laborers out of work. The second charge was true where enclosure transformed former tilled fields into pastures, which happened sometimes, but, in view of the booming demand for corn, especially during the Napoleonic Wars, by no means generally. Enclosure for tillage, or from uncultivated land, might actually mean more local work. How far enclosure acts through small cultivators off the land is a matter of debate, but there is no special reason to suppose that they did so any more effectively than the buying out or leasing of strips and small holdings in the earlier period. The men who sold under an act rather than by private agreement might of course resent being coerced by their richer and more powerful neighbors, but their economic loss or gain was not necessarily any different. On the other hand, one class was undoubtedly a heavy loser by enclosure, the marginal cottagers and small holders, eking out the produce of their little plots perhaps with wage labor and certainly with the various petty, but to them crucial, advantages of common rights, pasture for animals and poultry, firewood, building material, timber to repair implements, fences and gates, and so on. Enclosure might well reduce them to simple wage labor. More than this, it would transform them and the laborers from upright members of a community, with a distinct set of rights, into inferiors dependent on the rich. It was no insignificant change. A Suffolk clergyman wrote in 1844 of his villagers. They have no village green or common for active sports. Some 30 years ago, I am told, they had a right to a playground in a particular field, at certain seasons of the year, and were then celebrated for their football, but somehow or other this right has been lost and the field is now under the plough. Of late they have introduced a little cricketing and 2 or 3 of the farmers have very kindly allowed them to play in their fields. My italics, EJH2. It was a hard thing for free-born Englishmen to exchange their rights for the permission of their betters, however kind. By 1800 even passionate advocates of enclosure for productive improvement, like Arthur Young, began to flinch at what they considered their social results. I had rather, he wrote, that all the commons of England were sunk in the sea, than that the poor should in future be treated on enclosing as they have been hitherto. 3 Yet, in so far as this pauperization and landlessness was not due to enclosure, what was it due to? It was due largely to the concentration and consolidation of farms, which made what passed for a small farm in the England of 1830 as big as a small estate on the continent. Enclosures were merely the most dramatic and, as it were, official and political aspect of a general process by which farms grew larger, farmers relatively fewer, and the villagers more landless. It was this rather than the enclosures per se, which hardly touched some very pauperized areas of rural England, that accounts for the degradation of the village poor. The small farmers, wrote an expert at the end of the 18th century, were generally reduced in every county, and almost annihilated in some. By this time a holding of 25 acres, unless in market gardens or something of the sort, could no longer keep a man. The foreign traveler, used to peasant holdings of 10 or 12 acres, would rub his ears when he heard farms of upwards of 100 acres described as small. This concentration took place in open and enclosed country, among new or old enclosures, through expropriation, forced or voluntary sales, and especially on the very large new stretches of land brought into cultivation. It would have pauperized a stable population. It was a disaster for a rapidly expanding one. This surplus population lived by hiring out its labor. But in many parts of England, though less so in Scotland and the north, the nature even of this hired labor changed for the worse. The system of weekly wages, wrote a Norfolk observer in the 1840s, contrasting the situation with 40 or 50 years ago, was the first blow towards weakening the ties which had hitherto bound the farm servant under all circumstances to his employer, for the traditional farm servant was hired annually, at the great hiring fairs, and, if unmarried, lived in and ate at the farmer's table. A large part of his income was in kind. He earned little, but enjoyed at least the security of regular employment. The man hired weekly, daily, or by the task earned nothing when not actually working for someone, and in the slack winter season there was not much work. This is why the laborers in 1816, 1822 and 1830 concentrated their dumb fury against the threshing machines, which took away the most commonly available winter work. If he lived out, in his, or rather his employer's, cottage, the farmer owed him little but his miserable cash wage. If he had sense, he would raise a large family, for a wife and children meant extra earnings and, at certain times, an extra allowance from the poor law. Thus the breakdown of the traditional, semi-patriarchal farm encouraged the multiplication of local labor and consequently the decrease of its wages. By the 1790s the consequent decay of the village poor had reached catastrophic proportions in parts of southern and eastern England. It fell to the poor law to deal with it. The county notables of the 18th century were not philanthropists, but they found it difficult even to conceive of a community which did not provide a minimum wage for even its most inferior working members, and some kind of life for those unable to work, though not of course for foreigners, who were sent back to their own parish of settlement when they could not earn their living. It was in the light of such vaguely defined but firmly held views that the magistrates of Berkshire, meeting at Speen-Hamland in 1795, attempted to change the poor law from an institution supplementing the normal run of the economy into a systematic device to ensure the laborers a living wage. A minimum rate was fixed, depending on the price of corn. If earnings fell below it, they were to be supplemented from the poor rates. In its more extreme forms the Speen-Hamland system did not spread as widely as was once believed, but in the more moderate form of a systematic, and for the period, remarkably generous, children's allowance for men with large families it became almost universal in many parts of the South and East. What the effects of this spontaneously propagated system of social security were has been much argued about. There is little reason to dissent from the traditional view, that they were disastrous. It meant that all local ratepayers subsidized the farmers, and especially the large farmers employing much labor, to the extent that they paid low wages. It pauperized, demoralized, and immobilized the laborer, who could hope to be kept just above starvation in his own parish, but nowhere else on earth, and it discriminated sharply against the single or small family man. It caused the poor rates to soar, without diminishing poverty. Expenditure doubled from the mid-18th century to the late 1780s, and again by the early 1800s, and yet again by 1817. The best that can be said for it is that, since industry could not yet absorb the rural surplus, something had to be done to maintain them in the village. But the significance of Speen-Hamland was social rather than economic. It was an attempt, a last, inefficient, ill-considered, and unsuccessful attempt, to maintain a traditional rural order in the face of the market economy. But the very men who made this attempt were wrecking what they wished to preserve. The inhuman economics of commercial and advanced farming strangled the human values of a social order. What is more, the very wealth of the increasingly prosperous farmers, with their piano-playing daughters, made them ever more remote, even in spirit, from the pauperized laborers. The growing luxury of the landlords, symbolized in the new practice of preserving game for competitive massacre and the increasingly savage laws against poaching, widened the chasm between the classes. The freeborn Englishman degenerated into the servile and broken-spirited Hodge, as an American visitor saw him in the 1840s. Meanwhile, however, agricultural output and productivity rose. Between 1750 and the later 1830s this was not, normally, due to any major technical innovations, except perhaps in Scotland, which set the pace for efficient and mechanized farming, but to the increase in the cultivated area, the greater efficiencies of larger farms, changes in crops and the wider spread of crop rotations, methods of stock breeding, implements, and so on, already well known before 1750. The Industrial Revolution, or science, hardly affected farming before the late 1830s, a moment marked by the foundation of the Royal Agricultural Society, 1838, and the Rothamsted Experimental Station, 1843. After that progress was remarkably rapid. Under drainage, essential to bring the heavy and soggy claylands into cultivation, spread from the 1820s, in 1843 the cylindrical clay drainpipe was invented. Fertilizers came into use rapidly, superphosphate was patented in 1842, and within the first 7 years of the 1840s the import of Peruvian guano rose from virtually zero to over 200,000 tons. High farming, with its heavy investment and relative mechanization, dominated the middle years of the century, and from about 1837 the increase in the yield of crops became rather striking. British farming, after 70 years of expansion before 1815 and 2 or 3 hesitant decades, entered its golden age. In the 1850s even the miserable laborer's lot improved sharply, though this was due not to any developments in agriculture, but to his mass flight from the land, to railways, mines, cities, and overseas, which produced a welcome rural labor shortage and slightly higher wages. This improvement occurred when, in the teeth of bitter opposition from farmers and the Squire Archie, the Corn Laws were abolished, 1846, and British agriculture was thrown open to foreign competition. It had taken 30 years to break down this resistance, for the landed interest defended not only its profits and rent rolls, but its social and political superiority, as symbolized in a House of Lords of landed nobles and a House of Commons of squires. Admittedly the superiority was challenged not only by a new and self-conscious middle class which asked for its due place among, or even above, the former rulers of the kingdom, but by a middle class which regarded the landlord's rent as pure robbery anyway, and the artificial protection of high rents and high food prices after the Napoleonic Wars, at a time of business uncertainty, see pages 53-5, as a gun pointed at the nation's economic heart. Yet, except on free trade, it was not unprepared to compromise. After the parliamentary reform of 1832 it insisted on the new poor law and on political control of the municipalities, but left local government in the counties in the hands of lord and squire, until 1889, refrained from pressing its justified criticisms of ancient and aristocratic vested interests, the court, the civil service, the armed forces, the universities, the law, and so on, and even of the even greater vested interest of the Church. However, the economic rights of the Church, which were exceedingly unpopular among farmers, were at least rationalized by the Tithe Commutation Act of 1836, though not abolished. On the other side, the nobility was equally inclined to compromise, even on free trade. The really large landlord did not necessarily depend on agricultural rents. He might enjoy the fruits of rising urban real estate values, or the profits of mines and railways which a fortunate providence had placed under or on his land, or the interest of the share of their giant incomes invested in the past. The 7th Duke of Devonshire, left in a little temporary financial embarrassment of $1 million or so by an unusually free-spending 6th Duke, was not obliged to sell even the more outlying of his numerous seats, but could fall back on the development of Barrow-in-Furness and Buxton Spa. Socially, he was not yet threatened by the rivalry of wealthy industrialists, whose money would not buy them more than the status and estate of the wealthy gentry, though the occasional financier might already do rather better. In any case, the creation of new peers, though disquieting by the standards of the self-perpetuating 200 of the 18th century, was as yet not very considerable by ours, 133 in the 50 years up to 1837, that is an annual average of about 2.5, many of them admirals and generals, traditionally so rewarded. The nobility was open to settlement. Only the lesser gentry, rural and Tory, and the farmers, would fight in the last ditch. But long historical experience had shown that the squires alone were not a viable political force in the nation. Moreover, by the 1840s farming was distinctly a minority interest. It occupied no more than a quarter of the population and less than this share of the national income. When the nobility abandoned agriculture, as happened in 1846, and even more obviously in 1879, all that was left was a minority pressure group stiffened by a block of fox-hunting backbench MPs. 6. Industrialization, the second phase. 1840 to 951. The first, or textile, phase of British industrialization had reached its limits or looked as though it might soon do so. Fortunately, a new phase of industrialism was about to take over, and to provide a much firmer foundation for economic growth, that based on the capital goods industries, on coal, iron, and steel. The age of crisis for textile industrialism was the age of breakthrough for coal and iron, the age of railway construction. There were two converging reasons for this. The first was the growing industrialization in the rest of the world, which provided a rapidly increasing market for the kind of capital goods which could not be imported in any quantity except from the workshop of the world, and which could not yet be produced in sufficient quantity at home. The rate of expansion of British exports was far higher between 1840 and 1860, and especially in 1845 to 55, when the sale of home products abroad rose by 7.3% a year, than ever before, notably greater for instance than in the pioneer period of cotton, 1780 to 1800. It benefited mainly the new capital goods. In 1842 they formed about 11% of the value of our exports of manufactures, by 1857 to 9.22%, by 1882 to 4.27%. Between 1842 and 1857 to 9 coal exports rose from less than £750,000 to over £3 million, iron and steel exports from about £3 million to well over £13 million, while those of cotton rose more slowly, though even they almost doubled. By 1873 they stood respectively at £13.2 m, £37.4 million. And £77.4 million. The transport revolution of railway and steamship, themselves major markets for British iron, steel, and coal exports, gave an additional impetus to this opening of new markets and expansion of old ones. The second reason, however, has little to do with the growth of demand. It is the pressure of the increasingly vast accumulations of capital for profitable investment, which is best illustrated by the construction of the railways. Between 1830 and 1850 some 6,000 miles of railways were opened in Britain, mostly as the result of two extraordinary bursts of concentrated investment followed by construction, the little railway mania of 1835-7, and the gigantic one of 1845-7. In effect, by 1850 the basic English railway network was already more or less in existence. In every respect this was a revolutionary transformation, more revolutionary, in its way, than the rise of the cotton industry because it represented a far more advanced phase of industrialization and one bearing on the life of the ordinary citizen outside the rather small areas of actual industry. It reached into some of the remotest areas of the countryside and the centers of the greatest cities. It transformed the speed of movement, indeed of human life, from one measured in single miles per hour to one measured in scores of miles per hour, and introduced the notion of a gigantic, nationwide, complex, and exact interlocking routine symbolized by the railway timetable, from which all the subsequent timetables took their name and inspiration. It revealed the possibilities of technical progress as nothing else had done, because it was both more advanced than most other forms of technical activity and omnipresent. The cotton mills of 1800 were obsolescent by 1840, but by 1850 the railways had reached a standard of performance not seriously improved upon until the abandonment of steam in the mid-20th century. Their organization and methods were on a scale unparalleled in any other industry, their use of novel and science-based technology, such as the electric telegraph, unprecedented. They appeared to be several generations ahead of the rest of the economy, and indeed railway became a sort of synonym for ultramodernity in the 1840s, as atomic was to be after the Second World War. Their sheer size and scale staggered the imagination and dwarfed the most gigantic public works of the past. It seems natural to assume that this remarkable development reflected the needs of an industrial economy for transport, but, at least in the short run, this was not so. Most of the country was within easy access of water transport by sea, river, or canal, and water transport was then, and still is, by far the cheapest for bulk goods. Speed was relatively unimportant for non-perishable goods, so long as a regular flow of supplies was maintained, and perishable ones were virtually confined to agriculture and fisheries. There is no evidence that transport troubles seriously crippled industrial development in general, though they patently did in individual instances. Conversely, many of the railways actually constructed were and remained quite irrational by any transport criterion, and consequently never paid more than the most modest profits, if they paid any at all. This was perfectly evident at the time, and, indeed, hard-headed economists like J.R. McCulloch were publicly skeptical about all but a limited number of main lines or lines of specially heavy goods traffic, thus anticipating by more than a century the rationalization proposals of the 1960s. Of course, transport needs gave birth to the railway. It was rational to haul coal wagons along tram lines from pithead to canal or river, natural to haul them by stationary steam engines, and sensible to devise a moving steam engine, the locomotive, to pull or push them. It made sense to link an inland coal field remote from rivers to the coast by an extended railway from Darlington to Stockton, 1825, for the high costs of constructing such a line would more than pay for themselves by the sales of coal which it would make possible even though its own profits were meager. The canny Quakers who found or mobilized the money for it were right. It paid 2.5% in 1826, 8% in 1832 to 3 and 15% in 1839 to 41. Once the feasibility of a profitable railway had been demonstrated, others outside the mining areas, or more precisely the northeastern coalfields, naturally copied and improved upon the idea, such as the merchants of Liverpool and Manchester and their London supporters, who realized the advantages, for investors as well as for Lancashire, of breaking the bottleneck of a monopoly-priced canal, which had been constructed in its time for very similar reasons. They too were right. The Liverpool-Manchester line, 1830, was virtually limited to a maximum dividend of 10% and had no difficulty in paying it. And this, the first of the general railway lines, in turn inspired other investors and businessmen anxious to expand the business of their cities and to get an adequate return on their capital. But only a small fraction of the £240 millions invested in railways by 1850 had any such rational justification. Most of it was sunk into the railways, and much of it was sunk without trace, because by the 1830s there were vast accumulations of capital burning holes in their owners' pockets, that is seeking any investment likely to yield more than the 3.4% of public stocks by the 1840s. The annual surplus thus crying out for investment was estimated at £60 million, or almost double the estimated total capital value of the cotton industry in the mid-1830s. The economy simply did not provide scope for industrial investment on this scale, and indeed the increasing readiness of hard-headed businessmen to dip into their pockets for quite unprofitable expenditures, for example for those gigantic, awful, and very expensive municipal buildings with which the northern cities began to demonstrate their superiority over one another after 1848, bears witness not only to their increasing wealth, but to their increasing surplus of savings over what local industries needed for reinvestment. The most obvious outlet for such surplus capital as was available was investment abroad, and probably capital exports prevailed over capital imports even at the end of the 18th century. The wars provided loans to Britain's allies, the post-war era loans to re-establish reactionary continental governments. These operations were at least predictable, but the crop of loans raised in the 1820s for newly independent Latin American and Balkan governments were far otherwise. And so were the loans of the 1830s for equally enthusiastic and unreliable borrowers among the states of the USA. By this time too many investors had burnt their fingers to encourage further floods of capital into the pockets of foreign administrators. The money which the affluent Briton had in his youth, thrown into war loans and in his manhood wasted on South American mines, that accumulation of wealth which with an industrial people always outstrips the ordinary modes of investment, to borrow the phrase of a contemporary historian of the railways, too was ready for investment in reliable Britain. In fact, it surged into railways for want of anything equally capital-absorbing, and turned a valuable innovation in transport into a major national program of capital investment. As always happens at times of capital glut, much of it was rashly, stupidly, some of it insanely invested. Britons with surpluses, encouraged by projectors, contractors, and others whose profits were made not by running railways but by planning or building them, were undeterred by the extraordinary swollen costs of railways, which made the capitalization per mile of line in England and Wales 3 times as high as in Prussia, 5 times as high as in the USA, 7 times as high as in Sweden. Much of it was lost in the slumps which followed the manias. Much of it was perhaps attracted less by rational calculations of profit and loss than by the romantic appeal of technological revolution, which the railway symbolized so marvelously, and which brought out the dreamer, or in economic terms, the speculator, in racing terms, the long-odds punter, in otherwise solid citizens. Still, the money was there to be spent, and if it did not on the whole produce much by way of profit, it produced something more valuable, a new transport system, a new means of mobilizing capital accumulations of all kinds for industrial purposes, and above all, a vast new source of employment and a gigantic and lasting stimulus to the capital goods industries of Britain. From the individual investor's point of view, the railways were often merely another version of the American loans. From the point of view of the entire economy, they were, by accident rather than design, an admirable solution to the crisis of the first phase of British capitalism. They were soon to be supplemented by the steamship, a form of transport pioneered in the USA in the 1800s, but not seriously capable of competing with the increasingly efficient sailing ship until the revolutionary transformation in the capital goods base of the industrial economy which the railway era inaugurated. The balance sheet of the railway construction of the 1840s is impressive. In Britain, over 200 millions invested, direct employment, at the peak of constructions, 1,846 to 8, of something like 200,000, and an indirect stimulus to employment in the rest of the economy which cannot be calculated. The railways were largely responsible for the doubling of British iron output between the middle 1830s and the middle 1840s, and at their peak, 1,845 to 7, accounted for perhaps 40% of the country's entire domestic consumption, settling down thereafter to a steady 15% of its output. Such a vast economic stimulus, coming at the very moment when the economy was passing through its most catastrophic slump of the century, 1841 to 2, could hardly have been better timed. Outside Britain, a major stimulus to the export of capital goods for the construction of railways abroad. The Dowla Iron Company, for instance, between 1830 and 1850 supplied 12 British but 16 foreign railway companies. But the stimulus was not exhausted with the 1840s. On the contrary, world railway construction continued on an increasingly massive scale, at least until the 1880s, as the following table makes clear. The railways were built to a large extent with British capital, British materials and equipment, and often by British contractors. World railway mileage opened, per decade, to nearest 1,000 miles. Year. UK. Europe, including UK. America. Rest of world. 1,840 to 50. 6,000. 13,000. 7,000. 1,850 to 60. 4,000. 17,000. 24,000. 1,000. 1,860 to 70. 5,000. 31,000. 24,000. 7,000. 1,870 to 80. 2,000. 39,000. 51,000. 12,000. This remarkable expansion reflected the twin process of industrialization in the advanced countries and economic opening up of the undeveloped areas, which transformed the world in these mid-Victorian decades, turning Germany and the USA into major industrial economies soon to be comparable to the British, opening areas like the North American prairies, the South American pampas, the South Russian steppes to export agriculture, breaking down with flotillas of warships the resistance of China and Japan to foreign trade, laying the foundations of tropical and subtropical economies based on the export of mines and agrarian products. The consequences of these changes were not felt in Britain until after the crisis of the 1870s. Until then their main effects were patently beneficial to the greatest and in some parts of the world the only exporter of industrial products and capital, see Chapter 7. Three consequences of this change in the orientation of the British economy may be noticed. The first is the Industrial Revolution in the heavy industries, which for the first time provided the economy with abundant supplies of iron, and more important, steel, which had hitherto been produced by rather old-fashioned methods and in tiny quantities. Production of pig, iron, steel, and coal. In 1,000 tons. 1,850. 2,250. 49. 49,000. 1,880. 7,750. 1,440. 147,000. In coal this increase was achieved substantially by familiar methods, that is without any significant labor-saving devices, which meant that the expansion of coal output produced a vast increase in the number of coal miners. In 1850 there were rather more than 200,000 of them in Britain, around 1,880 about 500,000, and by 1914 well over 1.2 million, working in some 3,000 mines, or almost as many as the entire agricultural population and the, male and female, textile workers. This was to be reflected not only in the character of the British labour movement but in national politics, for miners, concentrated in single industry agglomerations of villages, were one of the few groups of manual workers, and in the countryside almost the only ones, capable of determining the fortunes of parliamentary constituencies. That the British Trades Union Congress committed itself to the socialist slogan of the nationalisation of industries as early as the 1890s was largely due to the pressure of the miners, which was in turn due to their general, and amply justified, dissatisfaction, especially with the owners' gross neglect of the men's safety and health in that dark and murderous occupation. The vast increase in iron output was also due to unrevolutionary improvements, chiefly a remarkable increase in the capacity or productivity of blast furnaces, which, incidentally, tended to keep the capacity of the industry running well ahead of actual output, thus producing a constant tendency to bring down the price of iron, though it also suffered wide price fluctuations for other reasons. In the mid-80s the actual British output was considerably less than half of potential capacity. Steel production, on the other hand, was revolutionized by the invention of the Bessemer converter in 1850, the open hearth furnace in the 1860s, and the basic process in the late 1870s. The new ability to mass-produce steel reinforced the general impetus given to the capital goods industries by transport, for as soon as it was available in quantity a large-scale process of substituting it for the less durable iron began, so that railways, steamships, and so on in effect required two inputs of iron within little more than a generation. Since the productivity per man of these industries rose very sharply, and they never required very much manual labor anyway, their effect on employment was not so great. But like coal, and of course like the vast expansion of transport which went with iron, steel, and coal, they provided jobs for the hitherto unemployed or least employable, unskilled men drawn from the agricultural surplus population, British or Irish. The expansion of these industries was therefore doubly useful. They gave unskilled labor better paid work, and, by drawing off the rural surplus, improved the condition of the remaining farm workers, which began to improve markedly, even dramatically, in the 1850s. However, the rise of the capital goods industries provided a comparable stimulus to the employment of skilled labor in the vast expansion of engineering, the building of machines, ships, and so on. The number of workers in these industries also just about doubled between 1851 and 1881, and unlike coal and iron they continued to expand until the late 1960s. By 1914 they formed the largest single category of British male workers, considerably more numerous than all workers, male or female, in textiles. They thus greatly reinforced an aristocracy of labor which regarded itself as, and was, much better off than the bulk of the working class. The second consequence of the new era, it is therefore evident, was a remarkable improvement in employment all round, and a large-scale transfer of labor from worse to better paid jobs. This accounts largely for the general sense of improvement in living standards and the lowering of social tension during the golden years of the mid-Victorians, for the actual wage rates of many classes of workers did not rise significantly, while housing conditions and urban amenities remained shockingly bad. But here, as so often, economic change affected men and women very differently. The industries of the second phase of the Industrial Revolution, building, mining, transport, engineering, and shipbuilding, iron and steel, had a workforce composed exclusively or overwhelmingly of men. Though the proportion of women working in manufacturing rose quite markedly, domestic service remained by far the largest single industry employing them. Moreover, and this affected gender relations even more directly, the typical male worker increasingly went out to work, as neither farmers nor handloom weavers had done, and women in the underpaid sweated industries still did not. Increasingly, following a middle-class model, the adult man was conceived of as the sole income earner for wife and children, and wives of men in adequately paid jobs stayed home, their status assured by visibly not needing to contribute to the family income, as women, and indeed children, in the poorest sections of the working classes still had to do. In 1851 3/4 of married women had been engaged in some form of employment, in 1913 only 10% were employed. A third consequence was the remarkable rise in the export of British capital abroad. By 1870 something like £700 million were invested in foreign countries, more than a quarter of it in the rising industrial economy of the USA, so much so that the subsequent and striking growth of British foreign holdings could have been achieved without much further capital export, merely by the reinvestment of the interest and dividend from what was already being held abroad. Whether this is what actually happened is another question. This emigration of capital was, of course, merely one part of the remarkable flow of profits and savings in search of investment, and, thanks to the transformations of the capital market in the railway era, prepared to seek it not just in old-fashioned real estate or government stock, but in industrial shares. In turn, businessmen and promoters, contemporaries would probably have said unsound businessmen and shady promoters, were now better able to raise capital not only from potential partners or other informed investors, but from a mass of quite uninformed ones looking for a return on their capital anywhere in the golden world economy, and finding it through the agency of family solicitors and stockbrokers, who often paid the solicitors for steering such funds their way. New legislation which made joint stock companies with limited liability possible encouraged more adventurous investment, for if such a company went bankrupt the shareholder lost only his investment but not, as he had been liable to, his entire fortune. Economically, the transformation of the capital market in the railway era, the stock exchanges of Manchester, Liverpool, and Glasgow were all the products of the mania of the 1840s, was a valuable, though almost certainly not an essential, means of mobilizing capital for large undertakings beyond the scope of partnerships, or for enterprises in remote parts of the world. Socially, however, it reflected another aspect of the mid-Victorian economy, the growth of a class of rentiers, who lived on the profits and savings of the previous 2 or 3 generations' accumulations. By 1871 Britain contained 170,000 persons of rank and property without visible occupation, almost all of them women, or rather ladies, a surprising number of them unmarried ladies. Stocks and shares, including shares in family firms formed into private companies for this purpose, were a convenient way of providing for widows, daughters and other relatives who could not, and no longer needed to be, associated with the management of property and enterprise. The comfortable avenues of Kensington, the villas of spas and the growing seaside resorts of the middle class, and the environs of Swiss mountains and Tuscan cities welcomed them. The era of railway, iron, and foreign investment also provided the economic base for the Victorian spinster and the Victorian aesthete. With the railways, Britain therefore entered the period of full industrialization. Its economy was no longer dangerously poised on the narrow platform of 2 or 3 pioneer sectors, notably textiles, but broadly based on a foundation of capital goods production, which in turn facilitated the advance of modern technology and organization, or what passed for modern in the mid-19th century, into a wide variety of industries. It had the skills to produce not everything, but anything it chose to produce. It had surmounted the original crisis of the early Industrial Revolution, and not yet begun to feel the crisis of the pioneer industrial country which ceases to be the only workshop of the world. A fully industrialized industrial economy implies permanence, if only the permanence of further industrialization. One of the most impressive reflections of the new state of affairs, in economics, in social life and in politics, is the new readiness of Britons to accept their revolutionary ways of living as natural or at least irreversible, and to adapt themselves to them. Different classes did so in different ways. We must look briefly at the two most important, the employers and the workers. Establishing an industrial economy is not the same thing as operating one already in existence, and the very considerable energies of the British middle class in the half-century from Pitt to Peel had been primarily devoted to the first of these objects. Politically and socially this meant a concentrated effort to give themselves confidence and pride in their historic task. The early 19th century was the first and last when ladies wrote little pedagogic works on political economy for other ladies to teach to their children, or better still, to the poor, and a long battle against the aristocracy to reshape the institutions of Britain in a manner suitable to industrial capitalism. The reforms of the 1830s and the installation of free trade in 1846 more or less achieved these objects, at least in so far as this could be done without running the risk of a perhaps uncontrollable mobilization of the laboring masses. See chapters 4 and 12. By the golden years these battles had been won, though a few actions against the rearguard of the old regime remained to be fought. The very Queen herself was a visible pillar of middle-class respectability, or seemed to be, and the Conservative Party, organ of all that was out of sympathy with industrial Britain, was for several decades a permanent political minority lacking an ideology or a program. The formidable movement of the laboring poor, Cockburn, Chartist, even in its primitive way socialist, disappeared, leaving foreign exiles like Karl Marx disconsolately trying to make what they could of the liberal radicalism or the respectable trade unionism which took its place. But economically the change was quite as striking. The capitalist manufacturers of the first phase of industrial revolution were, or saw themselves as, a pioneering minority seeking to establish an economic system in an environment by no means entirely favorable to it, surrounded by a population deeply distrustful of their efforts, employing a working class unaccustomed to industrialism and hostile to it, struggling, at least initially, to build their factories out of modest initial capital and plowed back profits by abstinence, hard work and grinding the faces of the poor. The epics of the rise of the Victorian middle class, as preserved in the works of Samuel Smiles, looked back to an often quite mythical era of heroes of self-help, expelled by the stupid progress-hating multitude yet returning later in triumph and top hats. What is equally to the point, they were themselves men formed by their past, all the more so as they lacked scientific education and prided themselves above all on empiricism. Hence they were only incompletely aware of the most rational way of running their enterprises. It may seem grotesque now that economists could argue, as Nassau Sr. did against the 10 hours bill of 1847, that the employer's profit was made in the last hour of work, and that therefore a reduction of hours would be fatal to them, but there were plenty of hard-headed men who took the view that the only way to make profits was to pay the lowest money wages for the longest hours. The employing class itself was therefore incompletely familiar with the rules of the industrial game, or disinclined to abide by them. These rules decreed that economic transactions were essentially governed by the free play of forces in the market, by all men's unrestricted and competitive pursuit of their economic advantage, which would automatically produce the best results all round. But, quite apart from their own reluctance to compete when it did not suit them, they did not regard these considerations as applicable to the workers. These were still sometimes bound by long and inflexible contracts, such as the coal miners' yearly bond in the Northeast, more often milked for supplementary profit by the non-economic compulsion of truck payments in kind, or forced purchases in company shops, or fines, and in general held tight by a law of contract, codified in 1823, which made them liable to imprisonment for breach of employment, while their masters went free or were merely fined for their own breaches. Economic incentives, such as payment by results, were by no means common, except in some industries or for certain kinds of labor, though, as Karl Marx was to argue convincingly, piecework was at this time the form of wage payment most suitable to capitalism. The only incentive generally recognized was profit, and those who earned no profits as entrepreneurs or subcontractors of various kinds were left to work to the pace dictated by the machine or discipline or the driving of subcontractors, or, where too skilled to be driven, to their own devices. Though it was already known that higher wages and shorter hours might raise productivity, employers continued to distrust them, seeking instead to depress wages and lengthen hours. Rational cost accounting or industrial management were rare, and those who recommended them, like the scientist Charles Babbage, pioneer of the computer, were regarded as unpractical eccentrics. Trade unions were seen as either doomed to almost immediate failure, or as engines of economic catastrophe. Though they ceased to be formally illegal in 1824, every effort was made to destroy them where possible. In these circumstances it was not surprising that the workers should also refuse to accept capitalism, which, as we have seen, was far from attracting them in the first place. It offered them little in practice. Contrary to the apologists of the system, it offered them little even in theory, at any rate, so long as they remained workers, which most of them were destined to do. Until the railway era it did not even offer them its own permanence. It might collapse. It might be overthrown. It might be an episode and not an epoch. It was too young to have established its permanence by sheer duration, for as we have seen, outside a few pioneer areas, even in textiles the main weight of industrialization occurred after the Napoleonic Wars. At the time of the great Chartist general strike of 1842 every adult person in, say, Blackburn could remember the time when the first spinning factory and power loom had been introduced in the town, less than 25 years earlier. And if the laboring poor hesitated to accept the system as permanent, even less were they likely, unless forced, often by extra economic coercion, to adapt themselves to it, even in their struggles. They might seek to bypass it, as the early socialists did by free communities of cooperative production. They might seek, in the short run, to evade it, as the early trade unions did by sending their unemployed members on tramp to some other city, until they discovered that bad times in the new economy were periodic and universal. They might seek to forget about it, dreaming of a return to peasant proprietorship. It is no accident that the greatest mass leader of this era, the Chartist Tribune Feargus O'Connor, was an Irishman whose positive economic program for the masses who swore by him was a plan for land settlement. Sometime in the 1840s all this began to change, and to change rapidly, though by local and unofficial action rather than by any large national legislation or organization. Employers began to abandon extensive methods of exploitation such as lengthening hours and shortening wages for intensive ones, which meant the opposite. The 10 Hours Act of 1847 made this a necessity in the cotton industry, but without any legislative pressure we find the same tendency spreading in the industrial North. What the Continentals were to call the English week, a free weekend, at all events from Saturday midday, began to spread in Lancashire in the 1840s, in London in the 1850s. Payment by results, that is incentive payments to workers, undoubtedly became more popular, while contracts tended to shorten and to become more flexible, though both these developments cannot yet be fully documented. Extra economic compulsion diminished, the readiness to accept legal supervision of working conditions, as by the admirable factory inspectors, increased. These were not so much victories of rationality, or even of political pressure, as relaxations of tension. British industrialists now felt rich and confident enough to be able to afford such changes. It has been pointed out that the employers who advocated policies of relatively high wages and conciliating workers by reforms in the 1850s and 1860s frequently represented old established and flourishing businesses no longer threatened with bankruptcy by any fluctuation of trade. The new model employers, commoner outside Lancashire than inside, were men like the Bass brothers, Brewing, Lord Elcho, Coal and Iron, Thomas Brassey, Railway Contracting, Titus Salt, Alfred Illingworth, the Kell brothers from round Bradford, A.J. Mundella and Samuel Morley, hosiery. Is it an accident that Bradford, which produced several of these, set off the status competition in the West Riding for municipal monuments by constructing an opulent structure, with a restaurant for the accommodation of mercantile men, a hall for 3,100 people, a vast organ and illumination by a continuous line of 1,750 gas jets, thus spurring its rival leads to the titanic expenditure of £122,000 on its town hall? Bradford began, like so many other cities, to plan its break with municipal stinginess in 1849. By the end of the 1860s these changes became more visible, because more formal and official. In 1867 factory legislation was for the first time seriously extended beyond the textile industries, and even began to abandon the fiction that its only purpose was to protect children, adults being theoretically capable of protecting themselves. Even in textiles, where the general business view had been that the Acts of 1833 and 1847, the 10 Hours Act, were wanton and ruinous interferences with private enterprise, opinion was reconciled to them. No one, wrote The Economist, had any doubt now of the wisdom of those measures. 3 Progress in the mines was slower, though the yearly bond in the Northeast was abolished in 1872 and the right of the miners to check the honesty of their payment by results through an elected checkweighman was theoretically recognized. The unjust master and servant code was finally abolished in 1875. More important, trade unions were given what amounted to the legal status they were to retain for more than a century. They were henceforth accepted as permanent and not in themselves noxious parts of the industrial scene. This change was all the more startling because the Royal Commission of 1867, which initiated it, was the result of some dramatic, and entirely indefensible, acts of terrorism by small craft societies in Sheffield, the Sheffield outrages, which were expected to lead, and 20 years earlier would probably have led, to strong anti-union measures. In fact, the Acts of 1871 and 1875 gave the unions a degree of legal freedom which conservative-minded lawyers, at intervals, attempted to whittle away until the conservative government of the 1980s succeeded. But the most obvious symptom of the change was political. The Reform Act of 1867, followed, as we have seen, by a whole crop of important legislative changes, accepted an electoral system dependent on working-class votes. It did not introduce parliamentary democracy, but it implied that the rulers of Britain reconciled themselves to its eventual introduction, which subsequent reforms, in 1884–5, 1918, and 1928, achieved with diminishing amounts of fuss. 20 years earlier Chartism had been resisted because democracy was believed to imply social revolution. 50 years earlier it would have been unthinkable, except by the masses and a handful of extremist middle-class radicals. George Canning in 1817 had thanked God that the House of Commons is not sufficiently identified with the people to catch their every nascent wish. According to no principle of our Constitution was it ever meant to be so, it never pretended to be so, nor can ever pretend to be so without bringing ruin and misery upon the kingdom. For A. Cecil, arguing for the rearguard in those debates of 1866–7 which reveal so much about the attitudes of the British upper classes, still warned his hearers that democracy meant socialism. The rulers of Britain did not welcome the reform. On the contrary, but for the mass agitations of the poor, they would not have yielded anything like so much, though their readiness to yield in 1867 contrasts strikingly with their mass mobilization of force against Chartism in 1839, 1842 and 1848. However, they were prepared to accept it, because they no longer regarded the British working class as revolutionary. At all events they now saw it as divided into a politically moderate aristocracy of labor, ready to accept capitalism, and a politically ineffective, because unorganized and leaderless, proletarian plebs, which presented no major danger. For the great mass movements which mobilized all the laboring poor against the employing class, like Chartism, were dead. Socialism had disappeared from the country of its birth. My sorrowful impressions, wrote an old Chartist in 1870, were confirmed. In our old Chartist time, it is true, Lancashire working men were in rags by the thousands, and many of them often lacked food. But their intelligence was demonstrated wherever you went. You would see them in groups discussing the great doctrine of political justice. Now you will see no such groups in Lancashire. But you will hear well-dressed working men talking, as they walk with their hands in their pockets, of co-ops and their shares in them, or in building societies. And you will see others, like idiots leading small greyhound dogs. 5. Affluence, or what men used to starvation regarded as comfort, had extinguished the fires in hungry bellies. Equally important, the discovery that capitalism was not a temporary catastrophe, but a permanent system which allowed some improvement, had altered the objective of their struggles. There were no socialists to dream of a new society. There were trade unions, seeking to exploit the laws of political economy in order to create a scarcity of their kind of labor and thus increase their members' wages. The British middle-class citizen who surveyed the scene in the early 1870s might well have thought that all was for the best in the best of all possible worlds. Nothing very serious was likely to go wrong with the British economy. But it did. Just as Phase 1 of industrialization stumbled into self-made depression and crisis, so Phase 2 bred its own difficulties. The years between 1873 and 1896 are known to economic historians, who have discussed them more eagerly than any other phase of 19th-century business conjuncture, as the Great Depression. The name is misleading. So far as the working people are concerned, it cannot compare with the cataclysms of the 1830s and 1840s, or the 1920s and 1930s. See below, pages 185, 8. But if depression indicates a pervasive, and for the generations since 1850 a new, state of mind of uneasiness and gloom about the prospects of the British economy, the word is accurate. After its glorious advance, the economy stagnated. Though the British boom of the early 1870s did not crash into ruins quite so dramatically as in the USA and Central Europe, amid the debris of bankrupt financiers and cooling blast furnaces, it drifted inexorably downwards. Unlike in other industrial powers, the British boom would not really revive. Prices, profits, and rates of interest fell or stayed puzzlingly low. A few feverish little booms did not really halt this long and frustrating descent, which was not reversed until the middle 1890s. And when the economic sun of inflation once more broke through the prevailing fog, it shone on a very different world. Between 1890 and 1895 both the USA and Germany passed Britain in the production of steel. During the Great Depression, Britain ceased to be the workshop of the world and became merely one of its three greatest industrial powers, and in some crucial respects, the weakest of them. The Great Depression cannot be explained in purely British terms, for it was a worldwide phenomenon, though its effects varied from one country to another and in several, notably the USA, Germany, and some new arrivals on the industrial scene such as the Scandinavian countries. It was on balance a period of extraordinary advance rather than stagnation. Yet in all, it marks the end of one phase of economic development, the first, or if we prefer, the British phase of industrialization, and the start of another. Broadly speaking, the mid-century boom was due to the initial, or virtually initial, industrialization of the main advanced economies outside Britain and the opening up of hitherto unexploited, because inaccessible or undeveloped, areas of primary production and agriculture. So far as the industrial countries were concerned, it was something like an extension of the British Industrial Revolution and the technology on which it was based. So far as the primary producers were concerned, it was the construction of a global system of transport based on the railway and improved, and increasingly steam-driven, shipping, capable of linking regions of relatively easy economic utilization and various mining areas to their markets in the urbanized and industrial sector of the world. Both processes immensely stimulated the British economy without as yet doing it any noticeable harm. CP 93. Yet neither could continue indefinitely. For one thing, the sharp reduction in costs both in industry and, through the transport revolution, in primary products was bound to make itself felt sooner or later, when the new plants produced, the new railroads operated, the new farming regions had come under cultivation, as a fall in prices. In fact, it took the form of that spectacular 20-year deflation which reduced the general price level by about a third and was what most businessmen meant when they talked about persistent depression. Its effects were most dramatic, indeed catastrophic, in parts of agriculture, fortunately a relatively minor part of the British economy though not elsewhere. As soon as the massive flows of cheap foodstuffs converged upon the urbanized areas of Europe, in the 1870s, the bottom fell out of the agricultural market, not only in the receiving areas, but in the competing regions of overseas producers. The flaring discontent of populist farmers on the North American continent, the more dangerous rumble of agrarian revolutionism in the Russia of the 1880s and 1890s, not to mention the spurt of agrarian and nationalist unrest in Ireland in the era of Parnellism and Michael Davitt's Land League testify to its effect on regions of peasant agriculture or family farming, which were at the direct or indirect mercy of world prices. Importing countries ready to protect their farmers by tariffs, as several did after 1879, thought they had some defense. British agriculture was, as we shall see, devastated insofar as it had specialized in grain crops, which now became quite uncompetitive, but was too unimportant to win itself protection, and eventually shifted to products not challenged, or challengeable, by overseas producers. CP 177. Again, the immediate benefits of the first phase of industrialization wore off. The possibilities of the technological innovations of the original, British, industrial era tended to exhaust themselves, and most notably so in the countries most completely transformed during this phase. A new phase of technology opened new possibilities in the 1890s, but in the meantime a certain faltering is understandable. It was all the more troubling, because both new and old industrial economies ran into problems of markets and profit margins analogous to those which had shaken British industry 40 years earlier. As the vacuum of demand was filled, markets tended to be glutted, for though they had obviously increased, they had not increased fast enough, at least at home, to keep pace with the multiple expansion of output and capacity in manufactured goods. As the titanic profits of the industrial pioneers declined, squeezed between the upper millstone of price-reducing competition and the lower of increasingly expensive and mechanized plant, with increasingly large and inelastic overheads, businessmen searched anxiously for a way out. And as they searched, the growing masses of the laboring classes in the industrial economies joined the agrarian population in agitations for improvement and change, as they had done in the corresponding era of British industrialization. The era of the Great Depression was also the era of the emergence of mass socialist, that is mainly Marxist, working-class parties all over Europe, organized in a Marxist international. In Britain the effect of these global changes was both greater and smaller than elsewhere. The agrarian crisis affected this country, but not Ireland, only marginally, and indeed the flood of increasingly cheap imports of food and raw material had its advantages. On the other hand, what was elsewhere a mere stumble and change of footing in the progress of industrialization was much more serious in Britain. In the first instance this was because the British economy had been largely geared to an unbroken expansion abroad, and especially in the USA. The construction of the world network of railways was far from complete in the 1870s, yet the break in the mad construction boom in the early 1870s had sufficient effect on the British exports of capital in money and goods to make at least one historian explain the Great Depression in the phrase "what happened when the railways were built." 6 British rentiers had got so used to the flow of income back from North America and the undeveloped parts of the world that the defaults of their foreign debtors in the 1870s, for example the collapse of Turkish finance in 1876, brought the laying up of carriages and the temporary slump of building in places like Bournemouth and Folkestone. More to the point, it mobilized those militant consortia of foreign bondholders or governments acting for their investors, which were to turn nominally independent governments into virtual or actual protectorates and colonies of the European powers, as in Egypt and Turkey after 1876. But the break was not merely temporary. It revealed that other countries were now able to produce for themselves, perhaps even for export, what had hitherto been available in practice only from Britain. And it also revealed that Britain was not ready for all but one of the possible methods of dealing with this situation. Unlike other countries, which now turned to tariffs protecting both their agriculture and their industrial home markets, for example France, Germany, and the USA, Britain held firmly to free trade. See Chapter 12. She was equally disinclined to take the path of systematic economic concentration, the formation of trusts, cartels, syndicates, and so on, which was so characteristic of Germany and the USA in the 1880s. See Chapter 9. She was too deeply committed to the technology and business organization of the first phase of industrialization, which had served her so well, to advance enthusiastically into the field of the new and revolutionary technology and industrial management which came to the fore in the 1890s. This left her with only one major way out, a traditional one for Britain, though one also now adopted by the competing powers, economic, and increasingly the political, conquest of hitherto unexploited areas of the world. In other words, imperialism. The era of the Great Depression thus also initiated the era of imperialism, the formal imperialism of the partition of Africa in the 1880s, the semi-formal imperialism of national or international consortia taking over the financial management of weak countries, the informal imperialism of foreign investment. Political historians have professed to find no economic reasons for this virtual division of the world between a handful of West European powers, plus the USA, in the last decades of the 19th century. Economic historians have had no such difficulty. Imperialism was not a new thing for Britain. What was new was the end of the virtual British monopoly in the undeveloped world, and the consequent necessity to mark out regions of imperial influence formally against potential competitors, often ahead of any actual prospects of economic benefits, often, it must be admitted, with disappointing economic results. One further consequence of the era of the Great Depression, that is of the emergence of a competing group of industrial and economically advanced powers, must be noted. It is the fusion of political and economical rivalry, the fusion of private enterprise with government backing, which is already visible in the growth of protectionism and imperialist friction. Increasingly business, in one way or another, called on the state not only to give it a free hand, but to save it. A new dimension entered international politics. And, significantly, after a long period of general peace, the great powers moved once again into an age of world wars. Meanwhile, the end of the age of unquestioned expansion, the doubt about the future prospects of the British economy, began a fundamental change in British politics. In 1870 Britain had been liberal. The bulk of the British bourgeoisie, the bulk of the politically conscious working class, and even the old Whig section of the landed aristocracy found their political and ideological expression in the party of William Ewart Gladstone, who looked forward to peace, retrenchment, and reform, the total abolition of the income tax and national debt. Those who did not had no real alternative program or perspective. By the middle of the 1890s the great Liberal Party was split, virtually all of its aristocrats and a large section of its capitalists having seceded to the Conservatives or the Liberal Unionists who were to fuse with the Conservatives. The City of London, a Liberal stronghold until 1874, had acquired its Conservative colouring. An independent Labour Party backed by the trade unions and inspired by socialists was about to appear. Already the first cloth-capped proletarian socialist was sitting in the House of Commons. A few years, but a historic era, earlier, a shrewd observer had still, 1885, written about the British workers. There is less tendency to socialism here than among other nations of the Old World or of the New. The English working man makes none of those extravagant demands upon the protection of the state in the regulation of his daily labor and of the rate of his wages, which are current among the working classes of America and of Germany, and which cause a certain form of socialism to be equally the pest of both countries. 7. By the end of the Great Depression things had changed. 7. Britain in the world economy. 1. The mid-Victorian period is a good vantage point from which to survey the characteristic and crucial system of Britain's economic relations with the rest of the world. In the literal sense Britain was perhaps never the workshop of the world, but her industrial dominance was such in the middle of the 19th century that the phrase is legitimate. She produced perhaps 2/3 of the world's coal, perhaps half its iron, 5/7 of its small supply of steel, about half of such cotton cloth as was produced on a commercial scale, and 40%, in value, of its hardware. On the other hand, even in 1840 Britain possessed only about 1/3 of the world's steam power and produced probably something less than 1/3 of the world's total of manufactures. The chief rival state, even then, was the USA, or rather the northern states of the USA, with France, the German Confederation and Belgium. All these, except in part Little Belgium, lagged behind British industrialization, but it was already clear that, if they and others continued to industrialize, Britain's advantage would inevitably shrink. And so it did. Though the British position was pretty well maintained in cotton, and may actually have been strengthened in pig iron, by 1870 the workshop of the world possessed only between 1/4 and 1/5 of the world's steam power, and produced much less than half its steel. By the end of the 1880s the relative decline was visible even in the formerly dominant branches of production. By the early 1890s the USA and Germany both passed Britain in the production of the crucial commodity of industrialization, steel. From then on Britain was one of a group of great industrial powers, but not the leader of industrialization. Indeed, among the industrial powers it was the most sluggish and the one which showed most obvious signs of relative decline. Such international comparisons were not merely a matter of national pride, or uneasiness, but of urgent practical importance. As we have seen, the early British industrial economy relied for its expansion chiefly on international trade. It had to, for with the exception of coal its domestic supplies of raw materials were not very impressive, and some crucially important industries such as cotton relied entirely on imports. Moreover, from the middle of the 19th century the country was no longer able to feed itself from its own agricultural production. Furthermore, though the British population rose fast, it was originally too small to maintain an industrial and trading apparatus of the size actually developed, All the more so because the greater part of it, the laboring classes, were too poor to provide an intensive market for anything but the absolute essentials of subsistence, food, housing, and a few elementary pieces of clothing and household goods. Poor as it was, the home market might have been developed more effectively, but, largely because of Britain's reliance on overseas trade, it was not. This intensified the dependence on the international market even more. More important than this, Britain was also in a position to develop its international trade to an abnormal extent, simply because of the monopoly of industrialization, and of relations with the underdeveloped overseas world which she succeeded in establishing between 1780 and 1815. In a sense her industry expanded into an international vacuum, though parts of it were empty because they had been cleared by the activities of the British Navy, and were kept empty because vital trading powers were unable to leap across the British-controlled high seas. The British economy therefore developed a characteristic and peculiar pattern of international relations. It relied heavily on foreign trade, that is to say, broadly speaking, on exchanging its own manufactures and other supplies and services of a developed economy, capital, shipping, banking, insurance, and so on, for foreign primary products, raw materials and food. In 1870 British trade per capita, excluding the invisible items, stood at £17.7 OD as against £6.4 OD for each Frenchman, £5 OD for each German and £4.9 OD for each citizen of the USA. Only little Belgium, the other pioneer of industry, had at this time comparable figures among the industrial states. Overseas markets for products and overseas outlets for capital played an important and growing part in the economy. By the end of the 18th century domestic exports amounted to about 13% of the national income, by the early 1870s to about 22% and thereafter they averaged between 16 and 20% except in the period between the 1929 slump and the early 1950s. Until the Great Depression of the 19th century, exports normally grew faster than the real national income as a whole. In the major industries the foreign market played an even more decisive role. This is most obvious in cotton, which exported over half the total value of its output at the beginning of the 19th century and almost 4/5 at the end, and iron and steel, which relied on overseas markets for about 40% of its gross production from the mid-19th century. The ideal result of this massive interchange would have been to transform the world into a set of economies dependent on and complementary to the British, each exchanging the primary products for which its geographical situation fitted it, or so the more naive economists of the period argued, for the manufactures of the world's workshop. In fact, several such complementary economies did develop at various times, mainly on the basis of some specialized local products for which the British were the main buyers: cotton in the southern states of the USA until the American Civil War, wool in Australia, nitrates and copper in Chile, guano in Peru, wine in Portugal, and so forth. After the 1870s, the growth of a massive international trade in foodstuffs added various other countries to this economic empire, notably Argentina, wheat, beef, New Zealand, meat, dairy products, the agrarian sector of the Danish economy, dairy products, bacon, and others. Meanwhile, South Africa developed a similar relationship on the basis of its gold and diamond exports, the world market being controlled from London, and various tropical countries on the basis of different vegetable products, for example palm oil, rubber. Obviously, the entire world could not be turned into this kind of planetary system circling round the economic sun of Britain, if only because Britain was not the only already developed or industrializing economy. The other advanced economies, each with its own pattern of international relationships, were of course Britain's trading partners, and indeed potentially more important customers for her goods than the undeveloped world, being both richer and more dependent on the purchase of manufactures. It is a commonplace that trade between two developed countries is normally more intense than between a developed and a backward, or between backward ones. However, this type of trade was far more vulnerable, because it was protected by neither economic nor political control. An advanced country in the process of industrialization would initially need Britain, because, in the early stages at all events, it would benefit by drawing on the unique supply of capital, machinery, and technical skill of Britain, and sometimes it had no alternative. Time and again we find on the continent of Europe the first factories or machine workshops started by some Englishmen, the first native machines copied from some British design, illegally smuggled if before 1825, legally acquired thereafter. Europe was full of Thorntons, Austria and Russia, Evans and Thomas, Czechoslovakia, Cockerils, Belgium, Manbys and Wilsons, France, or Mulvaney's, Germany, and the universal spread of football in the 20th century is largely due to the works teams started by British owners, managers, or skilled operatives in all parts of the continent. Inevitably we find the first railways, and often the bulk of railways, built by British contractors, with British locomotives, rails, technical staff and capital. However, equally inevitably, an industrializing economy would attempt to protect its industries against the British, for if it did not they were unlikely to develop to the point of being able to compete with the British at home, let alone abroad. National economists in the USA and Germany never had much doubt about the value of protection, and industrialists in fields competitive with the British had even less. Even firm believers in free trade like John Stuart Mill accepted the legitimacy of discriminating in favor of infant industries. However, legitimate or not, there was nothing to stop sovereign and economically as well as politically independent states from doing so, as the Northern USA did from 1816 and most other advanced countries from the 1880s. And even without discrimination, once a local economy was on its feet, its need of Britain diminished rapidly, except perhaps in so far as the international trading and financial mechanism happened to be located in London. From the middle of the 19th century this began to be obvious. British exports of goods to the advanced world were and remained large, but static or declining. In 1860–70, 52% of British capital investments had also gone to Europe and the USA. By 1911–13 only 25% of them were still in these areas. The British hegemony in the underdeveloped world was thus based on a permanent complementarity of economies, British hegemony in the industrializing world on potential or actual competition. The one was therefore likely to last, the other was in its nature temporary. Even when other advanced economies were small and struggling, their interest was divided between the urge to speed their own development by drawing on the resources of Britain and the urge to protect themselves against British industrial supremacy. Once they had made what use they could of Britain, they would inevitably tend to veer towards protectionism, unless of course they had advanced so far as to be able to undersell the British. In this case the British might well have to think of protecting themselves and their markets in third countries against them. Broadly speaking, there was only one comparatively brief historical period when both developed and underdeveloped sectors of the world had an equal interest in working with and not against the British economy, or when they had no choice in the matter, the decades between the abolition of the Corn Laws in 1846 and the outbreak of the Great Depression in 1873. Many underdeveloped areas had virtually no one except Britain to sell to, since Britain was the only modern economy. The advanced countries were entering the period of rapid industrialization, when their demands for imports, especially of capital and capital goods, were virtually unlimited. And any countries which did not care to enter into relations with the advanced world, that is largely with Britain, were forced to do so by gunboats and marines. The last closed countries of the world, China and Japan, were thus forced into unrestricted intercourse with the modern economies between 1840 and 1860. Both before and after this brief period the situation of Britain in the economic world was in important respects dissimilar. Before the 1840s the size and scale of international economic operations were comparatively modest, the scope for massive international flows limited, partly because of the absence of adequate surpluses of production for export, except in Britain, or because of the technical or social difficulty of transporting men and goods in sufficient bulk or quantity, or because of the relatively modest balances for investment abroad accumulated up to this point. even in Britain. Between 1800 and 1830 total international trade increased by a modest 30% from about £300 million to about £400 million, but between 1840 and 1870 it multiplied 5 times over, and by the latter date had passed £2,000 million. Between 1800 and 1840 a little over a million Europeans migrated to the USA, which we may use as a convenient yardstick of the general flow of migration, but between 1840 and 1870 almost 7 million moved across the North Atlantic. By the early 1840s Britain had accumulated perhaps about £160 million in credits abroad, by the early 1850s around £250 million, but between 1855 and 1870 she invested abroad at the average rate of £29 million a year, and by 1873 her accumulated balances had almost reached £1,000 million. All this is merely another way of saying that before the age of the railway and the steamship the scope of the world economy was limited, and with it the scope of Britain. After 1873 the situation of the advanced world was one of rivalry between developed countries, and what is more countries of whom only Britain had a built-in interest in total freedom of trade. Neither the USA, nor Germany nor France relied to any substantial extent on massive imports of food and raw materials. Indeed, except for Germany, they were substantial exporters of foodstuffs. Nor did they rely to anything like the British extent on exports for the market of their industries. Indeed, the USA relied almost entirely on its domestic market, and Germany did so to a large extent. An all-embracing world system of virtually unrestricted flows of capital, labor, and goods never actually existed, but between 1860 and 1875 something not too far removed from it came into being. By 1866, a historian has written, the greater part of Western Europe was in a situation very close to free trade, or at all events closer to free trade than at any other time in history. Too, the USA was the only major economic power which remained systematically protectionist, but even this state went through a period of lowering its duties in 1832 to 60 and again after the Civil War, 1861 to 5, until 1875. At the same time, again with the partial exception of the USA, the general adoption of a gold standard by the currencies of the chief European nations between 1863 and 1874 simplified the operations of a single free and multilateral system of world trading, increasingly pivoting on London. It did not last. The free flow of goods was the first to be inhibited by the tariff barriers and other discriminatory measures which were erected with increasing frequency and height after 1880. The free flow of men remained unimpeded until the First World War and its aftermath. Unlike the free flow of capital and goods, which was restored in the decades after the Second World War, and especially after the 1970s, free migration across frontiers has never since returned. The free flow of capital and payments alone survived until 1931, though increasingly shaken after 1914, and with it the supremacy of London and the will-o'-the-wisp of a wholly liberal world economy. But if this had ever been a practical possibility, which is doubtful, it was dead by the end of the 1870s. The chief measure of an economy's relations with the rest of the world is its balance of payments, that is the balance of its income and capital from abroad and its outgoings to foreign countries. Whatever this figure actually means, and like all forms of bookkeeping it requires very expert interpretation, it throws light on the nature and pattern of a country's international dealings. This balance consists of visible and invisible items. The visible items on the credit side are the exports of merchandise, including goods imported into Britain and re-exported, and the sales of bullion. The invisible items consist of the profits of foreign trade and services, for example by British firms handling British and other marketing and buying abroad, earnings from insurance, brokerage, and so on, from shipping, from personal expenditures of foreigners in Britain, for example tourism, and remittances by emigrants, and from genuinely invisible and often unmeasurable items like the earnings of smugglers. In addition, invisible income consists of interests and dividends received from abroad. The items on the debit side are the converse, the cost of imports of merchandise, of paying foreign firms and shippers, remittances of dividend and interests abroad and so on. In the extreme situation the two sides should exactly balance, though this hardly ever happens, and indeed is probably undesirable. If there is a surplus or a deficit, the classical theory of international trade requires sooner or later some transfers of bullion, if that is the standard of international payments, but the gap can, of course, be filled by borrowing or lending. Ideally, once again, the balance of payments with the world implies a system of world clearing and settlement, that is of setting off the surpluses in dealings with some countries against the deficits in dealing with others. It is extremely unlikely that the account with all countries will be in balance. Indeed, there had been traditionally areas of the world with which British, visible, trade had been fairly consistently in deficit, for instance France, the Baltic and Eastern Europe, and especially India, and in the pre-liberal era this had seriously worried economists and politicians. The visible balance reflects not merely the quantities of goods and so on imported and exported, but their prices, that is the so-called terms of trade. If they improve, a ton of exports will buy more imports, if they worsen it will buy less. For a country of Britain's character, at least until the deindustrialization of the 1980s, these expressed essentially the relation between the price of British industrial products and foreign raw materials and foodstuffs. For, at all events during Britain's industrial supremacy, well over 90% of our net imports consisted of primary products, while between 75 and 90% of our home-produced exports consisted of manufactured goods, and a good deal of our re-exports of commodities processed by British industry, refined, distilled, and so on. But here a curious situation arises. Suppose the terms of trade moved in Britain's favor, that is, we got our primary products more cheaply than before, or manufacturing exports cost more, or both. The main purchasers of British goods, the primary producing countries, would then be able to buy less British goods, having less income to pay for them. But a worsening of the terms of trade would not necessarily have the converse effect, since Britain depended on importing a fairly inelastic quantity of food and raw materials whatever happened to keep its population fed and its factories running. There would be a tendency for imports to stay high whatever happened. If the terms of trade favored us we tended to buy more, if they went against us we might not import less. There would also be a natural tendency for our exports to rise when the terms of trade worsened. And this was indeed so. From the point of view of British industrial supremacy it was desirable that we should buy expensively rather than cheaply. Now broadly speaking, industry underwent a continuous process of cheapening because of the continuous technological revolution, but agricultural production, which until the end of the century produced the bulk of both food and industrial raw materials, up to the early 1880s between 60 and 70% of them were materials for the textile industry, underwent intermittent cheapening, but not yet anything comparable to industrial revolution. On the whole, until the Industrial Revolution in the form of railways and steamships, which opened up new and cheap sources of supply like the American Middle West, individual applications of machinery to agriculture, like the steam-driven sugar mill, and a growing demand for non-agricultural raw materials, such as the products of mining and oil wells, transformed the primary producing sector. The terms of trade therefore tended to move against the rapidly cheapening industrial goods. But agriculture was not transformed until the last third of the 19th century. Hence for the first 60 years of the century the mechanism for boosting British exports worked well. Thereafter it ceased, not only because of changes on the primary side, but also because of changes on the British side. British exports ceased to be based essentially on textiles, and increasingly shifted to more expensive capital goods and raw materials, iron, steel, coal, ships, machinery. Textiles, which had formed 72% of our manufactured exports in 1867-9, fell to 51% at the eve of the First World War, while capital goods rose from 20 to 39%. The growth of the home market, due largely to a rise in the standard of living to cheaper food imports and the proportional fall in the importance of cotton, reduced the proportion of net imported raw materials from over 70 to around 40% and increased the import of foodstuffs from under 25% to around 45%, the major change occurring quite rapidly after 1860. There was naturally a greater incentive to keep vast food imports cheaper than raw materials, for high food prices could not, like high raw material prices, be made good by improvements in industrial efficiency. A third factor affected the relations between the two price levels. Henceforth in the periodic slumps primary prices were likely to collapse more dramatically than industrial prices, whereas in the first half of the 19th century, if anything, the opposite had been the case. Lastly, the growth of satellite and dependent colonial or semi-colonial economies producing primary commodities put their terms of trade very much under the control of the dominant industrial economies, and especially Britain. So a period when the terms of trade had moved against Britain was succeeded, after 1860, by one in which they rapidly and then slowly moved in her favor till 1896 to 1914, and after the First World War a period in which they moved our way very sharply indeed. Since the Second World War they have fluctuated. Consequently over this long period the export boosters ceased to operate as strongly as before, though from time to time heavy British investment overseas gave our customers more funds to buy, and reductions in other costs, for example freight charges, also improved the situation. Of course, as our exports shifted from third to first world markets, the crucial factor in the terms of trade was how our costs compared with those of competitive producers in other industrial countries, in most cases unfavorably. The incentive for British industry, when not committed to exports, to prefer the home to the foreign market grew. We would, therefore, expect to find, and do find, an increasingly large excess of imports over exports after 1860. But we also find, and this is rather odd, that at no time in the 19th century did Britain have an export surplus in goods, in spite of her industrial monopoly, her marked export orientation, and her modest domestic consumer market. Before 1846 free traders argued that this was because the Corn Laws prevented our potential customers from earning enough through their exports to pay for ours, but this is doubtful. The buyers of our exports reflect the limits of the markets to which Britain exported, which were essentially countries which either did not want to take much more British textiles or were too poor to have more than a very tiny per capita demand. But it also reflects the traditional underdeveloped slant of the British economy, and also to some extent the luxury demand of the British upper and middle classes. As we have seen, between 1814 and 1845 about 70% of our net imports, in value, were raw materials, about 24% foodstuffs, overwhelmingly tropical or similar products, tea, sugar, coffee, and alcohol. There is not much doubt that Britain consumed so much of these because we had a traditionally important re-export trade in them. Just as cotton production grew, as it were, as a byproduct of a large international entrepot trade, so did the unusually large consumption of sugar, tea, and so on, which accounts for a large part of the deficit on current account. Nowadays governments would worry acutely over such a deficit. In the 19th century they did not, and not only because in the earlier part of it they were not aware that it existed. In fact, Britain's invisible dealings procured her a large surplus, and not a deficit with the rest of the world. Probably the most important of these earnings came initially from British shipping, which amounted to between one-third and half of the world tonnage. It tended to decline relatively in the first half of the century, mainly because of the rising American merchant fleet, but recovered all and more of its supremacy after I-860 in the age of the iron steamship. Until the early 1870s its earnings exceeded the interests and dividends from British investments abroad. This source of income, which became increasingly the major means of filling the gap between imports and exports, started modestly after the Napoleonic Wars, but by the later 1840s had become of about equal importance to the third major source of invisible income, the profits on foreign trade and services, and by the later 1860s had overhauled these. By the middle decades of the century a fourth source, the earnings from insurance, brokerage commissions, and so on. In brief, from the dominant financial position of the City of London, had also become reasonably important. Broadly speaking, the invisible income other than interests and dividends more than covered the trading deficit in the first quarter of the century, but between 1825 and 1850, the difficult years of the early industrial economy, as we have seen, cf. pages 54 to 6 above, they did not quite do so, and after 1875 they were not normally adequate any longer. However, in the earlier period income from capital previously exported already produced a modest surplus, and after 1875, as the dividends from the vast earlier investments rolled in, an increasingly large one. The international position of the British economy therefore became increasingly dependent on the British inclination to invest or lend their accumulated surpluses abroad. But this, like Britain's visible trade, became increasingly tied up with the underdeveloped world, and especially with that sector of it which was under effective economic or political control by Britain, the formal or informal empire. Or, to be more exact, the peculiar position of Britain made both visible and invisible transactions naturally flow in this direction. British visible trade, as we have seen, had after 1820 always found it easier to penetrate further into the underdeveloped world than to break into the more lucrative, but also more resistant and rival developed markets. This was so whether British industry was dynamic and world-leading or not, as can be seen from the following table. Exports of cotton piece goods, million yards, percent of total. Year. Europe and USA. Underdeveloped world. Other countries. 1820. 60.4. 31.8. 7.8. 1840. 29.5. 66.7. 3.8. 1860. 19.0. 73.3. 7.7. 1880. 9.8. 82.0. 8.2. 1900. 7.1. 86.3. 6.6. The pattern of Britain's exports in general was similar, though not so extreme as in cotton, a steady flight from the modern, resistant, and competitive markets into the undeveloped. Two areas of the world were of special importance to Britain in this respect. The first was Latin America, which, it is not unfair to say, saved the British cotton industry in the first half of the 19th century, when it became the largest single market for its exports, reaching 35% of them in 1840, mainly to Brazil. Later on in the century it became somewhat less important, though towards the end the British informal colony of Argentina became an important market. The second was the East Indies, which soon became important enough to split into India and the Far East. This soon became absolutely crucial. From 6% of our cotton exports after the Napoleonic Wars, these regions came to absorb 22% in 1840, 31% in 1850 and an absolute majority of them, anything up to 60%, after 1873. India took most of this, about 40 to 45% after the onset of the Great Depression. Indeed, in this period of difficulty Asia saved Lancashire, even more decisively than Latin America had done in the early part of the century. There are, as we see, good reasons why British foreign policy in the first half of the 19th century favored the independence of Latin America and the opening of China. There are even more convincing reasons why India was vital to British policy throughout this period. Capital exports, including those to the undeveloped world and the British Empire in particular, became important somewhat later. Before the 1840s they consisted essentially of government loans, after that of government loans, railways, and public utilities. Around 1850 Europe and the USA all accounted for over half of them, but between 1860 and 1890, as one might expect, the proportion of Europe fell drastically, from 25 to 8%, and that of the USA sagged slowly until it also fell dramatically during the First World War, from 19 to 5.5%. Latin America and India stepped into the breach, as usual, but, if we accept the disappointing investments there after the fight for independence, in reverse order. In the 1850s India, thanks to heavy and, against laissez-faire theory, government-guaranteed railway and other issues, took the lead with about 20% of our total investment. Thereafter it dropped quite sharply. Latin America, however, thanks to the development of Argentina and other dependent economies, doubled its share of British holdings by the 1880s and thereafter represented about 20% in its turn. But the really striking increase was in the developing rather than the backward areas of the underdeveloped world, and especially of the British Empire. The White Dominions, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, raised their share from 12% in the 1860s to almost 30% in the 1880s, and if we include Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay as honorary dominions, their economies were not dissimilar. The rise in these outlets for capital export is even more striking. After the First World War, the share of the dominions became even more important, getting on for 40%. Taking the Empire and Latin America as a whole, their share went up as follows. Year. Empire, %. Latin America, %. Total, %. 1860s. 36. 10.5. 46.5. 1880s. 47. 20. 67. 1900 to 13. 46. 22. 68. 1927 to 9. 59. 22. 81. With one major exception, these developments were, at least to begin with, independent of policy. The character of Britain's pioneer economic hegemony established, as it were, a certain slope in the international economic landscape, and Britain slid naturally down it. The one exception was India. Its abnormality leaps to the eye. It was, for one thing, the only part of the British Empire to which laissez-faire never applied. Its most enthusiastic champions in Britain became bureaucratic planners when they went there, and the most committed opponents of political colonization rarely, and then never seriously, suggested the liquidation of British rule. And the formal British Empire expanded in India even when no other part of it did. The economic reasons for this anomaly were compelling. As we have seen, India was an increasingly vital market for the staple export, cotton goods, and it became so because in the first quarter of the 19th century British policy destroyed the local textile industry as a competitor with Lancashire. In the second place, India controlled the trade of the Far East through its export surplus with that area, the exports consisting largely of opium, a state monopoly which the British fostered systematically, mainly for revenue purposes, almost from the start. As late as 1870, almost half China's total imports consisted of these narcotics, kindly supplied by the liberal economy of the West. Both these surpluses and the rest of India's trading surplus with the world were naturally siphoned off for Britain's benefit through the, politically established and maintained, Indian trading deficit with Britain, through the home charges, that is India's payments for the privilege of being administered by Britain, and through the increasingly large interest payments on the Indian public debt. Towards the end of the century these items became increasingly important. Before the First World War the key to Britain's whole payments pattern lay in India, financing as she probably did more than 2/5 of Britain's total deficits. 3 As another writer has put it. Thus not only the funds for investment in India but a large part of the total investment income from overseas, that gave Britain her balance of payments surplus in the last quarter of the 19th century, was provided by India. India was in truth the jewel in the imperial diadem. 4. It is not surprising that not even the free traders wished to see this gold mine escape from British political control, and that a great part of British foreign and military or naval policy was designed essentially to maintain safe control of it. In India, the formal empire never ceased to be vital to the British economy. Elsewhere it appeared to become increasingly vital after the 1870s, When foreign competition became acute, and Britain sought to escape from it, and largely did escape from it, by a flight into her dependencies. From the 1880s imperialism, the division of the world into formal colonies and spheres of influence of the great powers, generally combined with the attempt to establish deliberately the sort of economic satellite system which Britain had evolved spontaneously, became universally popular among the large powers. For Britain this was a step back. She exchanged the informal empire over most of the underdeveloped world for the formal empire of a quarter of it, plus the older satellite economies. Nor was the change particularly easy or inviting. The really valuable satellite economies were, except for India, either beyond political control, like the Argentine, or they were white settler dominions with their own economic interests, which did not necessarily coincide with Britain's. They required compensatory concessions for their own products in Britain, if they were to hand over their markets entirely to the mother country, and it was on this point that Joseph Chamberlain's plans for imperial integration broke down in the early 1900s. There was some point in annexing all the backward areas possible in order to secure control of the raw materials in them, which even at the end of the 19th century increasingly looked as though they would be vital for modern economies, and which indeed became vital. By the end of the Second World War, the rubber and tin of Malaya, the rich mining deposits of Central and Southern Africa, and above all the oil deposits of the Middle East had become the major international assets of Britain, and the mainstay of her balance of payments. But at the end of the 19th century the economic case for annexing large tracts of jungle, bush, and desert was not overwhelming. However, it was not Britain which took the initiative, and where her rivals led, she had to follow suit. And, as we have seen, between the wars, after the collapse of the pre-1914 structure of her international economic relations, the empire was there to provide a cushion in an increasingly hard world. In terms of visible trade the collapse came suddenly after the First World War. This was due both to the general crisis of the world economy which contracted the scope of international economic transactions, and with it of Britain which lived by them, and to the delayed but inevitable revelation that British industry had become obsolete and inefficient. Only for a brief period after the war, 1926-9, did world trade regain the level of 1913, and at the worst periods it fell about a quarter below it, a startling change from the years from 1875 to 1913 when it had trebled. But if during this hard period British exports fell by half, it was not merely because of the general contraction, but because they were no longer competitive. Britain had escaped from the Great Depression, 1873 to 96, first international challenge, not by modernizing her economy, but by exploiting the remaining possibilities of her traditional situation. She had exported more to the backward and satellite economies, as in cotton, and made what she could from the last of the great technical innovations she had pioneered, the iron steamship, as in shipbuilding and coal exports. When the last great receptacles of cotton goods developed their own textile industries, India, Japan, and China, the hour of Lancashire tolled. For not even political control could permanently keep India non-industrial, though as late as the 1890s the Lancashire Pressure Group had prevented the imposition of duties to protect the Indian cotton industry. The war, which interrupted the normal course of international trade and stimulated industrial growth in many countries which had to be protected afterwards, revealed the new situation brutally. Before it, Indian industry had provided only 28% of the local textile supply, after it, it provided over 60%. Rival and more efficient suppliers and the oil-fired ships cut down the exports of coal. They had rocketed from about 20 million tons in the early 1880s to 73 million in 1913. In the 1920s they averaged 49 million, in the 1930s 40. The deficit on visible trade, the gap between imports and exports, was rarely less than twice as large as in the worst years before 1913. Britain's invisible income, on the other hand, appeared more than adequate to fill this gap. As her industry sagged, her finance triumphed, her services as shipper, trader, and intermediary in the world's system of payments became more indispensable. Indeed, if London ever was the real economic hub of the world, the pound sterling its foundation, it was between 1870 and 1913. As we have seen, foreign investments increased by leaps and bounds, mainly in the 1860s and 1870s, later by the reinvestment of their own interest and dividends. By 1913 Britain owned perhaps £4,000 million worth abroad, as against less than £5,500 million owned by France, Germany, Belgium, Holland, and the USA put together. In the later 1850s British ships had carried about 30% of the cargoes entering French or US ports. By 1900 they carried 45% of the French, 55% of the American ones. Paradoxically, the very process which weakened British production, the rise of new industrial powers, the enfeeblement of the British competitive power, reinforced the triumph of finance and trade. The new industrial powers expanded their imports of primary products from the undeveloped world, but they had not Britain's traditional symbiotic arrangements with it, and therefore ran up a heavy joint deficit. Britain filled this deficit, a. by her own increasing imports of manufactures from the industrial states, b. by her invisible income from shipping services and the like, and c. by the income which came to her as the world's greatest lender. The threads of the world's web of trading and financial settlements ran through London, and increasingly they had to run through London, because London alone could fill the holes in it. The First World War tore this web, though British governments made desperate efforts to maintain it. Britain ceased to be the world's great creditor nation, mainly because she was obliged to liquidate a large part of her investments in the USA, say about £500 million, mainly in railway securities, and in turn became heavily indebted to the USA, which ended the war as the greatest creditor nation in its turn. After 1919 Britain appeared to recover, and a heroic attempt was made by her governments to recreate the conditions of 1913 and thus to restore that lost paradise. By 1925 investment earnings and other invisible earnings were, in contemporary values, higher than ever before. But this was an illusion. Gross investment income had risen from about 4.5% of the national income in the 1870s to about 9% in 1910-13. After the First World War the percentage was back, on average, to where it had been in the 1870s, after the Second World War to where it had been in the 1860s. The slump of 1929 destroyed the illusion of a return to the Belle Époque before 1913, the Second World War buried it. Britain now had neither adequate visible nor adequate invisible income. The recurrent balance of payments crises, which first caused British government's systematic insomnia in 1931, were the tangible symptoms of this predicament. The dramatic changes in the world economy in the period following the Second World War, and especially since 1970, will be considered in Chapter 16 below. 8. Standards of living. 1850 to 19,141. Let us stop and take a different sort of look round Britain at the high point of its capitalist career, 3 or 4 generations after the Industrial Revolution. It was, first and foremost, a country of workers. R. Dudley Baxter, calculating the size of the various British classes in 1867, reckoned that over 3/4, 77%, of the 24.1 million inhabitants of Great Britain belonged to the manual labor class, and he included among the middle class all office workers and shop assistants, all shopkeepers, however tiny, all foremen and supervisory workers, and the like. Not more than 15% of these belonged to a skilled or moderately well-paid aristocracy of labor, say, with wages of 28 shillings a week to £2, rather over half to the unskilled, agricultural, women and other underpaid, say with wages of 10 to 12 shillings a week, and the balance to intermediate ranges. At work a part of them, the textile workers, the various other factories and workshops which were just being brought into the system of factory legislation in the 1860s, even to some extent the coal miners, were already enjoying some legal regulation of their conditions, and more rarely of their hours of labor. From 1871 they even achieved the first legal recognition of non-religious leisure, the bank holidays. But overwhelmingly their wages and conditions depended on the bargains they could make with their employers, alone or through their trade unions. By the early 1870s trade unionism was officially accepted and recognized, where it had succeeded in establishing itself. Thanks to the archaic structure of the British economy, this was not only among the skilled craftsmen of manual trades, for example the builders, tailors, printers, and so on, but also in the core of the basic industries, such as the cotton mills and the coal mines, and the great complex of machine and shipbuilding, in which most of the skilled work remained essentially that of manual craftsmen. Even so, this amounted to no more than a small minority of British workers, except in certain localities and trades. Even the great trade union expansion of 1871-3 only raised the number of organized workers to something like 500,000. Vast sectors of the economy, for instance transport, were still virtually unorganized. However, the fact that a rather old-fashioned trade unionism, often of the craft type, had succeeded in establishing a permanent base for further advance in some of the chief sectors of industrial Britain was significant. It had the advantage of giving the labor movement very considerable potential power, but also the disadvantage, which it shared with British industry as a whole, of saddling it with a rather old-fashioned and unadaptable structure, from which the later advocates of more rational and effective union organization, for example by industrial unions, have never since been able to liberate it. When workers lost their employment, which they might do at the end of the job, of the week, of the day or even of the hour, they had nothing to fall back upon except their savings, their friendly society or trade union, their credit with local shopkeepers, their neighbors and friends, the pawnbroker or the poor law, which was still the only public provision for what we now call social security. When they grew old or infirm, they were lost, unless helped by their children, for effective insurance or private pension schemes covered only a few of them. Nothing is more characteristic of Victorian working-class life, and harder for us to imagine today, than this virtually total absence of social security. Skilled workers, or those in expanding industries, would probably enjoy some of the benefits of being in short supply, except in the recurring economic crises. They would also benefit from trade unions, friendly societies, cooperatives, and even modest private savings. Unskilled ones would be lucky to make ends meet, and would probably bridge the empty part of each week by pawning and repawning their miserable belongings. In the Liverpool of the 1850s 60% of all pawnbrokers' pledges were for 5 shillings or less, 27% for 2 seconds. 60 or less. Unlike other countries, hardly any lower middle class separated them, or linked them, to the middle classes. In fact, the term lower middle class as then used covered the labor aristocracy as well as the small shopkeepers, innkeepers, small employers, and so on, who were often recruited from this stratum, in addition to the remarkably thin layer of white-collar workers and other employed but clean-handed occupations. In 1871 there were a mere 100,000 commercial clerks and bank clerks to conduct the business of the greatest commercial and banking nation in the world, not much more than a third of the number of coal miners. Their position was respected, though they were not necessarily very affluent, for until after 1870, when a national system of elementary education was set up, it did not become effectively compulsory until 1891, even literacy was by no means universal. The way of life of the middle class was visibly the model of such families as the Pooters of the Laurels, Holloway. The white-collar suburbs were only gradually emerging, notably from the 1870s, though the relatively well-off labor aristocrat or small shopkeeper might combine an imitation of middle-class material standards, such as the purchase of gold watches and pianos, with other habits which maintained his solidarity with the rest of the manual working class among whom he mostly continued to live. If he became economically independent or an employer, as was quite possible in small-scale industries like building and various sorts of metal work, and through small shopkeeping, he might leave his trade union, though the heavy risk of bankruptcy and relapse into the proletariat would make him disinclined to. But so long as he remained a worker, affluence brought political moderation, but not embourgeoisement. Self-satisfied observers might talk of mid-Victorian Britain as a middle-class nation, but in fact the genuine middle class was not large. In terms of income it might broadly coincide with the 200,000 English and Welsh assessments over £300 a year for income tax under Schedule D, profits of business, the professions and investments, in 1865 to 6, of which 7,500 were for incomes of over £5,000 a year, very substantial wealth in those days, and 42,000 for incomes of £1,000 to £5,000. This relatively small community would include the 17,000 odd merchants and bankers of 1,871, the 1,700 odd ship owners, the unknown number of factory and mine owners, most of the 15,000 doctors, the 12,000 solicitors and 3,500 barristers, the 7,000 architects and 5,000 civil engineers, a profession which expanded very rapidly during these decades, but, regrettably and significantly, ceased to expand towards the end of the century. It would not contain many of what are today called intellectuals or creative occupations. There were a mere 2,148 authors, editors, and journalists, compared with 14,000 on the eve of the First World War, no scientists classed separately as such, and a static number of university teachers, for Victorian Britain was a Philistine society. The widest definition of the middle class or those who aspired to imitate them was that of keeping domestic servants. Their numbers, it is true, increased very substantially from 90,000 in 1851 to 1.4 million in 1871, almost their maximum, but in 1871 there were only about 90,000 female cooks and not many more housemaids, which gives a more precise, though probably too narrow, measure of the real size of the middle class, and as a gauge of the even more affluent, 16,000 private coachmen. Who were the rest of the servant keepers? Perhaps mainly the aspiring members of the lower middle class, striving for status and respectability, and just then discovering in birth control a way of accelerating its achievement, for, as recent research has shown, it was the choice between a higher living standard, which was now more readily available, and a large family, which determined the decline in the upper and middle class birth rate which became observable from the 1870s. Such was the mid-Victorian social pyramid. It was increasingly an urban phenomenon, or perhaps, so far as its middle layers were concerned, a suburban one, for the migration of the non-proletarians to the outskirts of the cities gathered speed, particularly in the 1860s and later in the 1890s. Townsmen outnumbered countrymen for the first time in 1851. What is more to the point, by 1881 perhaps 2 out of every 5 Englishmen and Welshmen lived in the 6 giant built-up areas, conurbations, of London, South East Lancashire, the West Midlands, West Yorkshire, Merseyside, and Tyneside. And the rural areas were only very partly agricultural. In 1851 only 2 million out of over 9 million occupied Britons were engaged in agriculture, by 1881 only 1.6 out of 12.8 million, on the eve of the First World War fewer than 8%. The cities which now constituted the real Britain were no longer the totally abandoned and neglected money-making deserts of the first half of the century. The horrors of that period, dramatized in the growing epidemics which did not even spare the middle class, led to systematic sanitary reform from the 1850s, drainage, water supply, street cleaning, and so on. Affluence produced municipal building and, combined with radical agitation, even managed to save some open spaces and parks for the public in those fortunate areas where they had not already been built up. On the other hand, railways, sidings, and stations tore wide strips into the centers of cities, pushing the population which had previously lived there into other slums, and covering those that remained with that dense layer of soot and grime which may still be seen in some corners of northern towns to this day. The acrid fog which foreigners found so characteristic wrapped itself ever more firmly round Victorian Britain. The mid-Victorian city was in most respects, except perhaps beauty, a distinct improvement on the towns of the 1830s and 40s, though this was due rather to general spending on basic urban equipment and amenities than to any public effort to improve the conditions of life of the working class as such. Still, there was a current of municipal reform which benefited them, and an even stronger commercial movement to exploit the unsatisfied desire of the laboring poor for entertainment and vicarious comfort by such institutions as the cut-glass and mirror gin palace and the sham opulence of the Victorian Music Hall, whose stylistic home is still often, and recognizably, in the 1860s. If the British city nevertheless remained an appalling place to live in, exceeded only by the grimly rectilinear streets of low cottages in the British industrial and mining village, it was because urban and industrial expansion still outstripped the spontaneous or planned attempts at urban improvement. London grew from just over 2 million inhabitants in 1841 to just under 5 million in 1881, Sheffield from 111,000 to 285,000, Nottingham from 52,000 to 187,000, Salford from 53,000 to 176,000, though already the Lancashire cities grew more slowly. Unquestioned improvement, except, perhaps, once again in the field of aesthetics, occurred only in the growing middle-class suburbs. Kensington is largely a creation of the 1860s and 1870s, and the new middle class or rentier seaside resorts and spas, which developed, generally when the railways reached them, often on the initiative of landowners anxious to develop their real estate, rapidly in the 1850s and 1860s. Taken by and large, the lives of most Britons improved in the golden years, though perhaps not so much as contemporaries thought. They improved even more, and more strikingly, during the Great Depression, though for rather different reasons. So far as real incomes are concerned, they probably stopped improving around 1900, and by 1914 there had been a perceptible stagnation or even decline in real wages, which is probably the chief reason why the last years before the First World War saw extremely acute and widespread labor unrest. Yet in other respects it is probable that improvement continued. The 1870s marked a distinct turning point. Up to that time, whatever happened to incomes, such reliable indices of social well-being as death rates, and especially infantile death rates, did not fall significantly. Indeed, it is probable that in urban areas they may have risen during parts of the golden decades. After then they began that almost continuous fall which is so characteristic of developed countries, slow but visible at first, faster from the beginning of the 20th century. As the birth rate also began to fall, at least in the middle and lower middle classes, owing to birth control and higher living standards, CP 135, the growth of population now depended not so much on the gap between a high death rate and an even higher birth rate, but increasingly on the gap between a falling death rate and a less rapidly declining birth rate. In these respects the golden years were evidently by no means golden. However, in terms of real incomes and consumption they already showed a distinct advance. Average real wages, allowing for unemployment, remained pretty unchanged from 1850 until the early 1860s, but rose by about 40% between 1862 and 1875. They sagged for a year or two in the late 1870s, but were back to the old level by the mid-80s and after that climbed rapidly. By 1900 they were one-third above 1,875 and 84% higher than in 1850. Then, as we have seen, they ceased to rise. Even if we regard these general averages as reliable, which is doubtful, they do not, of course, give a realistic picture of the situation. When the first serious social surveys were made towards the end of the century, by Booth in London and Rowntree in York, they suggested that about 40% of the working class lived in what was then called poverty or even worse, that is to say on a family income of 18 to 21 shillings, a miserable mass of whom two-thirds would, at some time or other in their lives, generally in old age become actual paupers. At the other end of the working class a maximum of 15%, probably rather less, lived in what was then regarded as comfort, with incomes of say, £2 or above. In other words, the Victorian and Edwardian working classes were divided into the labor aristocracy, which normally lived in a seller's market, that is, could make themselves sufficiently scarce to command higher wages, the unskilled or unorganized mass which could command only a subsistence or near subsistence wage from its buyers, and an intermediate stratum. This explains the rather different movements of the standard of living in the Golden Years, the Great Depression and the Edwardian years. In periods of inflation such as the first and the last, those who could raise their money wages faster than prices could improve their lot. And so they did. Unstinted food, clothes of the same pattern as the middle class, when house rents permit, a tidy parlor, with stiff, cheap furniture which, if not itself luxurious or beautiful, is a symptom of the luxury of self-respect, and an earnest of better things to come, a newspaper, a club, an occasional holiday, perhaps a musical instrument. Point 2. In such terms did an informed observer describe their condition in the middle 1880s. Not so the bottom 40% or those who could not make themselves scarce enough. Their situation improved only when unemployment declined, as it pretty certainly did from the 1840s on, and when they moved from lower to higher paid, from stagnant to expanding industries, as we have seen that many of them did in the golden years. However, it is fairly clear that no startling general improvement took place before the 1860s, except perhaps among the farm laborers, whose mass flight from the land bettered the condition of those who stayed behind as well as of those who went. The stagnant mass of poverty at the bottom of the social pyramid remained nearly as stagnant and as nauseous as before. In the early 1900s, an old man has recalled. It will give you some idea of conditions in Liverpool. It was quite common for a farthing's worth of milk to be sold, not merely bought and sold, but carried to the house too. At the end of the week you would collect a penny 3 farthings for 7 farthings worth of milk. This was in the poorest part of Liverpool. I remember once I was working from the Smithdown Road depot on the tram to Pierhead and I had 75 passengers and they all paid 2pence, and when I came to cash up, I had only 1 threepenny bit, all the rest was in coppers. That was a sign of the poverty. Point 3. The Great Depression brought important changes. Probably the most rapid general improvement in the conditions of life of the 19th century worker took place in the years 1881 to 95, mitigated only by the somewhat higher unemployment of this period. This is because falling living costs benefit the poorest as well as the rest, indeed proportionately more than the rest, and the Depression was, as we have seen, primarily a period of falling prices, but they fell largely because an entire new world of cheap, imported, foodstuffs opened before the British people. Between 1870 and 1896 their meat consumption per head went up by almost a third, but the proportion of imported meat they ate trebled. From the end of the century until after the First World War about 40% of the meat eaten in Britain came from abroad. In fact, after 1870 the food and the eating habits of the British people began to be transformed. They began, for instance, to eat fruit, previously a luxury. To begin with, working-class fruit consumption took the form of jam, later also of the novel and imported banana, which supplemented or replaced apples as the only fresh fruit eaten by the urban poor. Even so characteristic a landmark of the British proletarian scene as the fish and chip shop first appears in this period. It spread outwards from its original home in, probably, Oldham, after 1870. What is more, from the 1870s not only the food supplies but the entire consumer goods market of the poor began to be transformed by the rise of the shop, especially the multiple shop, and of factory production for a specific working class public. A favored stratum of workers, especially in the North, had begun to make their own distributive mechanism from the 1840s on, the co-ops, which grew modestly at first. In 1881 they had only 500,000 members, but much more rapidly thereafter. By 1914 there were 3 million cooperators. More striking was the rise of the multiple shop and chain store, from 10 branches of multiple butchers in 1880 to 2000 in 1900, from 27 branches of grocery firms to 3,444, they grew more slowly in the 1900s. Even more significant, for the early multiples were aimed mainly at the working class market, was the rise of the clothing and footwear shop, the byproduct of the rise of factory boot and shoemaking in the 1860s, of factory tailoring in the 1880s. Footwear led the way. There were already 300 shoe chain shops in 1875, but 25 years later there were 2,600, half of them founded in the 1890s. Menswear shops followed more modestly and continued to expand fast even in the difficult 1900s. Women's wear shops followed most slowly of all. Their time had not yet arrived. Equally significant for the future, though not yet very important, industrialism now began to produce, in the wake of the USA, comparatively cheap consumer durables like the sewing machine, sold at £4 in the 1890s, which also pioneered hire purchase, and the bicycle. This new and exciting machine almost immediately entered popular folklore, through the music halls, and ideological folklore, through the clarion cycling clubs of the enthusiastic young socialists, and the knickerbockered Mr. Bernard Shaw. The bicycle was not available to the very poor, but this period gave them the first means of public transport specifically aimed at the working class, the tram. It had scarcely existed in 1871, but employed over 18,000 men by 1901. The average tram fare in the 1880s was just under 1/2 D. Lastly, and here again the 1880s mark a turning point, popular entertainment was transformed. In Britain revolutionary devices like the phonograph and the cinema were still in the nursery stage, even in 1914, but the music hall, at all events in London, had its first major boom in the 1880s and its years of glory in the 1890s. After 1900 it tended to play safe for the growing family public. Increasingly opulent variety palaces moved from the proletarian suburbs where they had begun their career to the very centers of the cities. At the same time sport, and especially association football, became the national institution we know. In 1885 professionalism was legalized. In a word, between 1870 and 1900 the pattern of British working-class life which the writers, dramatists, and TV producers of the 1950s thought of as traditional came into being. It was not traditional then, but new. It came to be thought of as age-old and unchanging, because it ceased in fact to change very much until the major transformation of British life in the affluent 1950s, and because its most complete expression was to be found in the characteristic centers of late 19th century working-class life, the industrial north or the proletarian areas of large non-industrial cities like Liverpool and South or East London, which did not change very much, except for the worse, in a first half of the 20th century. It was neither a very good nor a very rich life, but it was probably the first kind of life since the Industrial Revolution which provided a firm lodging for the British working class within industrial society. Clearly the last quarter of the 19th century was a time when life became very much easier and more varied for the working class, though the Edwardian age brought a setback. Nevertheless, trends are not achievements, and the picture of social conditions which the surveys of the time revealed, often to the shocked surprise of the inquirers, was horrifying. It was a picture of a working class stunted and debilitated by a century of industrialism. In the 1870s 11 to 12-year-old boys from the upper-class public schools were on average 5 inches taller than boys from industrial schools, and at all teen ages 3 inches taller than the sons of artisans. When the British people was for the first time medically examined en masse for military service in 1917, it included 10% of young men totally unfit for service, 41.5%, in London 48 to 9%, with marked disabilities, 22% with partial disabilities and only a little more than a third in satisfactory shape. Ours was a country filled with a stoic mass of those destined to live all their lives on a bare and uncertain subsistence until old age threw them onto the scrap heap of the poor law, underfed, badly housed, badly clothed. By the standards of 1965, or even of 1939, the rise of the working class standard to a modest human level had barely begun. Fortunately the unemployment, the uncertainty, and perhaps above all the declining faith in the automatic advance of British capitalism made the people less inclined to accept their fate passively, and gave them more effective means of improving it. Socialism reappeared in the 1880s, and recruited an elite of active and able workers who in turn created or transformed the broader-based mass labor movements, the trade unions and the novel independent working class parties, which converged to form the Labour Party in the early 1900s. The harder times of Edwardian England prepared the way for a more massive political transformation, which the war accelerated. The trade union movement leaped to something like 1.5 million members in the Great Explosion of 1889 to 90, grew more slowly to about 2 million, doubled again to about 4 million in the Great Labour Unrest of 1911 to 13, and doubled yet again to reach a temporary peak of 8 million at the end of the First World War. Much of this was due to the growth of unions in hitherto unorganized industries, such as transport by water, rail, and road, or unorganized sections of older industries, such as the unskilled and semi-skilled in the metal trades. Much of it was also due to the expansion of the older unions. The political declaration of independence by the workers had less dramatic results, though by 1914 there were 40 Labour MPs. Fortunately, the extension of the vote in 1884 to 5 gave the working class considerably increased political leverage on the older parties, especially the Liberals, normally anxious to retain their proletarian following. For the first time, public authorities and the state thought seriously about social improvement. By 1914, the outline of a system of social security, the result of liberal legislation after 1906, was already visible. However, the public sector was not yet of serious practical importance. Old age pensions, 5 shillings a week at the age of 70, introduced in 1908, were the only form of social payment which was genuinely redistributive, if we accept the Poor Law. The National Insurance Act of 1911 was, as its name implies, supposed to be an actuarially sound insurance scheme, paid for by premiums, and while its medical services were scant but useful, its capacity to provide against unemployment revealed itself as distinctly limited after 1920. Central government still spent only tiny sums on directly social objects other than education, £17 million in 1913, out of a total gross expenditure of £184 million, on old age pensions, labour exchanges, and unemployment insurance. By 1939 the analogous expenditures were to be £205 million out of £1,006 million. Local government expenditure was relatively even less important. It ran at about £13 million out of £140 million, in England and Wales, 1913, which was actually a much smaller percentage than 50 years earlier. For poor law payments, the chief item, had not even doubled, whereas the total local government expenditure had increased about 5 times over since 1868. Public housing was quite negligible. In 1884, when figures begin, about £200,000 were spent out of rates and loans for this purpose, in 1913 about £1 million. For comparison, we may note that in the 1930s public expenditure on housing never fell below £70 million per year. On balance, indeed, the poor paid more in taxes than they received back in social services. The situation of the upper classes was very different, and the immensity of the gap between the top and bottom of society was merely underlined by the orgy of conspicuous waste into which a section of the rich, headed by that symbol of a luxury class, King Edward VII, launched itself in the decades before 1914. Biarritz, Cannes, Monte Carlo, and Marienbad, the international luxury hotel was very much the product of this age and found in the Edwardian style its best architectural form: steam yachts and large racing stables, private trains, massacres of game birds and opulent country house weekends stretching into weeks. These consoled the increasingly lengthy leisure hours of the rich. Only 6% of the population left any property worth mentioning at all when they died. Only 4% left more than £300. But in 1901-2 just under 4,000 estates paid duty on a capital value of £19 million, and 149 of them were proved for £62.5 million. The rich were still rich, for the pound sterling was still very much the pound sterling. The Duke of Bedford, reeling, as all landowners claimed they were, under the effects of the agricultural depression, was not too bankrupt to offer his agent an ample salary and pension, together with the free occupancy of a country house, staffed at total expense with 3 indoor, 7 outdoor servants and 3 gamekeepers, the use of another country house, plus game, garden produce, cream, milk, butter and whiskey as free allowances. Below them were the middle and lower middle classes, a large body comprising, if we define those who kept servants, perhaps 30% of the population, at all events in York. In the middle of the Edwardian era perhaps 1/3 million belonged to families earning, or at any rate receiving, more than £700 a year, which was comfortable, and perhaps 3/4 millions to families getting between £160 and £700 a year, which was reasonable. In 1913-14 the average adult man earned roughly 30 shillings for a working week of 54 hours, or an annual income, if fully employed, of £77, and the average adult woman in industry earned 13s. for a working week of the same length, or, if fully employed, about £35 a year. These middle strata ate well, and indeed too much. They lived well, and increasingly in those middle and lower middle class suburbs which surrounded the less smoky sides of the cities, ranging from the modest terraced or semi-detached house and gardens of districts like Tooting, through the more opulent zones like Wimbledon towards the stockbroker belt in the green countryside beyond, fortresses of political conservatism from which their defenders sallied in the mornings, armed with the new newspapers of the Daily Mail type, 1896, to reach the offices in which a rapidly growing number of them worked. Like the enormous expansion of retailing, the growth of office work reflected the rise of the tertiary or service sector of the economy, which has become increasingly dominant in all developed economies in the 20th century. By 1914 this part of the economy was still far below the size of the primary and secondary sectors, in which people grew, dug, and manufactured things, but it already provided significant scope for women's employment as shop assistants, waitresses, the mainly female operators of the new machines of communication, telephones and typewriters, teachers and journalists. In 1841 only 3% of females had worked in these fields, by 1911 11% did so, almost all by then single women who expected to give up paid work after marriage. By 1906 perhaps 500,000 or so in this new group of employees, or something like half the lower middle class, earned more than £160 a year, though the bulk of the rising population of clerks had only their aspirations in common with the higher ranges of the middle class. Over 3/4 of the men clerks in commerce and all the women earned less than £3 a week in 1910. Over 3/4 of the women clerks, still very much a minority, earned less than £1 a week. Only in banking and insurance were earnings rather better. The poor white-collar worker, especially if he insisted, as he naturally did, on a middle-class style of life, was not much better off than the well-paid worker, though in the last decades of the century he made his income go further by cutting down the size of his family through birth control, mainly through abstention from intercourse or coitus interruptus. As A.J.P. Taylor has said, the historian should bear in mind that between about 1880 and 1940 he has on his hands a frustrated people, for and of no class was this more true than the late Victorian and Edwardian lower middle class. However, besides such measurable changes in the British ways of living, there were equally significant but unquantifiable ones. The first was the conservatism, as yet mainly of complacency, which, as we have seen, increasingly fossilized the British rich. The tendency for the Conservatives to replace the Liberal Party as the united expression of the British rich after 1874 reflects this, though it was briefly interrupted in the early 20th century. The decline of religious nonconformity, especially middle-class nonconformity, was masked by the growing electoral weight of the nonconformist conscience, never more powerful than in the last decades of the 19th century, and by the continued rise of nonconformist businessmen to affluence and influence. But in fact, from the 1870s on, nonconformity ceased to expand much, and with it there declined one powerful force making for liberalism and competitive private enterprise. The assimilation of the British business classes to the social pattern of the gentry and aristocracy had proceeded very rapidly from the mid-19th century, the period when so many of the so-called public schools were founded, or reformed by finally excluding the poor for whom they had originally been intended. In 1869 they were more or less set free from all government control and set about elaborating that actively anti-intellectual, anti-scientific, games-dominated Tory imperialism which was to remain characteristic of them. It was not the Duke of Wellington but a late Victorian myth which claimed that the Battle of Waterloo was won on the playing fields of Eton, which did not exist in his time. Unfortunately, the public school formed the model of the new system of secondary education, which the less privileged sectors of the new middle class were allowed to construct for themselves after the Education Act of 1902, and whose main object was to exclude from higher education the children of the working class, which had unfortunately won the right to universal primary education in 1870. Knowledge, especially scientific knowledge, therefore took second place in the new British educational system, to the maintenance of a rigid division between the classes. In 1897 less than 7% of grammar school pupils came from the working class. The British therefore entered the 20th century and the age of modern science and technology as a spectacularly ill-educated people. The somnolence of the economy was already obvious in British society in the last decades before 1914. Already the rare dynamic entrepreneurs of Edwardian Britain were, more often than not, foreigners or minority groups, the increasingly important German Jewish financiers who provided the excuse for much of the pervasive anti-Semitism of the period, the Americans so important in the electrical industry, the Germans in chemicals, Quakers, and late flowering provincial dissenters like Lever, who exploited the new resources of tropical empire. Conversely, the flourishing activities of the city were already, even when so obviously the product of provincial nonconformist enterprise as the rising business of life insurance and building societies, enmeshed in a pseudo-baronial network of gentlemanly non-competition. The guinea pig director, an aristocrat put on the board of an often louche company for the publicity value of his name, became common. His obverse was the genuine bourgeois who, unlike his predecessors in the anti-corn law days, imagined himself, and indeed became the gentleman of the Forsyte saga type. The characteristic mythical Britain of travel posters and calendars emerged in consequence. The heavy incrustation of British public life with pseudo-medieval and other ritual, like the cult of royalty, date back to the late Victorian period, as does the pretense that the Englishman is a thatched cottager or country squire at heart. But, as we have seen, at the other end of the social scale the same period saw the emergence of a very different social phenomenon, the characteristic traditional way of life of the British urban working class. However, unlike the developments among the upper classes, its emergence reflected not merely regression and fossilization, but, in spite of its narrowness and rigidity, modernization. The socialism which increasingly dominated the labor movement may have been extremely vague. Often, as in its pacifist and internationalist aspects, it was little more than a proletarian prolongation of the nonconformist, radical liberal Little Englandism which the business classes were rapidly abandoning. Yet it was committed to a fundamental structural change in the economy. It was based on an economic analysis which took account, as the increasingly ossified economic orthodoxy of the Treasury mind did not, of new factors such as the tendency towards concentration, and the need for an increasingly systematic public intervention in the affairs of the economy. This was perhaps the reason why small and as yet unrepresentative groups of technocratic and managerial thinkers like the Fabians found themselves operating within the labor movement. The tragedy of the movement was that in practice it did not live up to its theory. 9. The beginnings of decline. 1. Since the Industrial Revolution the transformation of industry has become continuous, but every now and then the cumulative results of these changes become so obvious that observers are tempted to talk about a second industrial revolution. The last decades of the 19th century were such a time. And the break appeared all the greater, because the earlier phase of industrialism had been unusually and visibly archaic, and because Britain, its pioneer, apparently remained wedded to this archaic pattern, while other and newer industrial economies did not. The first and in the long run most profound change was in the role of science in technology. In the first phase of industrialism this was, as we have seen, small and secondary. The important inventions were simple, the products of skill, practical experience, and a readiness to try anything new and see whether it worked, rather than of sophisticated theory or esoteric knowledge. The crucial sources of power, coal, water, were old and familiar. The crucial raw materials were no different from those long familiar, though of course, like iron, used on a much larger scale than ever before and with certain improvements. Technologically more revolutionary devices already existed, for instance in the chemical industry, and sometimes attracted attention by their public prominence, like gas lighting, but their importance in production was ancillary. The greatest technological triumphs of the archaic phase of industrialization, the railway and the steamship, were pre-scientific or at any rate only semi-scientific in this sense. Yet the very scale of the railway, and the transport revolution it inaugurated, made scientific technology more necessary, and the expansion of the world economy increasingly presented industry with strange natural raw materials which required scientific processing for effective use, for example rubber and petroleum. One major tool of scientific technology, classical physics, including acoustics, had long been available. Another, inorganic chemistry, came of age during the first phases of the Industrial Revolution. In the 1830s and 1840s two more became industrially available, electromagnetism and organic chemistry. The basic institution of science, the research laboratory, especially the university research laboratory, had also developed between, say, 1790 and 1830. Scientific technology not only became more desirable, but also possible. The major technical advances of the second half of the 19th century were therefore essentially scientific, that is to say they required at the very least some knowledge of recent developments in pure science for original inventions, a far more consistent process of scientific experiment and testing for their development, and an increasingly close and continuous link between industrialists, technologists, and professional scientists and scientific institutions. An inventor who had never heard of Newton could devise something like the spinning mule, but even the technically least qualified inventors of the age of electricity, say the American Samuel Morse, of the electric telegraph, after whom the Morse code is named, had at least to have listened to some scientific lectures. His British equivalent, Sir Charles Wheatstone, was actually a university professor and F.R.S. Increasingly the scientific environment was the one in which even accidental inventions were made, like the color mauve, the first of the aniline dyes, discovered by W. H. Perkin in 1856 while a young student at the Royal College of Chemistry. Increasingly science actually suggested not merely solutions but problems, as to Gilchrist Thomas, a police court clerk whose lectures at evening classes drew his attention to the difficulty of using phosphoric iron ores in metallurgy, while providing him with the chemical knowledge to surmount it in 1878. Fortunately Gilchrist Thomas also had a cousin who was a chemist in a Welsh iron works and therefore in a position to test his solution, which consisted of lining a Bessemer converter with basic slag. Two major growth industries of the new phase of industrialism, the electrical and the chemical, were entirely based on scientific knowledge. The third, the development of the internal combustion engine, though not in itself raising any scientific problems of great novelty, was dependent on at least two branches of the chemical industry, those which refined and processed the natural material of oil and rubber, which were comparatively intractable in their crude state. Lesser industries, which did not reach their full development until the 20th century, such as the complex of those based on photography, rested even more firmly on a scientific foundation of chemistry and optics. Indeed, the famous German optical industry actually produced one major firm, Zeiss, which was the planned offspring of the academic research laboratories at the University of Jena. And by the end of the 19th century it was already clear, especially from the experience of the German chemical industry which led the world, that the output of technological progress was a function of the input of scientifically qualified manpower, equipment, and money into systematic research projects. In the USA, Thomas Alva Edison, 1847 to 1931, demonstrated the results of large-scale laboratories for technological invention in a more empirical manner at Menlo Park from 1876. The second major change was less revolutionary. It simply consisted in the systematic extension of the factory system, the division of manufacture into a large series of simple processes, each carried out by a specialized machine operated by power, to areas hitherto untouched by it. The most important of these in the long run was the manufacture of machinery itself, or in modern times of durable consumer goods, which are largely machinery for personal rather than productive use. This is the development, part technical, part organization, which we know as mass production and which, when the application of human labor to the actual process of production is reduced to vanishing point, we call automation. There was nothing revolutionary in it, in principle. The original cotton factory already strove after the ideal of becoming a gigantic, complex, and self-acting, as it was then called, automaton, and each technical innovation brought it a little closer towards this object. With some exceptions like the jacquard loom, it remained pretty remote from it, by modern standards, because the incentives to eliminate skilled labor were not strong enough, but above all because the implications in terms of labor management and the organization of production were not yet systematically thought out. But it was visibly mass production and on the road to automation, and certain forms of early chemical production, with their continuous operation, automatic control of temperature, a thermostat was patented in 1831, and virtual elimination of all process work, were even closer. The mechanization of machine making depended on a vast, standardized demand for the same sort of machine. That is why it was first pioneered in armaments, the manufacture of ammunition casing and small arms, until the sheer size of the potential market in industry and among sufficiently wealthy private consumers made it commercially attractive. The pioneer products of this development were, for evident reasons, mainly American, the sewing machine of Elias Howe, 1846, better known through the adaptation of the commercial developer Isaac Singer, 1850, the typewriter, first invented in 1843 and commercially successful after 1868, the Yale lock, 1855, the Colt revolver of 1835, and the machine gun, 1861. It was also the USA which introduced the mass production of self-propelled vehicles, though in fact the motor car was a European, chiefly a French and German, invention, and the most modest of mechanical vehicles, the bicycle, 1886, never really became a major force in the New World. But behind these visible products was a far more important transformation in machine tools, the turret lathe, c. 1845, the universal milling machine, 1861, the automatic lathe, c. 1870, and with, or rather a little after them, the development of steel alloys, and in the 20th century other alloys such as tungsten carbide, sufficiently hard and sharp to cut steel at the high mechanical speeds, and incidentally, perhaps in the late 19th century chiefly, to produce more formidable armaments. Substances hitherto merely known as curiosities to the field geologist or the chemist, tungsten, manganese, chromium, nickel, and others, became essential components of metallurgy after 1870, thus initiating a revolution in this field. The other aspect of this development was the systematic organization of mass production by means of the planned flow of processes and the scientific management of labor, that is the actual analysis and breakdown of human as well as mechanical jobs. Here again the USA was the pioneer, mainly because of its acute shortage of skilled labor. The very earliest experiments in continuous production lines go back to the ingenious Yankee technicians of the late 18th century, such as Oliver Evans, 1755 to 1819, who constructed an entirely automatic flour mill and invented the conveyor belt, though it was not until the 1890s that the technique was seriously developed in the Chicago meatpacking industry and elsewhere, and not until the early 1900s that it reached maturity in Henry Ford's motor works. Scientific management became both a program and a reality in the 1880s, chiefly under the impact of F. W. Taylor of the USA. By 1900, therefore, the foundations of modern large-scale industry had been laid. This form of industry, Fordism, spread outwards from the USA and inspired large-scale production everywhere in the 20th century, in socialist as well as in capitalist industrial societies, so much so that it seemed to be the logical, historically predestined form of industrial development to which all modern industrial production aspired. The third major change is closely connected with the second. It consisted of the discovery that the largest potential market was to be found in the rising incomes of the mass of the working citizens in economically developed countries. Here again the USA was in the lead, partly because of the sheer potential size of its domestic market, partly because of the relatively high average incomes of people in a country with a permanent labor shortage, or at all events in the economically dynamic sectors of that country. The American motor industry, to take the obvious example, was built on the assumption that a sufficiently cheap automobile, expensive though it was, would find a mass market. In the archaic era of industrialism this was inconceivable. The demand for elaborate and expensive goods was then confined to a large, but numerically restricted, middle class and the few rich. The demand of the masses was confined to the elements of food, shelter, including some rudimentary household goods, and clothing. The market for mass production was therefore extensive and not intensive, and even so, it was confined to the simplest and most standardized articles. And since their wages were low, and ought to be low, they could not only buy little, but the incentive to mechanize the manufacture of goods for their needs was limited. Where servants are plentiful and cheap, the demand for vacuum cleaners is small. The last major change was the increase in the scale of economic enterprise, the concentration of production and ownership, the rise of an economy composed of a handful of great lumps of rock, trusts, monopolies, oligopolies, rather than a large number of pebbles. That concentration was the logical result of competition had long been suspected by some. Karl Marx made this tendency into one of the cornerstones of his economic analysis. In Germany and the USA this process became clearly visible as early as the 1880s. It has been described by its best historian, Alfred Chandler, as the rise of the visible hand of corporate organization, management, and strategy, as distinct from Adam Smith's hidden hand of the market. Economists of almost all political tendencies took a poor view of it. Since it conflicted with the ideal of a freely competitive business economy, it must, they felt, be not merely socially undesirable, because it favored the big over the little, the rich over the poor, but economically retrograde. However, there is every reason to believe that big business was in fact better business than little business, at least in the long run, more dynamic, more efficient, better able to undertake the increasingly complex and expensive tasks of development. The real case against it was not that it was big, but that it was antisocial. This did not apply to the biggest business of all, government and other public enterprise. While in this period the growth in the scale of economic operations took the form of the rise of private business giants and combinations rather than government enterprise, indirectly the role of government became increasingly decisive. For the mid-Victorian ideal of a state which abstained deliberately from economic management and interference was generally abandoned after 1873. However strongly the winds of change blew elsewhere, as soon as they crossed the Channel to Britain they grew sluggish. In every one of the four aspects of the economy we have just sketched, Britain fell behind her rivals, and this was all the more striking, not to say painful, when these occupied fields which Britain had herself been the first to plough before abandoning them. This sudden transformation of the leading and most dynamic industrial economy into the most sluggish and conservative, in the short space of 30 or 40 years, 1860, 90/1900, is the crucial question of British economic history. After the 1890s we may ask why so little was done to restore the dynamism of the economy, and we may blame the generations after 1890 for not doing more, for doing the wrong things, or even for making the situation worse. But essentially these are discussions about bringing the horse back into the stable after it has gone. It went between the middle of the century and the 1890s. The contrast between Britain and more modern industrial states is particularly striking in the new growth industries, and it becomes even more marked when we compare their very feeble performance with the achievements of British industry in those branches in which the archaic structure and technique could still produce the best results. The chief of these was shipbuilding, the last and one of the most triumphant assertions of British supremacy. During the age of the traditional wooden sailing ship, Britain had been a great, but by no means unchallenged, producer. Indeed, her weight as a shipbuilder had been due not to her technological superiority, for the French designed better ships and the USA built much better ones, as witness the almost consistent triumphs of American sailing ships from the famous grain races of the clippers to the yacht races between millionaire syndicates of our own day. Between American independence and the outbreak of the Civil War, American shipbuilding expanded at a far faster rate, gained upon British shipbuilding steadily, and had by 1860 almost caught it up. British shipbuilders benefited rather because of the vast weight of Britain as a shipping and trading power and the preference of British shippers, even after the abrogation of the Navigation Acts, which protected the industry heavily, for native ships. The real triumph of the British shipyards came with the iron and steel steamship. As the rest of British industry fell behind, they drew ahead. In 1860 British tonnage had been a little larger than American, 6 times as large as the French, 8 times as large as the German. In 1890 it was over twice as large as the American tonnage, 10 times as large as the French, and still roughly 8 times as large as the German. Now none of the advantages of modern productive technique and organization applied to ships, which were built in giant single units, of largely unstandardized materials and with a vast input of the most varied and highest manual skills. They were no more mechanized than palaces. On the other hand, the advantages of specialization in small units were immense, for they achieved, in effect, what the systematic subdivisions of processes now does in giant firms, and what could certainly not then have been achieved any other way in the construction of such complex products. Moreover, they multiplied the possibilities and minimized the costs of technical innovation. A specialized marine engineering firm in a competitive market had every incentive to produce better engines, nor would the process of shipbuilding be held up because the firms specializing in ships' plumbing were not keeping pace with their own innovations. It was not until after the Second World War, when the technical advantages of integration had become much more decisive, that British shipbuilding lost its lead. In the growth industries of the scientific technological type, and where integration and large-scale production paid off, the story was sadly different. Britain pioneered the chemical industry and the invention of aniline dyes, though even in the 1840s already partly on the basis of German academic chemistry. But by 1913 we accounted for only 11% of world output, as against 34% for the USA, 24% for Germany, while the Germans exported twice as much as we did and, most significant of all, supplied the British home market with 90% of its synthetic dyes. And what there was of the British chemical industry rested largely on the enterprise of immigrant foreigners, such as the firm of Brunner Mond, which later became the nucleus of imperial chemical industries. Electrotechnics were, both in theory and in practice, a pioneer achievement of the British. Faraday and Clerk Maxwell laid its scientific foundations. Wheatstone, of the electric telegraph, first made it possible for the Victorian father in London to discover immediately whether or not his daughter had eloped to Boulogne with the tall handsome man with the dark moustache and military cloak, to quote an illustration of the benefits of this invention in a contemporary technical handbook. Point 2 Swan began to think about a carbon filament incandescent lamp in 1845, 2 years before Edison was born. Yet by 1913 the output of the British electrical industry was little more than a third of the German, its exports barely half. And once again, it was the foreigners who invaded Britain. Much of the domestic industry was initiated and controlled by foreign capital, mainly American, such as Westinghouse, and when in 1905 the London Underground was to be electrified and the first tube constructed, the enterprise and finance were largely American. No industry was more British in origins than that of machines and machine tools. The change thus effected, wrote Sir William Fairbairn, one of its pioneers, of self-acting machines in 1853, and the improvements introduced into our constructive machinery are of the highest importance, and it gives me pleasure to add that they chiefly belong to Manchester, are of Manchester growth, and from Manchester they have had their origin. 3 Yet nowhere did foreign countries, and again chiefly the USA, leap ahead more decisively than in this field. As early as 1860 the American advances were watched with a little anxiety, though hardly yet with much real fear. But in the 1890s it was from the USA that the impetus to introduce automatic machine tools came. It was an American, Colonel Dyer, who led the Associated British Employers in their, incompletely successful, attempt to break down the hold of the skilled craftsmen in the industry, and an American company which obtained a monopoly of the machinery for the manufacture of the first fully mechanized consumer goods industry, the manufacture of boots and shoes. The saddest case was perhaps that of the iron and steel industry, for we see it losing its preeminence at the very moment when its role in the British economy was greatest, and its dominance in the world most unquestioned. Every major innovation in the manufacture of steel came from Britain or was developed in Britain. Bessemer's converter, 1856, which first made the mass production of steel possible, the Siemens Martin open hearth furnace, 1867, which greatly increased productivity, and the Gilchrist-Thomas basic process, 1877-8, which made it possible to use an entire range of new ores for steel manufacture. Yet, with the exception of the converter, British industry was slow to apply the new methods. Gilchrist-Thomas benefited the Germans and French far more than his countrymen, and they utterly failed to keep up with subsequent improvements. Not only did British production fall behind that of Germany and the USA in the early 1890s, but also British productivity. By 1910 the USA produced almost twice as much basic steel alone as the total steel production of Great Britain. Why all this was so has been much debated. Clearly, the British did not adapt to new circumstances.